Please, good sir, I beseech you, as a man of science, nay, as a man of reason, you mustn't stifle my research at this critical juncture. You have no idea how close I am to finding a cure for this blasted pestilence. I need only a handful of live subjects to complete my research. The plague doctor's emphatic pleas fell on deaf ears, as a stone-faced researcher took notes on his latest pontifications. The doctor, whom these clods had reduced so rudely to a mere number, SCP-049, banged his gloved fist up against the wall. And to think he once thought of these men as intellectual equals, fellow travelers on the road to scientific enlightenment. What a positively sick joke. Before the doctor got another chance to appeal for his right to experiment, the researcher left him alone once more. A truly sad state of affairs. Nobody appreciated a true scientist in this day and age. It was sure to be another day of languishing alone in his cell, wishing he had the capacity to do more. So he was surprised as anyone when the alarm started going off, and the door of his cell swung open automatically. The plague doctor stepped out of his cell and into the hall, where many other humanoid anomalies were roaming, confused as to why they'd been suddenly released. What was happening? As it turned out, what was happening was one of the most brutal Chaos Insurgency raids the staff of Site-19 had ever seen. It had been planned immaculately. You see, guards rotate semi-regularly at Site-19 due to the high-pressure nature of the job. Lots of deaths and mental breakdowns, as you probably correctly predicted. Even the administrative staff of the SCP Foundation are only human. Well, mostly anyway. So they're not immune to little oversights here and there. And it's in those oversights that expertly trained Chaos Insurgency infiltration agents make their living. No less than 15 of them had been working undercover in Site-19 for just over 2 weeks, and they did a fine job of lowering the metaphorical drawbridge for a heavily armed invasion force. The guards who weren't plants were quickly murdered by the infiltrators, and even some of the on-site task forces were quickly overwhelmed and gunned down by the high-precision rifles of the Chaos Insurgency's finest. While the frontliners were distracted by the sudden assault, the infiltrators found their way to the site's security control room and massacred everyone inside. Opening every single door in the site was as simple as putting in a few stolen key codes and flipping a few carefully remembered switches. Consequently, while Foundation agents and Chaos Insurgency mercenaries clashed sabers, high-priority anomalies like SCP-049 simply wandered the facility, watching the calamity unfold within. The Foundation was beset on all sides, shot at by heavily armed maniacs, and attacked from within by the numerous roaming anomalous entities that were eager to get their hands on Foundation personnel. Definitely not an ideal situation, to say the least. The Plague Doctor only had one thing on his mind, though. This definitely won't do my research any good, unless I can escape and find my way to a suitable laboratory. Oh, now there's an idea. But his scientific fantasies were soon interrupted by a Chaos Insurgency soldier swinging the butt of his M4 carbine into his avian exoskull with a supremely unpleasant crack. The doctor was dazed by it momentarily, the pain coming at him like a thunderclap, but the insurgent never got the chance to take another swing. Before the insurgent could do anything, the Plague Doctor lunged out with practiced speed, grasping him by the throat. Immediately, everything went black, and the insurgent's limp corpse collapsed to the ground. Serves him right, the doctor internally mused. Soldiers attacking medics is violating even the most basic rules of gentlemanly warfare. Then another flash of immense pain, as a different rifle butt collided with the back of his head. The doctor fell to one knee, feeling dizzy, but before he could retaliate, he felt the 2 sharp prongs of a cattle prod pressing up against his neck. The sudden rush of electricity surged through his neck, sending his muscles into a wave of involuntary spasms. The insurgents crowding around him chimed in with their own agonizing cattle prods, relentlessly shocking him until the flashes of white-hot pain soon became an oppressive blanket of total dark. Even on his most cantankerous days, the SCP Foundation had never treated him like this. When he eventually came to, he was still in darkness, standing upright, with high-tech shackles holding every limb in place. It was beyond uncomfortable for the poor Plague Doctor, but it succeeded in the task of keeping him under control.
He couldn't move an inch. There were muffled voices beyond the dark, beyond the confines of this new containment. The modulated gas mask voices of insurgents and something else. Faintly accented, oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Soon the voices were replaced by another sound, the grinding of crowbars levering nails out of cheap wood. With a creaking tumble, a rectangle of bright light opened up in front of him, populated by a number of silhouettes. On either side were Chaos Insurgents in familiar tactical garb, and in between them stood a tall, well-groomed man with an expensive-looking purple smoking jacket and a pencil mustache. For a few fractions of a second, his face was a portrait of excitement. But as he took in the sight of the Plague Doctor standing before him, all the joy drained from his snooty countenance.
"What the hell am I looking at here?"
the man in the smoking jacket said. The doctor, indignant at such a response from the man who'd presumably ordered his assault, rasped,
"A man of science, good sir."
The man in the smoking jacket ignored him and continued to berate the Chaos Insurgents, with an odd level of confidence for someone reprimanding trained, cold-blooded killers.
"I wanted SCP-650, the startling statue, not this clownish Ren Fair cosplayer. What the hell did I pay you ruffians for? I was told you Chaos Insurgents were the very best at this, and for your hefty price, I expect excellence."
The rant continued much like this, leaving everyone in attendance, the insurgents, the Plague Doctor, feeling thoroughly exhausted by him and unable to do anything about it. You see, this wasn't just any Chaos Insurgency client, your average tin pot dictator or arms dealer. You know the type. This was the one and only Pascal Leggett, one of the most famous, or rather infamous, anart collectors in the game. He'd been a founding person of interest for years due to his dealings with the Chaos Insurgency and Marshall Carter and Dark Limited, all to the end of expanding his anart collection, but his vast wealth and connections had always shielded him from Foundation probes. For those unfamiliar with the subculture, anart, short for anomalous art, is exactly what it sounds like. Artistic projects with anomalous properties to give it that extra kick. One of the most popular groups of interest dealing in anart is the iconic Are We Cool Yet?, which, incidentally, had recently excommunicated Pascal Leggett for being an exceedingly wealthy, uptight square who really didn't represent the collective's rebellious ethos. And considering his response was to pay the Chaos Insurgency to raid Site-19 for a few pieces for his own private collection, costing him millions of dollars and both groups many lives, it was safe to say he wasn't taking it well.
"Look, we got you that other statue and that thing killed 4 of our best guys, so how about we just call it even?" said one of the insurgents. "I'm sure you can have fun with bird brain here too."
Pascal tutted and reluctantly dismissed the hired guns. Having the Plague Doctor here definitely wasn't ideal, especially considering he wanted to host the ultimate anart exhibition to put Are We Cool Yet worthless Sommes-nous devenus magnifiques to shame. But he would make do with what he had. Perhaps he could say that 049 was a commentary on the ever-present nature of disease in mankind's life, and our forever archaic approach to it.
Yes, that would do nicely.
Needless to say, the Plague Doctor was infuriated by all this. The violence against his person, the kidnapping, the disrespect, and most of all, the interruption to his precious research, especially considering how close he'd gotten to finding a cure for the pestilence. But instead, he was soon spirited by a legion of heavily armed goons from his wooden box to a glass one in one of Leggett's many opulent hallways. There were other glass cases on either side of him, and more on the other side of the hall, all too reinforced for the Plague Doctor to even smash through it on his own. Damn it. Leggett's own private anart exhibition, probably wedged between his oversized dining room and his jewel-encrusted crapper. Occasionally, Pascal himself would jaunt down the hallway to gaze upon his new stolen anart pieces, and of course the Plague Doctor would try his best to reason with him.
"I am a patient man, Monsieur Leggett, but this is simply barbaric. By what right do you imprison me here? Is your intention to deprive the world, the entire human race, of my valuable medical breakthroughs? Could you live with that on your conscience, good sir?"
There was never any meaningful response. The Plague Doctor soon learned that Pascal Leggett didn't like his art interactive. It was simply meant to languish away in a glass box, being watched, being passively looked at. Those Chaos Insurgency louts hadn't even bothered to bring his notebook or medical bag, so he was without the tools to even perform his experiments. As loathed as he was to admit it, this was even worse than being locked up by the SCP Foundation. But all this wasn't entirely unfamiliar. There was something in the glass box across from the Plague Doctor that he vaguely recognized back from Site-19. He'd never seen it up close, but he'd heard researchers speaking about it, and even seen a few pictures. And such a strange construction it was. A peculiar, haphazard sculpture made from concrete, rebar, and spray paint. Quite ugly, in this humble doctor's opinion, but there was something oddly entrancing about it. And for reasons beyond the doctor's recollection, 4 of Leggette's men stood around the glass box in where it was being stored, always watching. The men were frequently switched in and out, as though they were watching in shifts, always fixing their gaze on its peculiar, malformed body. Maybe it was all the electrical shocks and knocks to the head, but he just couldn't remember why Pascal was having the piece so carefully observed. But he knew on some primal level that the secret to this would perhaps be the key to his own escape. If only he could remember. Still, time passed. Pascal drifted in and out, sometimes with guests. The Plague Doctor had learned not to speak. These animals could not be reasoned with. As a scientist, he would instead carefully observe until his observations bore fruit. He noticed that Pascal's guests, all people who looked equally as wealthy and pompous as Pascal himself, all seemed to look right over him, and instead focus on the ugly statue across the hall, still forever observed by any 4 of Pascal's men. Some of them looked actively nervous, just being in its presence. Curious, the Plague Doctor made a mental note of this, just as he did when Pascal gave his guests a reassuring pat on the shoulder and told them,
Please calm yourself. It's harmless while my personnel are keeping an eye on it.
Little by little, the Plague Doctor's memories of his infamous neighbor had begun to return. He knew what he must do to escape. Now all he needed to do was wait for the perfect moment. Soon enough, Pascal's mansion was filled with a bevy of Anart snobs from hither and yon. A private soiree to show off his new collection. They wandered the halls in 3-piece tuxedos and designer ballroom dresses, sipping champagne from imported crystal. All such lovely, refined, high society people. And if the good doctor's plan went off as he intended, they would all be such lovely, refined, high society corpses. The Plague Doctor waited until, mercifully, he and the 4 members of personnel watching the sculpture were the only ones left in the hallway. He'd been so good, so patient, that none of the men guarding the sculpture at present had ever heard him make a noise. He was so invisible to them that, in all likelihood, they probably didn't even notice he could make a sound. And that worked for his purposes just fine. Though in any case, if he wanted this to work, he would need to time his plan perfectly. Even a fraction of a second out of place and the whole thing would have dire consequences. Still, the doctor was still a Frenchman at heart. And as a Frenchman, he knew he would rather die nobly in the process of escape than remain captured by this worthless buffoon. He'd be sure to take as many of these men down with him in the process as he was able. The Plague Doctor exhaled deeply, drawing a lungful of air, then bellowed as loud as he possibly could. The sudden, unexpected noise was so shocking that it jogged the 4 watchers almost reflexively to turn and look at him. And in the split second that they did, the Plague Doctor closed his eyes. In the dark, time seemed to move slower, perhaps due to the doctor's keen focus, cultivated over many a century. He listened carefully to the sequence of sounds, glass shattering, 4 choked gasps in sequence, 4 brutal crunches, then nanoseconds later, more glass shattering. The Plague Doctor's eyes snapped open just in time. Just as predicted, the sculpture, being entirely unobserved, had smashed through its glass case, murdering all 4 members of personnel by snapping their necks, and then smashed through his own glass case to do the same to him. The Plague Doctor had cut it so close, in fact, that he opened his eyes to the face of the sculpture staring into his own, its concrete limbs wrapped around his neck. Very good timing indeed. With a sigh of relief, the Plague Doctor slipped out of the sculpture's concrete grasp and back down the hallway, keeping his gaze fixed on the sculpture the entire time. He'd heard it decimate Pascal's men. He certainly didn't fancy undergoing the same fate. The second the Plague Doctor backed around the corner, rendering the sculpture, or as the SCP Foundation called it, SCP-173 out of sight, he could hear terrified screaming coming from the other end of the hall. He was not a sadistic man, but the Plague Doctor would be lying if he told you he didn't take just a little bit of pleasure in hearing that sound. Somewhere else in the vast mansion of Pascal Leggett, The sculpture was slaughtering its way through servants and party guests, while the Plague Doctor searched for some kind of exit. Anyone who dared get in his way was given a swift and merciless touch of death, sending their body unceremoniously to the ground. Anyone in his way was preventing him from finding a cure for the pestilence, and thus endangering countless lives. It was, of course, regrettable to have to kill anyone, but some sacrifices must be made for the greater good of mankind. Well, it's not necessarily always regrettable per se. On his way out while the murderous rampage of SCP-173 seemed to distract anyone of note, the Plague Doctor just so happened to encounter a fleeing Pascal Leggett, hoping to find some kind of escape himself. It seemed that now fate was on his side once more. To have his jailer right here in the palm of his hand would be such a perfect parting gift. Funnily enough, Pascal was far more talkative to him now. He rattled off a rapid-fire series of threats, bribes, and pleas, claiming in the end that he never meant any harm. He was the one who freed the Plague Doctor from the SCP Foundation. They were on the same side here. All this was for the art. No offense was ever intended. Pascal Leggett simply lived for art.
Then die for it, good sir,
the Plague Doctor said. And with a single touch, Pascal's eyes rolled up into the back of his head, and he fell to the ground, dead. It was one of the few non-scientific deaths that he felt truly no guilt for. After some time searching, the screams around the rest of the mansion eventually went silent. That did wonders for his focus. It didn't take long for the Plague Doctor to locate an exit, a fine mahogany door with elaborate adornments befitting a man as gaudy as Pascal, and began strolling towards it, his chest swollen with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Then he blinked, and a few feet in front of him stood the sculpture. It was there so suddenly that the Plague Doctor fell backwards in shock, but he devoted everything to keeping an eye on that monstrosity. With everyone else in the mansion presumably dead at this point, it had now come back for him. It stood there staring silently, ready to exact the terrible price for freeing it as soon as the doctor dared to blink. The Plague Doctor began crawling backwards down the hall, just wanting to put some distance between himself and the sculpture. As the seconds passed, he could feel his eyes drying out until the inevitable blink. The sculpture was standing right in front of him now, gazing down, almost mocking. It had closed the distance so quickly. If the Plague Doctor blinked again, he was sure that his eyes would never open again. All it had to do was wait as the seconds passed, and the doctor began to feel his eyes drying up again. That subtle sting quickly grew into a nagging pain that could not be denied. Sooner or later, he was going to have to. Bang! The front door flew open, and in an instant the hallway was filled with heavily armed troops, all wearing the familiar black and gray of the SCP Foundation. The Plague Doctor had never been so relieved to see the organization that had kept him locked up for so many decades. For once they'd saved him from something even worse. Of course, the sculpture didn't say anything, but the disappointment of losing that one more victim seemed to radiate off of it like a lingering bad smell. The Plague Doctor willingly gave himself up, and heavy machinery was brought in to pick up SCP-173, with the help of the iPods to make sure it didn't try any funny business in transit. Pascal had gotten away with his shady dealings for years, but the brazen attack he funded against Site-19 was now enough for the Foundation to track him down. When his corpse was found in the halls of his own home with no obvious cause of death, we can happily tell you that nobody was disappointed. By the evening, the Plague Doctor was happy to be back in his cell. His research could continue here, and in time he knew that the personnel of the SCP Foundation would listen to reason and comply with his demands. After all, science marches on, regardless of who chooses to march with it. But he would forever feel a little nervous in Site-19 after that, knowing the concrete monster he was sharing the building with. He hoped that if ever there was another containment breach involving that thing, that it didn't feel like paying him a visit for old time's sake.
It's the late 90s, and an Air Canada flight experiences severe malfunctions while traveling from London to Vancouver. The pilots are unable to do anything and the plane crashes into the woods of northern Alberta. The crash was devastating. Only 10 of the nearly 300 people on board are alive. And even though they survived the initial disaster, their battle for life has only just begun. It's late autumn in northern Canada, and there's no telling when help will arrive, if at all. If the survivors want to make it through the night, they need to find shelter, and fast. As they trudge through the freezing woods, the group finds a path that looks like it might lead them to civilization. After all, if there was a path in the woods, that meant they were probably in a national park. And if they were in a national park, there had to be a ranger station around somewhere where they could warm up and call for help. They didn't have many other options, so they followed the path which opened up to a clearing. But instead of finding a ranger station or campground, they found something none of them could have expected. It was a pond, but there was something off about it. As they got closer, they saw that this strange pond wasn't filled with water, but blood. The survivors were horrified. That couldn't really be blood, could it? It must have been a weird algae or chemical reaction. But one member of the group, a man named Thomas Dean, who had been on his way back to his hometown of Prince George, British Columbia, thought there was something strangely familiar about this. He remembered being a boy and going to visit family in Alberta, and hearing an urban legend from the older local kids. According to the stories, somewhere out in the wilderness, in the northern part of the province, there was a pond full of human blood. And what made it even worse was that some said the pond was a gateway to hell. The SCP Foundation was also aware of this legend and had been trying to pinpoint the exact source of it for decades prior to the Air Canada crash. They would finally receive definite confirmation of the blood pond when Foundation personnel intercepted a radio transmission from a ranger station located within the Wood Buffalo National Park. It was the survivors of the crash who had managed to make it through the night, and they were about to be escorted out of the park by rangers. The Foundation mobilized quickly to cordon off the pond, as at the time they were unsure of what potentially harmful properties the pond might have had. They set up Watch Station Epsilon 38 and put staff on guard to deter travelers from the area. The pond was given the designation of SCP-354 and classed as Euclid. Foundation scientists made a number of interesting discoveries about SCP-354 when they collected samples for testing. First, the pond was not in fact full of blood, merely an inorganic liquid that closely resembles blood in color and consistency. Second, and even stranger than the red liquid, is that the pond doesn't seem to have any definite banks or a bottom. Instead, the liquid in the pond increases in density as the radius away from the center increases. The liquid congeals at the edges, becoming more solid and blending into the surrounding soil. It also becomes thicker as one descends deeper into the pool, and the bottom of the pond has not yet been reached, if it even exists. Initially, the Foundation found no signs of life within the blood pond, but that would all change at 2:03 p.m. on the day following the opening of Watch Station Epsilon 38. When the science team noticed an unusual level of activity on the pond's surface, security footage feeds showed a shape rising out of the pond, followed by a deafening shriek. After that, the feed was cut and Foundation lost all communication with Watch Station Epsilon 38. Fearing the worst, a mobile task force was dispatched to the location. When they got there, all personnel at the Watch Station had been killed by what could only be described as a gigantic bat. The task force was able to neutralize the entity, and as soon as they could, the Foundation moved in to increase security around the SCP, creating Area 354 and installing a permanent security detail. After this point, the pond started to regularly spit out a variety of monstrous entities, almost as if it was reacting to the SCP Foundation's increased security measures. After SCP-354-1, the giant bat, came SCP-354-2. 354-2 was an echidna-like monster the size of a bear that was virtually bulletproof but unable to escape Area 354. The Foundation neutralized this anomaly with napalm. SCP-354-3 was a floating black sphere capable of firing deadly beams of concentrated energy. The area's head scientist was able to hit it with a sledgehammer, causing the sphere to malfunction and self-destruct before it was able to escape the area. The Foundation wasn't as lucky with SCP-354-4. This creature was a reptilian humanoid that stood roughly 15 feet tall and was unable to be put down with gunfire. This was the first creature from the pond to successfully escape containment, and was only able to be neutralized when the Foundation sent in Mobile Task Force Omega-7, also known as Pandora's Box. The data on pond incursions is partially corrupted, so a complete list of creatures is not available. But some of the other monsters that came out of the blood pond include a killer robot, a set of gigantic tentacles that drag several D-Class personnel into the pond, a pair of panther-like creatures, one made of ice and the other of magma, that ignored Foundation staff and instead fought each other, and one seemingly normal human man who was executed as soon as he emerged from the pond. Tests on his body revealed that he was, in fact, totally normal and would have posed no threat. These anomalies came out of the pond at fairly regular intervals for several months, before the pond went silent for an unprecedented 22 months. The head scientist at the time noted, "I suspect this means one of two things. Either the red pool has died or powered down, or whatever the correct term for it is, or is charging up for something big to come through. O5 believes the former is the most likely explanation, and has recalled 30% of our total personnel and cut 25% of our funding. While I can only hope that they are correct, if the latter situation is true, we're soon to face some terrible monstrosity and we won't have anywhere near the force necessary to deal with it. I worry for all of our safety." His words would prove eerily prophetic following the events of Exploratory Mission 354 Alpha. The Foundation's research and development team built a specialized craft to explore the pond. Because of the strange properties of the pond's density, the craft was essentially made to be both a submarine for parts of the pond where the contents were liquid, and a drill for when the liquid congealed into a semi-solid towards the bottom. The exploration team consisted of Agent Swanson, Agent Turquoise, Agent 86, Dr. J. MacArthur, Chris Simmons, Leroy Tucker, and a pilot named Martin. With the team assembled, the ship was sent down into the pond. Nothing eventful happened for the first 2 days of the mission, but at 4:30 a.m. on the third day, gravity suddenly reversed for the crew of the ship. This seemed to indicate that they were approaching the halfway point, though what would be on the other side, nobody could say. On the fourth day, the ship surfaced, proving definitely that the pond was in fact some sort of portal. The crew looked out of the portholes to see the darkness of night above them. While sensors outside the ship detected nothing harmful in the atmosphere around them, the crew were wary of exiting the craft. The other side of the pond was nothing like the world the crew knew. For one thing, the night lasted for 28 hours before dawn came, and when the sun finally rose, it was much larger and redder than the Earth's sun. Under the light of the strange red star, the crew could see that the pond on this side was massive compared to what they've come into, more like a large lake. Surrounding the lake was sand and rocks that were covered in a kind of moss that disappeared under sunlight and regrew during the night. The team left the ship and started to explore. During their time in this strange world, they found that the day lasted just a few hours shorter than the night, meaning that whatever planet they were on had a roughly 43-hour-long rotation as opposed to our own planet's 24. The team found a number of anomalous elements on their expedition, including razor-sharp grass that can puncture skin and streams of liquid carbon dioxide. They heard some loud roars in the distance once or twice, but other than that, the planet was eerily silent, with seemingly no animal life and not even wind. When it rained, the soil remained dry, and based on that, the scientists theorized the plants in this world were more efficient at absorbing moisture. On the 25th day, the team ran into a huge metal wall that appeared to be artificially constructed. Luckily, Leroy Tucker, a quick-thinking researcher, was able to rig a blowtorch from camping supplies and melt a hole through the metal. On the other side, there was finally wind and odd black grass. That's the extent of what is known about the other side of the wall, because the expedition logs are heavily corrupted after that point. But we know that whatever was in there wasn't good, because the team never returned. Strangely, there's no record of any names mentioned in the ship's log, almost as if being killed on the other side completely erased them from history. No other expeditions into the pond were launched after that. On an undisclosed date, a year following the discovery of the Blood Pond and construction of Area 354, the site was completely evacuated, and power was cut to the area. Mobile Task Force Data 12 was dispatched to investigate the cause of the evacuation, but before contact could be established, the area's on-site nuclear warhead was detonated, completely destroying the site. MTF Data 12 was then attacked by a convoy made up of D-Class and other low-ranking staff who had evacuated Area 354. It was apparent that there had been some kind of mutiny within the site, and that a dissolution of the chain of command had led to its evacuation and destruction. The convoy totally annihilated MTF Data 12, and no further contact with the former personnel of Area 354 has been made since. Following the site's detonation, a new site was constructed called simply the Red Pool Containment Site. Unlike the previous facility, which focused on research and neutralization, the new site is entirely concerned with containment. The shift in directive came as a response to the pond's apparent reactive nature, Each creature that emerged from the pond seemed to be in retaliation to the Foundation's actions, and it was theorized by some that the mutiny at Area 354 was triggered by some kind of psychic attack from the pond itself. An interview in the SCP file on 354 reveals that there was one more disastrous attempt to control and understand the blood pond. According to an interview with a Foundation agent, the head doctor proposed a scheme to drain the blood pond using a system of pumps and hoses. All non-essential personnel were evacuated in case of emergency, leaving only the pump technicians, D-class personnel, and a few agents for security. However, as soon as the pump was scheduled to be turned on, everyone at the site experienced a mass dissociative episode. The agent described the feeling they all experienced as like being in a dream and suddenly realizing that you're asleep. He said, "Everything stopped being real. It was like we had to escape right now." When asked what happened when the pump was turned on, he simply explained that it wouldn't let them. This interview confirmed the theory that the pond is not only capable of releasing monsters out into our world, but also that it's capable of powerful but much more subtle psychological attacks. This suggests a chilling possibility, that the pond isn't just blindly reacting to being attacked, but it's fully sentient, and the actions of the SCP Foundation have only served to annoy it. And worst, studies of the pond's banks have proved evidence that the area of congealed liquid around the perimeter of the pond has been steadily expanding. That's right, the pond is getting bigger. The last thing the Foundation agent stationed at the site said before being dragged out of the interview and sedated was, "It gets bigger and stronger every day, and now we've made it angry."
A veteran worker of the SCP Foundation sits at his terminal, performing one of the most critical tasks in the entire organization, creating a file for an as-yet undescribed SCP. But there's something terribly wrong. His eyes are glazed over, his mouth hangs open. Is this a zombie or a trained Foundation researcher? What is going on? Like any large international organization, it takes more than just the exciting, action-filled jobs to keep the wheels turning at the SCP Foundation. Sure, the head researchers, guards, mobile task force soldiers, and members of the O5 Command get all the praise, but a legion of number crunchers, cleaners, and paper pushers are equally important. One such person was archivist Walter Bainbridge, who had been tasked with digitizing some of the older records that the Foundation had on file. It was when he was innocently recording the details on SCP-050 through 060 that he first came under the strange and startling effects of SCP-055. But the most peculiar part, as with all incidents of SCP-055's anomalous effects taking hold, is that Walter had no idea any of it was happening. In his new digitized filing system, he first took note of SCP-053, Euclid class, also known as the Young Girl. This anomaly was a seemingly normal human female child who provoked homicidal insanity in those directly exposed to her. Then SCP-054, Safe Class, a non-aggressive humanoid female made entirely of, as well as biologically and chemically identical to regular spring water. Next, SCP-056, Euclid class, a being that changes form to suit its environment, but only when all observers lose focus of it. And then SCP-057, Safe class, an underground chamber that crushes the humans who walk within. It was at this point that Walter received a concerned message from one of his superiors at Site-19, Mr. Kovac. The message praised the thorough digitization of the other anomalies' records, but was confused about why Walter had left out any mention of SCP-055. Immediately, Walter was embarrassed. How could he have forgotten SCP-055? That iconic anomaly known for... well, he couldn't quite say off the top of his head, but he'd be sure to look into it. A quick trip to the Site-19 archive showed him that there was actually quite a hefty file on the nature of SCP-055, which must have been the result of a huge number of studies. What struck him as strange was that all the files were filled out in pen rather than being typed up like a traditional file. The majority of these notes were written in shorthand too, as though they were frantically taken during the tests themselves on extremely short notice. There weren't even any redactions. Walter made a mental note of what he had seen, put the file back in its proper place, and headed back to his computer terminal. However, after writing in an almost trance-like state, he looked back on his work to see that he had written an entry on SCP-058. A giant evil bovine heart with insect legs and a scorpion stinger. Strange, he thought. That's when Walter got a call from Mr. Kovac on his Foundation issue phone, and he didn't sound happy. He'd given Walter direct instructions to go back and digitize the files on 055, and instead he'd been working on 058. What was the meaning of this? Walter was typically an extremely loyal and diligent employee, but the verbal barrage from his supervisor had him considering talking back, just this once, and hoping it didn't get him demoted to D class and thrown into 682's acid bath for playtime. Walter gulped, picked up some courage, and interrupted Mr. Kovac's rant to ask if he had any idea what SCP-055 actually was. The line went silent for a moment, then his supervisor spoke again, this time with less confidence. Of course I can tell you about SCP-055. It's a classic, one of the first 100. How could you forget it's, I think it's the one with, Another long pause as Mr. Kovac seemed to search for the words, but instead just trailed off into silence. Knowing that some of the anomalies on file were dangerous mimetic hazards, Walter was worried for a moment that he may have accidentally killed his boss by getting him to think too hard about SCP-055. He asked if Mr. Kovac was okay, and finally got a reply. I'm sorry, I seem to have zoned out for a second there. What were we talking about again? But this time it was Walter who couldn't answer. He had no idea at all what the two of them were discussing just moments ago. He felt disoriented and kind of sick, like they'd taken some low-level amnestics. Mr. Kovac told Walter to get back to his filing duties and they'd speak later. Walter then checked the messages he'd received from Mr. Kovac earlier, and there it was, plain as day. You missed 055. Go back and digitize that before proceeding, Mr. K. But Walter had never even heard of an SCP-055 if such an anomaly even existed. What was going on here? In that moment, Walter realized he was dealing with something much stranger than just a standard digitization job. After all, how could he properly complete his duties if SCP-055 seemed to be impossible to speak, write, or even think about, unless he were directly observing it at that moment? Walter had to know, and ask around the entirety of Site-19 to find the answers if he had to. Sadly for Walter, he was about to embark on a much more challenging task than he could have ever imagined. To paraphrase a supposed quote from Socrates, all I know is that I know nothing, and that's also about the extent of the knowledge we have on SCP-055, also known as the anti-meme and the self-keeping secret. What does it look like? When and how was it obtained by the Foundation? What are its anomalous abilities? Is this thing dangerous? We may never know, because the only anomalous ability of SCP-055 that we're aware of is the fact that nobody is capable of retaining any information about it. It's crucial to note that whatever 055 is, it isn't invisible or indescribable. Foundation personnel are perfectly capable of entering its containment chamber and observing it without incident, but mere minutes after leaving the chamber, any memories of the particulars of 055 seem to spontaneously erase themselves. Hence, the self-keeping secret. But this didn't deter Walter. Perhaps his greatest advantage was that he didn't know enough about the thing he was investigating to know how futile his mission was. He wanted to know the unknowable, and a pesky issue like impossibility wouldn't stop him. He'd get to whoever he needed to at Site-19 to get the answers he needed. Of course, most people had no knowledge of the mysterious anomaly. The common response he got back from his colleagues was, 055? Do we even have a 055? While the realization of sudden memory loss, or the realization of 055's existence, has been known to cause momentary stress, there are no known long-term physical or mental effects from 055's anomalous abilities. It's a fleeting idea in its purest form, like forgetting why you walked into a room. 055 could be the most harmless object on the Foundation's roster, or the most deadly. Either way, we just don't know. At times, Walter worried he was going insane. 055 and everything related to it was gaslighting him. Was 055 even real? The one thing that proved to him that 055 must have existed is that its containment chamber existed. According to the official records kept by the Foundation on the Site-19 containment facilities, 055 is kept in a 5x5 by 2.5 meter square room, constructed of 50-foot thick cement, with a Faraday cage surrounding the cement walls. The report continues that access is via a heavy containment door measuring 2 by 2.5 meters, constructed on bearings to ensure door closes and locks automatically unless held open deliberately. 055 cell is one of the few to have no posted security guards, and any personnel working on other SCPs in the area are ordered to remain at least 50 feet from the geometric center of 055 cell, where the anomaly itself is kept. When he tried to explore further why the cell was constructed in this manner, he found that, surprise surprise, nobody knew. 055 was an anomaly whose containment requirements were so mysterious that it automatically netted itself a Keter class designation. After all, how can you properly contain something you can't even hope to comprehend? There were plenty of rumors about the true nature of 055. Some of the more conspiratorial minds at Site-19 theorized that 055 was actually an autonomous or remotely controlled spy inserted into the site to observe Foundation operations, or even humanity as a whole. If you're on the more paranoid end of the psychological spectrum, this theory makes total sense. An anomaly that's physically impossible to remember, even when writings and pictures on the subject exist, would be a perfect spy. However, this was all ultimately little more than speculation. Walter was barely any further along than when he started. There were multiple points in his investigations where Walter seriously considered giving up, until finally, he had a major breakthrough. Dr. Bartholomew Hughes and Dr. John Marichek were two scientists that had performed extensive research into 055, and who, Walter hoped, might have the answers he sought about the self-keeping secret. These scientists were the first to discover the anti-memetic nature of 055, performing numerous tests on D-Class personnel to see if it was possible to create feasible written records, sketches, or any other records or impressions that could bypass its anomalous effects. The disorienting, memory-ruining effects of 055 also extend to any materials concerning 055. It seems to be a truly uncrackable code, but Dr. Hughes may have finally found some cracks in the armor. For starters, the fact that we're able to remember that 055 is an anti-memetic is an ironic exception to its anti-memetic qualities. This revelation also inspired another realization from Dr. Hughes. Would it be possible to discover more about 055 from the process of deduction rather than the typical induction? In other words, could they possibly learn about 055 by figuring out all the things it isn't, rather than what it is? Dr. Marichek designed an experiment with Dr. Hughes to explore this theory. They designed the experiment around a simple question: is 055 not spherical? In designing the question to specifically find out what 055 isn't, they hoped to subvert the anomaly's anti-memetic powers. Walter was fascinated by this potential method of getting answers. Marichek and Hughes found that, while the questioning process for those exposed was often arduous and frustrating, they could now definitely say that 055 is not a sphere. It is theoretically possible to discover the true nature of 055 by an almost endless barrage of deductive questions, though whether Command would authorize the resources for such extensive testing is still an open question. Walter, in his desperation, begged Marichek and Hughes for clearance to view 055 himself. The curiosity had become too great during his search to just walk away with the single fact that 055 wasn't spherical. He needed to see this thing. And after several weeks of filling out forms and cutting red tape, his wish was finally granted. Walter Bainbridge was allowed a private audience with SCP-055, the subject of his months-long obsession. Outsiders observed that Walter spent just over an hour in the containment chamber, taking photos, drawing sketches, writing down notes, recording audio logs, and reciting memory mnemonics. He was pulling out every stop to counteract the anti-memetic effects of the self-keeping secret. He was adamant that he would not be defeated by his non-spherical nemesis, not after all this time and effort. Once his time in the 055 containment chamber was over, he retired back to his office to finally digitize his exhaustive findings, so that his supervisor, Mr. Kovac, would finally get off his back. Walter smiled, took a deep breath, and began to type. SCP-059, Keter Class. This anomaly is a radioactive mineral that emits a unique radiation known as delta radiation. Exposure to this radiation has caused strange fungal growths on the infected... Wait, what was this supposed to be about again? Oh well, it couldn't have been that important. Dr. Dan anxiously paced in his cell. It was the only way he'd been able to occupy himself for the past 6 months, save for poring through files and, when he was lucky, being able to oversee another failed termination attempt. He only stopped pacing when, for a brief and horrible moment, he realized that monster was probably doing the exact same thing in its big metal cube at this very moment. That horrible creature that he'd thrown away his life for a futile shot at killing. Perhaps the whole thing had been a fool's errand. After all, he was formerly a researcher under the employ of the SCP Foundation. Secure, contain, protect. They had truly sadistic beasts like SCP-106, the Nightmarish Old Man, and SCP-352 Baba Yaga in containment cells, and there was no plans to terminate either of them. They weren't the Global Occult Coalition for 343's sake. Why did Dr. Dan even want to terminate SCP-096 in the first place? He tried to explain it to them again and again, but his pleas had fallen on deaf ears. In his mind, the impetus for destroying the Shy Guy was terrifyingly clear. It was a monster that killed anyone or anything that looked at its face, even a photograph of it, even a tiny collection of pixels. When its rage state was induced, it seemed that nothing would stop it. It would have an intuitive psychic link to its victim, charge at them at breakneck speed, and only find its zen again once all of them were dead. And if a picture of SCP-096 was leaked onto the internet, it would cause a chain reaction that triggered an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. There were plenty of creatures and entities that the Foundation knew about that could theoretically bring about the apocalypse, but to him, 096 was the most realistic. It preyed upon the inherent curiosity and thirst for knowledge seated in every human heart. The same drive to simply know that led to the creation of the SCP Foundation would be humanity's doom in the face of an SCP-096 outbreak. And if such a thing happened, the Foundation would need to break the masquerade of secrecy to have any hope of saving humanity. In his many feverish nightmares, Dr. Dan had seen it all so clearly. The first photographs of SCP-096's face would be leaked online. Perhaps a few hundred people across the globe would look, in disparate enough locations that it would be almost impossible for the Foundation to detect and save all of them, as SCP-096 went on its bloody rampage. Of course, as the image proliferated, as images on the internet often do, the purview of 096's violence would only grow. People across the nation would start to take notice, and soon after that, across the world. Mysterious creature causing mass casualties would be the headline on every news desk, because why would anybody want to talk about anything else? Perhaps some foolish reporters would take video footage of the creature. Everyone has a phone these days with high-definition cameras. Pictures would be taken and posted. More and more of it would flood the internet. Too many simultaneous moles for even the SCP Foundation to whack. The news would spread. Panic and hysteria would spread. People wouldn't even know what's triggering all this horror if the Foundation didn't go public and tell them that it was the pictures that was killing everyone. And by then, wouldn't it already be too late? The antidote to fear is knowledge. It's why when anything goes wrong, we're refreshing timelines and feeds and news websites for any kind of information. And if you were told an unstoppable monster was killing scores of people and might be coming to a neighborhood near you sometime soon, wouldn't you want a good look at it? Wouldn't you want to know your enemy? Having no idea that the mere act of knowing was what sealed your horrible fate. By Dr. Dan's bleak estimations, if only several million people died as a result of this kind of scenario, it could be considered a positive outcome. He'd seen it all, but no matter how many times he tried to articulate this to his superiors, he wasn't listened to. They didn't take him or the threat that SCP-096 posed seriously. Every time he warned of the apocalyptic potential of SCP-096, he was simply told to get back to working on those goggles. It was why he needed to give those naysayers a demonstration. It was why a certain photograph needed to show up in the home of a certain mountaineer. It's why all those people had to die. There was no other way. The deaths of the civilians and the researchers and the mobile task force members were, of course, regrettable, but it was the only way to prevent the deaths of so many more. They gave him what he wanted: permission to put this gangly time bomb in the ground, even if the beast's death was inextricably tied to his own execution at the hands of the very employers who authorized him. The world was full of funny little ironies like that. Another one is that even though Dr. Dan now had the authorization and funding to terminate SCP-096, he was discovering that he lacked another important factor: the capability. They tried incinerating it, exposing it to massive amounts of radiation, exposing it to an insane degree of kinetic trauma, the equivalent of being hit by an out-of-control bullet train. They tested every kind of experimental, off-the-books weaponry that they had access to through various research projects. Proton blasts, lasers, high-intensity energy beams. Nothing. Even when they fried off every scrap of flesh on the monster's body, its unbreakable skeleton still remained, and in what seemed like no time at all, it'd be back in action. Its very existence seemed to mock him. A guard opened his cell door, staring disdainfully at the disgraced researcher. That same guard had slammed his head against a wall a month earlier. One of his friends had apparently been killed in the legendary 096 containment breach that set this whole sordid thing in motion.
"Up and at 'em, scumbag,"
he said in a gruff, surly voice, training a handgun on the doctor he knew wouldn't fight back.
"They need you in test chamber 6.
Dr. Dan allowed himself a small grin, imperceptible to the guard who clearly hated his guts. They'd approved his 096 versus 682 cross-test. Marvelous. How marvelous. To all the others, it would seem like just one more entry in a long line of 682 cross-tests. He thought it darkly funny. In his eyes, the Foundation had no hope of ever killing SCP-682. Its defining quality was being impossible to kill, and it didn't present nearly the threat to the entire world that 096 posed. Their futile attempts to murder the lizard were little more than a money sink to justify the site's exorbitant funding. But perhaps he could turn this to his benefit. Maybe SCP-682 would hold the secret to actually killing off his nemesis. Within 30 hours, Dr. Dan had his disappointing answer. Both anomalies had undeniably done a real number on each other, and Dr. Dan did take a kind of sick amusement in the mental trauma that SCP-682 had induced in 096. But ultimately, it was all for nothing. 682 had skinned 096 alive and melted off its flesh with acid, but once again, that indestructible skeleton stood firm. This had been the 27th termination attempt since the incident. The 27th failed termination attempt, Dr. Dan mentally corrected himself. 096's skeleton kept defeating them. Even their most ardent attempts to penetrate the bones and destroy the creature within had failed. During a previous attempt, they tried to access the brain by putting a diamond-hard drill into its eye sockets. Of course, it was the drill that actually broke, much to Dr. Dan's seemingly tireless frustration. Needless to say, in the debriefing interview with Dr. Carver, a researcher who once would have considered him a colleague, he wasn't in high spirits. If he managed to kill this thing, then he would always be the hero who made a terrible sacrifice in order to save many more lives. If he didn't kill 096, he was little more than the monster who murdered all those innocent people for nothing. Though you'd never hear him say it out loud. If it wasn't for that damnable, indestructible skeleton, this monster would be long dead already. If only there was some way to break the creature's bones. That's when it hit him. SCP-173, the sculpture. A Site-19 icon often overlooked because of its more silent but deadly style, but undeniably one of the most frightening and dangerous anomalies out there. It had racked up a truly shocking body count since it was first interred at Site-19 in 1993. one broken neck at a time, and it's one of the few creatures out there that even the hard-to-destroy reptile himself is utterly terrified of. Perhaps a monster that practically has a PhD in breaking bones would be the ideal candidate to vandalize the Shy Guy's vertebrae. Once his proposal was greenlit for initial testing, Dr. Dan arranged for the Shy Guy, with a bag over his head of course, to be brought into a testing chamber with the ever-stoic SCP-173. When all of the researchers and guards were safely outside, all it took was a single blink to make all of Dr. Dan's darkest dreams come true. In the nanoseconds his eyes were closed, he heard the most beautiful sounds in the world. A loud, fleshy crunch and a pained howl from 096. He opened his eyes to an equally wondrous sight. 096 doubled over at an unnatural angle. Its spine snapped between the fourth and fifth vertebrae, spinal fluid leaking down the creature's flank. That freaky little sculpture had done it. It had actually damaged the integrity of the Shy Guy's skeleton. It was at that moment that Dr. Dan knew he could kill this thing. Admittedly, there was a containment breach shortly after that when the bag slipped off of 096's head, and it charged through the nearby steel wall, killing multiple people before being subdued and recontained. But when it comes to projects involving Dr. Dan, a mere handful of innocent people being killed sits comfortably within the acceptable margin of error. A day later, Dr. Dan was standing before a crowded boardroom, with agents, researchers, and even a few members of the O5 Council in attendance. He explained his findings to them, and the fact that, even more importantly, they may have a way to bring the wretched existence of 096 to an absolute halt. His plans were approved. Not long after, he was putting them into motion. Dr. Dan was surrounded by researchers and heavily armed guards as 173 was escorted into the test chamber with a forklift. 096 was there, still bagged. Off to the side was a giant tub of hydrofluoric acid connected to a hose and injector attachment. If this didn't work, nothing would. Everyone stood back in a safe zone as 173 was released to do its thing. Crunch. Just like the previous time, 096's spine had been successfully snapped. Spinal fluid dribbled down its skin. Everyone had rushed into the chamber. One group kept 173 isolated with their stares. The other, headed by Dr. Dan, prepared the acid injector and shoved it into the breach in 096's spine. As the acid was pumped by the gallon into 096's bones, the creature let out the most horrifying wail. It kicked and bucked as more acid was pumped in, melting those indestructible bones from within. The creature even began to vomit acid as it panicked, melting the bag off of its own head. Some panicked and averted their gaze. Dr. Dan didn't. He stared directly at the creature's face for the first time as it melted in front of him with nothing short of pure elation. Had he won? Had he actually won? The creature let out a gurgling shriek and the guards opened fire. Their bullets splattered into the monster's melting flesh and bones as it hollered and shrieked. They didn't let up, firing up and down its body, spraying it with white-hot lead. It began to melt and bubble away, expanding into a great, gruesome puddle on the floor beneath them. Dr. Dan laughed like a madman. Even as the guards grabbed him and dragged him away from the foul-smelling, greasy mess, bubbling with chemical life, he just kept laughing. Even though he knew the death of 096 meant an equally swift death of his own, it didn't matter. It had all been for something. The world was saved. It was over. He'd finally won. Have you ever seen something you weren't supposed to? Something that made you feel off? Something you regret? Secrets like these are best kept to yourself. But since you're still alive, whatever you saw wasn't nearly as bad as what Peter Holland saw one fateful night in January of 2015. Peter was an unremarkable man, an office worker, slaving away at the daily grind. And like a lot of people, Peter enjoyed nothing more than coming home after a long, hard day, kicking back and watching some TV. It was this innocent activity that led to Peter's horrifying brush with SCP-5049, altering the course of his otherwise average life forever. The event started at around 10:05 p.m.
Peter was channel surfing, glued to the couch in his sparsely furnished apartment. Commercials, commercials, commercials. As far as Peter's tired eyes could see. He paused for a moment to watch the end of an ad for a car he could never hope to afford on his salary. But something stopped him from changing the channel again. The next ad had begun, and it was playing a strange, scratchy jingle that gave Peter an odd sense of unease. But even stranger than that was the text on screen. Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot in baby blue bubble lettering. He forced a smile. This had to be some weird comedy skit or viral marketing campaign, or maybe it was something he drank. But no, this was a real commercial, and things were about to get even weirder. The Peppy logo faded to a concerning sight. A tall humanoid figure dressed like a used car salesman, but one that definitely wasn't human. His skin was dark green and covered in patches of thick fur. He had long fingers with intimidating claws and a grin full of needle-like fangs. It looked almost demonic, and after a few seconds the demon began to speak.
Hey there folks, it's your man Demon Dan coming at you with the latest and greatest deals from Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot. We've just accepted a shipment of brand new models that would make even the most discerning customers weep with excitement. Let's see what we've got.
The creature, apparently named Demon Dan, stepped away from his desk, revealing two long furry goat legs that ended in large pointed hooves. Peter now assumed he really was going crazy, but at this point he was along for the ride. Demon Dan continued his pitch.
Looking to make your way through the capitalist hellscape that makes home look cozy? Come try one of our newest businessman models.
Dan gestured behind him to where Peter was horrified to see a total of 52 adult male human bodies hanging from a wall. There was something uncanny about them. They seemed almost hollow, like a highly realistic costume or a prop from a horror movie. Peter didn't have much time to think about it though, as Demon Dan went on.
If you're looking for an extra challenge of inequality, the businesswoman model may be a right fit for you.
The commercial then revealed a wall of human female bodies strung up in a similar fashion.
Now, you may be thinking, but Dan, business sounds hard, I just want to have some fun. And the fine team here at Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot have got you covered.
The camera zoomed out to show an area of the store filled with children's decorations, and more of these strange, hollowed-out human suits in child sizes to match.
And who has more fun than kids? No one, that's who. For a limited time, the purchase of any child-size unit comes with a complimentary 50% off coupon for parental units. You just can't say no to a deal like that.
Before Peter could process the madness that was unfolding before him, the camera cut again. The store's logo appeared on the screen once more, along with several cuts to locations around the store itself. There were more human bodies, hundreds of them. Demon Dan's sleazy voice rang out over all of it.
Here at Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot, we know it's not all fun and games. The bravest among us have a mission to accomplish. The Seven Lords are ever planning their invasion after all, so you're looking for function over form. Well, we've got that in spades down here in the Tactical Services Department. You'll be kicking ass in no time when you're wearing the latest models at the best prices.
Seven Lords? Invasion? What did any of this mean? Suddenly, the camera was showing him a new room. Red curtains parted, revealing more of these person suits, several bearing a striking resemblance to real human celebrities. He managed to make out Gucci Mane, Avril Lavigne, Paul McCartney, and Britney Spears before Demon Dan's appearance once again drew his attention.
I've got a special treat for you. We're happy to announce the VIP Lookalike Department. We all know how difficult the creation of Homunculus is. It's a fine art that takes years of practice. So when a replacement order on VIPs comes in, every detail needs to be perfect. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. But for the right price, you too can look like famous icons from around the globe.
The image of celebrity bodies faded from view, and Peter was left looking at the grinning Demon Dan standing behind the front desk of his impossible store once more. He said,
"There you have it, folks. Come on down to Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot. If you're viewing the advertisement, then you've been selected for entry. Please enter the nearest door for instant deals and upgrade those old duds for one of our newest models. What are you waiting for? Come on down."
The logo popped up again, hovering above some bold text that said, "Please enter the nearest door." Peter had had enough. He switched off the TV. What a horror show, he thought. They should just warn you before they put short horror films on TV like that. He had no idea they could just slip them in among regular commercials. Surely Demon Dan in his store couldn't be real, right? But as his eyes drifted to the door in his room, he didn't feel quite so certain. Well, there was only one way to find out. Peter got up, went over to the door, took a deep breath, and walked through it. Peter Holland was never seen again. Not as himself, anyway. The SCP Foundation has long been aware of this sinister transmission, known as SCP-5049-2, and luckily has found ways to prevent it from claiming more victims. The Foundation Television Analysis Department, as well as webcrawler 40Y40, which is the software the Foundation uses to root out anomalous activity online, are always vigilant for signs of Demon Dan's commercial running. Just observing Demon Dan, who is himself classified as SCP-5049-A, and his ads put you in immediate danger, as they can transform any nearby doors into SCP-5049-1s. Those are interdimensional portals that remain active for around 15 minutes after viewing the ad. So then what specifically is SCP-5049? It's the entire pocket dimension known as Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot, a Kettier-class spatial anomaly constantly on the lookout for new human victims, which it transforms into fleshy suits for its demonic clients, which let them blend in around humans. Prior to its discovery by the Foundation, it's likely that Demon Dan and his associates claimed hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. But sadly, even discovering this anomaly came at a gruesome cost to the Foundation. On February 16, 2020, the ad played on Safe Storage Warehouse 13's break room television. At the time of the broadcast, 4 Foundation personnel were present, including Security Agent William Birkin. Worrying that this was a potential security threat, Agent Birkin investigated the door to a nearby closet. The second he opened it, he was transformed to the storefront of Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot. He saw Demon Dan himself standing at the corner, while 4 smaller reptilian imps fought over a small flesh suit. Demon Dan scolded them, before turning his attention to Agent Birkin. Tis, you aren't supposed to be here, little man. How naughty. I'm gonna have to have a word with marketing once I'm through with you. Agent Birkin, fearing for his safety, drew his weapon and shot Demon Dan 3 times. The creature dematerialized, before appearing right next to Agent Birkin and disarming him with a swift chop. The unfortunate security agent was then grabbed by the considerably larger Demon Dan and thrown over Dan's shoulder. We know all of this because Agent Birkin's standard issue Foundation body camera recorded the whole terrifying ordeal, even as Demon Dan dragged the helpless Birkin back into the twisted workshop behind the store. There, Birkin saw what would soon be his own fate right before his eyes. Dan's minions converting human bodies into fleshy suits for their demon clientele, and this unfortunate security officer was next. Dan gave him over to a pair of large sheep-like demons, and told them to drain, skin, and declaw him. Birkin's video feed finally cut as the demons pulled out their rusty tools and began to work on him. Of course, the SCP Foundation wouldn't take an attack on one of their operatives, inside one of their facilities no less, lying down. The unfortunate death of William Birkin allowed the Foundation to refine their methods of intercepting the broadcast of Demon Dan's commercials. They even had a new mobile task force, Mobile Strike Force Kappa 11, or the Baphomet Bashers, specifically to deal with Demon Dan and his cronies. They did more than just prevent him from taking new humans, though. When the Baphomet Bashers teamed up with an A-class clairvoyant entity to improve their efficiency in predicting future broadcasts, they were able to launch sting operations and arrest 21 different demonic customers for interrogation. This impressive strike back finally gave the Foundation some meaningful leverage over Demon Dan. And through the use of their clairvoyant entity, they were able to call a temporary truce and arrange a meeting with Demon Dan himself. Captain Steiner, an agent of the Foundation External Negotiation Department, was the one to interrogate Demon Dan. They sat across from each other at a table, and Demon Dan was clearly tense, frustrated with the way the Foundation had been messing with his business. All of their sting operations were frightening off his customers. In return for letting him continue his work, The Foundation wanted Dan to turn over all the information on his bosses and customers, allowing the Foundation to track their movements. When Dan was evasive about whether he'd comply, they tried threatening him. Dan laughed them off.
Go ahead, take your best shot, little man. There's a dozen more just like me. You won't stop anything.
Finally, he was pressured into giving a yes or no answer as to whether he'd willingly collaborate with the Foundation and act as an informant against his kind. When Demon Dan hinted that he may be willing to comply, he began to make a horrifying gurgling noise and gripped his head in pain. He began speaking in Latin in a voice that wasn't his own, as though the 7 demon lords he served were speaking through him. They said,
"You are a fool, jailer, to think a pathetic morsel such as this could aid you against us. I have allowed you to toil in your own delusions for far too long. You may have taken advantage of Asmodeus all those years ago, but you stop nothing. You hinder nothing. You jail and barter to no avail. Your time is coming."
And then Demon Dan's head exploded, which obviously prevented him from giving any incriminating information on those he worked for. Whoever the Demon Lords are, they're certainly the secretive type. You may think that this is the end of Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot and of SCP-5049, but soon another ad ran. It advertised the same products and services out of the same store. The only difference was that this time, a different entity was starring in it.
What's in a name? Ancient folklore and fairy tales sometimes tell of the importance of names, that they can hold the power to summon or banish. Whether you buy into the superstition or not, you'd be unwise to ignore the power a name can have, especially if you ever dare to venture into SCP-4000. Why? Use your own name too many times in this extra-dimensional forest, and you may find that what walks out isn't you at all. At least once a year, the Foundation leads an expedition into SCP-4000 to explore this Keter-class dimension. But if you go down to those woods today, then you'd better follow the rules. Remember, the Foundation has implemented these guidelines for your own safety, and it's in your best interests to follow them. First and foremost, when referencing anything inside SCP-4000, be it a person, place, or thing, you cannot, under any circumstances, use names or titles. Communication is key when exploring SCP-4000, and making use of specific descriptors will deter any adverse effects on your journey. For example, you may want to refer to the location of SCP-4000 as the woods where you need to speak carefully, an apt description for such a place. Of course, there is a reason the Foundation doesn't provide a handy flashcard of alternative descriptors for any personnel taking part in the annual mission into SCP-4000. Nothing found there can be referred to with any consistent name, so it's perhaps advisable to look over a thesaurus and expand your vocabulary before visiting SCP-4000, as you'll need to come up with a lot of different ways to refer to the people and creatures around you. But don't worry, the Foundation will be able to train you how to properly refer to SCP-4000 in both written and verbal communication. In a similar vein, the second rule states that no personnel member should respond to their own name while in SCP-4000. Naturally, you and your fellow expedition team will not be alone in the forest you find yourselves in. The denizens of SCP-4000 are perpetually mutating creatures, some appearing to be trustworthy while others are hostile. It is for personnel members' own safety that no consistent names or titles are used to refer to each other in conversation. This has been known to cause personnel returning from SCP-4000 to experience vivid hallucinations, and in some instances has led to the appearances of creatures found in SCP-4000 in our world. Thirdly, when interacting with the life forms residing in SCP-4000, personnel are advised to accept any gifts that they're offered, but are warned to, under no circumstances, consume anything that is given to them while inside the forest. Finally, and above all, do not divulge any name, nickname, codename, alias, or any other personal designation when interacting with any native entities, and disregard any designator that an inhabitant of SCP-4000 attempts to assign to you. Personnel must, however, remain courteous in the presence of any native creature of SCP-4000 and treat these entities with respect and formality. Access to SCP-4000 can only be achieved by performing Procedure 4000 Halloway, a ritual requiring a steady flame in an indoor fireplace fueled by only organic kindling. Personnel are required to combine the powdered bones of one male lion, one male red fox, and a baleen whale, and cast these into the fire with a personal possession holding strong sentimental value to the staff member performing 4000 Halloway. Next, personnel are to add 3 feathers of a bird, such as a raven or crow, and must respond with the correct counter phrases once the fire begins to emit a voice. If these conditions are met and the correct response is given, Foundation personnel will gain access to the entry point of SCP-4000. If any error is made during the course of performing Procedure 4000 Halloway, then under no circumstances should this ritual be repeated. Staff are urged to apologize for any incorrect actions, then refrain from engaging in this procedure in the future. Should Procedure 4000 Halloway be completed successfully, Foundation personnel will find themselves arriving in the access point to SCP-4000, emerging from the mouth of an old well in the center of the forest. Exploration teams sent into SCP-4000 are advised that this dimension does not adhere to the laws of physical space that personnel will be accustomed to. There is a single, confirmed safe route that must be used when traversing the forest of SCP-4000, a dirt path leading in a circuit both beginning and terminating at the entry point. Previous attempts to map the landscape of SCP-4000 all confirm that the only way to safely exit this dimension is to follow the entire length of the path in one direction until eventually returning to the well. You have been warned. Any attempt to travel back to the direction you came in will result in a loss of contact with the rest of the expedition team. As mentioned, SCP-4000 is home to a number of entities, often noted to be undergoing continuous and dramatic changes in form. These physiological mutations appear to occur whenever these creatures are unobserved, making distinguishing between them difficult. When questioned about the exact nature of these changes, the inhabitants of SCP-4000 claim to have no control over them and express distress and dissatisfaction when said changes occur. Guidelines have been put in place by the Foundation regarding the interactions between personnel and creatures found in the forest, and adhering to the rules regarding the use of consistent names and titles remains vitally important. The native creatures appear semi-humanoid and are reported to be highly temperamental. Should any staff member happen to offend one of these natives, they may be subjected to anything from verbal assault to acts of extreme physical violence from the SCP-4000 resident. If any Foundation personnel further question why there are so many rules when visiting SCP-4000, then they need to look no further than the discoveries and fate of Dr. Eugene Japers, who during his initial expedition to SCP-4000 in 2005 encountered a humanoid native entity whose head resembled a rabbit's. As the pair shared a polite conversation, the rabbit-like creature made an inquiry regarding Dr. Japers' name, asking, "How is your name?" Keeping to the rules, Dr. Japers did not divulge any name or other form of title to the creature at this time. However, Japers remained courteous and polite during the interaction. The rabbit responded with the following: "Are you simple? I'm merely asking how your name is. My name has smelt of raspberries lately, I think, or snapdragons perhaps. It's so hard to tell these days, but one makes an effort." In his reply, Dr. Japers made a reference to his own name as having tasted rather tart as of late, before concluding the conversation with the rabbit entity. Upon returning to the SCP-4000 forest 3 years later, Dr. Japers was met with the same creature and once again engaged in conversation with it. After briefly discussing their previous encounter, Dr. Japers was able to turn their exchange towards something the rabbit had mentioned before, about finding it difficult to describe his own name. When asked to clarify this point, the rabbit replied, "I can only assume it's because of how long we've been apart, my name and I, that is. It's a good name, a proud name, I'm fairly sure. By this point though, it's probably decayed from its former grandeur, if it even still exists." After this mention of its relationship with its own name, it should be noted that the rabbit referred to Dr. Japers by the title Fellow Scholar. The third and final encounter between Dr. Japers and this entity came in 2013, after the doctor was sent into SCP-4000 with instructions to conduct a more thorough interview with the subject. It was during their third conversation that the Rabbit Man revealed details of a long-forgotten war between human beings and the residents of SCP-4000. Apparently, these creatures, the Fae, do not originate from the forest in which they now reside, and according to the Rabbit Man's claims, were born in our world. "Much as it grieves me to say, we were betrayed," the rabbit explained. "We had fought side by side, in the war against that factory. We had done nothing but help them, and what did they do? They destroyed us. They took so many of our lives and all of our names. Some of us fled here when the war was just beginning, but not many. Still, though, I don't hate them." It has been assumed by some that the Foundation was directly involved in whatever may have wiped out the Fae, causing them to either retreat or be banished to the forest of SCP-4000. An additional assumption has been made that whatever weapons were used on these creatures is directly responsible for their constantly shifting state. rendering them without their own names or identities. Whatever the case may be, it was during their conversation that Dr. Japers, in reference to their second encounter, referred to himself as a fellow scholar to the rabbit in order to coax information from him. However, in doing so, the doctor had unwittingly accepted the title that the native entity had given him. By mistakenly responding to the name fellow scholar, the doctor had broken the rules of interacting with the creatures of SCP-4000, an easy mistake, but a costly one. The doctor would later leave SCP-4000, traversing the safe path back to the well, and Dr. Japers vanished shortly after his exit from SCP-4000. His whereabouts are currently unknown. The Foundation has made several attempts to investigate his untimely disappearance, but to this day, he remains missing, and the fur left on the inside of his expedition gear displayed no strange properties. The single goal, it would seem, of the creatures residing in SCP-4000 is the theft of names. However, this naturally extends far beyond the Dimension's definition of identity theft. Though an unfortunate blunder, Dr. Japers allowed the friendly nature and demeanor of the rabbit entity to trick him into accepting the name fellow scholar. By giving Dr. Japers a name, the rabbit was free to steal not only his name but his very identity. While it is unclear how this transference is achieved by the creatures, it is due to the risk of this that the Foundation employs such strict rules for any research team tasked with traveling to the forest of SCP-4000. Make no mistake, names have more power than we realize, and this is evident in few places more so than SCP-4000, a pocket dimension where ever-changing survivors of a forgotten massacre exist as identities alone. Remember, a name is a powerful thing, whichever side of the well you find yourself on. Your name binds you to who you are, but if your name becomes someone else's, then one else of yours becomes theirs too.
It was July of 2004, and Bill Murray was enjoying the peak of an extremely successful career. Not only had the iconic actor starred in some of the most beloved comedies of the 20th century, including Ghostbusters and Groundhog Day, he'd voiced the main character of the recently released live-action Garfield movie. It'd been a financial success, but it was a critical flop. Not that this bothered Bill. He was happy with the performance and the paycheck. What he wouldn't be quite as happy about was the horrifying encounter he was about to have with SCP-3166. On July 8th, Bill was enjoying a cold drink on the porch of his luxurious Beverly Hills home. The sky was beginning to darken as the sun set in the west. It was a blissful evening. His wife Jennifer was inside, watching TV. Nothing seemed particularly out of the ordinary until he noticed a quick flash of orange in the distance. It was almost too fast to register, this large orange shape darting past the corner of his eye. For a second, he entertained the thought that it might have been an escaped tiger, but it was gone too fast to really tell. Bill finished his drink and headed inside. He had enough for one night. The next morning, he got up to read the paper and found the Garfield movie getting slaughtered by the critics. One review stated, "No one can accuse Garfield the movie of infidelity to its source. It faithfully conveys the banality of Jim Davis's cartoon." Another called it, "a film without energy and without spirit." He put the paper down and ate his breakfast. A few blows to the ego were worth it for the paydays that came with big-budget family films. Just then, his wife came to him with a strange question. "Were you walking around downstairs in the middle of the night?" No, he hadn't. He'd been sleeping like a baby. Why did she ask? "Well," Jennifer said, "I heard some rustling downstairs last night. It sounded like something big." He hadn't heard anything though, and told her it was probably just her imagination. He put it out of his mind and continued about his day. He decided he would keep his eyes peeled for that orange blur again though. Bill didn't see anything peculiar the rest of the morning and went to a local cafe for lunch. He ordered a coffee and a cream cheese bagel, then made a quick trip to the bathroom while his food was prepared. When Bill returned to his table though, there was something strange. Instead of a bagel, there was a large heaping of lasagna on the table. What was going on? This cafe didn't even serve lasagna. Bill knew something was terribly wrong. Things only got stranger when Bill came home to find a small tuft of orange fur snagged on the frame of his front door. And it wasn't synthetic fur like you'd see on plush toys or stuffed animals. No, this was real animal fur. Maybe someone was just goofing off or trying to play some weird prank on him. But it didn't feel like it. Deep down, Bill Murray knew that he was in grave danger. Whoever or whatever was behind this, it wanted to hurt him. That night, his worst fears were realized. Bill's wife had left town for the week, and he was headed to the kitchen in the middle of the night for a glass of water.
when he saw something, a huge figure moving up against the glass door leading to his backyard. The thing was huge, nearly 7 feet tall, with a bloated, fur-covered, misshapen body that was pressed up against the door. Its fur was bright, garish orange, a cartoon orange. Strangest of all, though, was the sound it was making. It sounded like it was purring. Bill backed away from the door and then ran back to his room to hide. The whole night he sat cowering as he heard scratching against the walls, like something was trying to get in. He was terrified and too scared to do anything, even move. Finally, as morning broke, the noises seemed to stop. Bill had to do something. He couldn't let this nightmare go on another night. What if things got worse? What if that thing managed to get inside? He called the local police, and when they arrived, he explained the incredibly strange situation as best he could. He told them he was being stalked by some kind of huge cat, or at least someone dressed like a huge cat. Also, there was lasagna involved. The officers interviewing him could barely contain their laughter as he told them his story. A giant orange cat? Perhaps, one of them theorized, he angered some kind of obsessive Garfield fan through his involvement in the live-action movie. After all, the original comic had been running for years and had been extremely popular. Who knows what kind of nutjobs were obsessed with seeing only a faithful adaptation of the source material. As the officers departed, Bill was confident that they weren't taking him seriously. He couldn't rely on any of them for protection. Thankfully, from a multi-decade movie career, he had plenty of disposable income and decided to hire a private security team to protect him while he looked into this mystery. He had 2 trained bodyguards positioned around his home at all times for the next month. They were armed and given the cryptic orders to fire on anything orange. Meanwhile, Bill began to fall down a Garfield rabbit hole. He felt strangely compelled to research all the Garfield media he could find, as though the answer to his terrifying situation was somehow hidden between the lines. Bill explored the entire backlog of thousands of comic strips. He read the books and interviews with Jim Davis. He watched the cartoons and straight-to-DVD animated movies. Ironically, for a guy who'd recently portrayed the lasagna-loving orange cat, Bill had never felt quite so immersed in the character before. He found the strange pathos in the routine of Garfield and his friends. One particular comic really piqued his interest, though. Originally published in October of 1989, the comic began with Garfield being woken up by a strange chill, an almost eerie sensation. The character observed aloud that he didn't feel like he was in his own home. He explored his little home further, trying to find his owner John or his housemaid and sometimes nemesis Odie, but found nothing. As Garfield remarked on feeling alone, a purple speech box delivered the sinister message.
You have no idea how alone you are, Garfield.
He then finds that his home looks like it's been abandoned for years. The for sale sign outside is practically ancient. Garfield slowly comes to a horrifying revelation. Everyone really is gone, and his adventures and friends now exist only in his imagination. He's trapped in a prison of his own creation, trying to stave off his endless loneliness, in denial about the reality of his situation. The comic ended with a quote directly from Jim Davis himself saying, "An imagination is a powerful tool. It can tint memories of the past, shade perceptions of the present, or paint a future so vivid that it can entice or terrify, all depending upon how we conduct ourselves today." As he read those words, Bill Murray felt a chill down his spine. Why had he wanted to get involved in the Garfield movie in the first place? What had he gotten himself into? Before he could slip any deeper into his own mind, Bill heard a faint, choked scream downstairs. He felt his breath catch in his throat. He was terrified, but needed to see what was happening. He carefully and quietly began to creep down the stairs. At the bottom, he poked his head around a corner, and that's when he saw a member of his security detail lying dead on the floor. His face was blue from asphyxiation. His mouth was stuffed with lasagna. It looked like he had been force-fed to death. Bill wanted to scream, but he couldn't, or maybe knew he shouldn't. Just then, he heard a soft, meaty thumping noise coming from the nearby living room. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to approach, as if by forces beyond his control. He made his way to the living room, and when he'd got there, he saw where the noise was coming from. Bill's jaw dropped in pure horror. There was the other member of his security detail, lying limp and lifeless under a giant orange figure. It was a grotesquely huge creature, wearing what looked to be a kind of crude Garfield outfit made of sewn-together cat pelts. It stank of pasta and rotten meat. In its giant paw, it held a golden trophy, which it was using to pound the security guard's head into mush, while making quiet, cat-like purring noises. The creature suddenly stopped and looked up, locking eyes with Bill. The fear of death came over him. He froze as the giant, freakish Garfield stepped over Donnie's corpse and began to come towards him. Bill turned and ran, but Garfield was gaining on him. Before he could make it to the front door, the creature knocked him over. He was laid out on the ground, looking up at it as it reached into its own body cavity and began to pull out handfuls of lasagna. He was about to shove a wad of the horrible decaying pasta into Bill's mouth when suddenly a ding was heard and the creature stopped. It looked up, as if sniffing the air, and then suddenly turned and lumbered towards the kitchen. Bill watched as the Garfield monster entered the kitchen where, somehow, there was a steaming hot fresh lasagna sitting in the open oven. The creature had sensed the presence of external lasagna and felt the compulsion to integrate it into its body, grabbing fistfuls and shoving it into itself. Just then, a group of highly trained SCP Foundation personnel burst into the room and subdued the creature. It had been an ambush. The Foundation had been tipped off to the presence of the creature by monitoring the local police department dispatches, and the report of a 7-foot-tall comic book cat terrorizing a Hollywood actor was definitely worth looking into. The monster that had almost taken Bill Murray's life was SCP-3166, a deadly pataphysical being that tends to manifest around people somehow involved in the Garfield intellectual property. It appears whenever the public perception of Garfield falls out of favor, and because Bill had starred in the critically panned Garfield movie, he was currently at the very top of SCP-3166's hit list. Thankfully, he managed to survive his terrifying ordeal, and was administered amnestics by Foundation personnel so that he could return to his normal life. This frightening and mysterious creature has been around since 1989, appearing after the publication of the haunting Garfield comic that Bill had read that very night. It appeared in the office of United Media, who were the publishers of the Garfield comic strip at the time, and began wreaking havoc. Since then, the creature's manifestation has been a constant threat whenever Garfield loses its popularity or audience. As a result, the Foundation has spent years as the funding source behind all Garfield media, and even planting hypnotic mimetics into the comic strips to ensure that there is always a loyal fanbase. The fur is indeed real organic cat fur, albeit an unnaturally orange color, and instead of organs, the creature is filled with lasagna. Worst of all, though, is that testing has revealed that the meat in the lasagna is genetically identical to the flesh of Garfield's creator, Jim Davis. How did this thing come into existence? Perhaps it was Jim's sheer force of imagination that dragged it into being. As he himself said, an imagination is a powerful tool. All in all, it's lucky that Bill Murray was able to survive his encounter and return to his normal life. Well, as normal as life can be for Bill Murray. And if you see Bill Murray, don't bother asking him about SCP-3166. The amnestics were quite effective, and just as he's fond of saying himself, no one will ever believe you. Jay and Michael were a pair of urban exploration YouTubers looking for their big break. You might remember their video exploring the dead mall on the outskirts of your town, or the supposedly haunted 1950s insane asylum out in the sticks. But you certainly won't find these videos anywhere online. After the incident at SCP-823, all of their content was scrubbed away from even the most comprehensive internet archives. Why, you ask? Because these unfortunate urban explorers decided that their big break would be exploring a certain abandoned theme park, and it would be one of the last decisions they ever made. Michael and Jay had heard rumors about the theme park. Its name was lost to time, as was the date of its opening and closing, and the reason it was even abandoned in the first place. Even some of the most hardcore urban explorers didn't dare to tread there. Something about it, a good friend had once told Jay, just didn't feel right. Sometimes if you dare to venture into the forest near the theme park at night, you can still hear music. The jolly, piping tunes of rides and carnival stands still beckoning.
as if to say, "We're still here, come and play." Of course, none of this frightened Jay and Michael. They could already smell the sponsorships from headlamp and compact camera companies. No amount of anxiety would stop them from making their doomed trip to the so-called Carnival of Horrors. It's a terrible shame. If they'd listened to the stories of this place about how unnatural and evil it could be, they might still be alive today. Like all the best urban explorers, they arrived at the woods near the abandoned theme park in the dead of night. They ignored the signs warning them about everything from structural instability to dangerous wild animals to asbestos. Nothing would keep them out. Nothing. They reached the abandoned theme park not long after, though it was a mere shell of its former self. During the several decades of abandonment, nature had reclaimed it. The Ferris wheel was covered in overgrown ivy, and the carnival stands were blanketed with mold. As the duo swept through the grounds with their flashlights and cameras, they saw a faded sign that bore the words, "Thriller Chiller," the park's most popular roller coaster. They also took their time to marvel at the exceptionally creepy-looking Tunnel of Love, the broken-down House of Mirrors, and a huge grinning statue of the park's former mascot, Happy Hippo. This theme park was something out of a nightmare, which naturally made it potential video gold. But as the excited duo wandered further into the park, they couldn't help but notice the quiet, tinny carnival music. Music that seemed to be drawing them closer. Michael asked Jay if he could hear the strange, impossible music, and felt a chill creep in when he answered that he did. Could all of the stories be true? They were lost in thought, but their legs kept moving. They were getting closer to something now. They could feel a presence. And was that music getting louder? An instant later, though, another sound cut through the silence. Bang, bang. It echoed out through the still night air. Birds flew from their perches in the trees. Jay and Michael both fell to the ground dead, their heads taken off by the .50 caliber rounds of a highly trained mobile task force sniper on the payroll of the SCP Foundation. Their recording equipment, along with their bodies, were taken and destroyed. Any trace of them were scrubbed from the internet. It may seem a little harsh, but a bullet to the head is much kinder fate than what would have awaited these two if they'd kept walking. That's because the Carnival of Horrors is no dark fairy tale. The rumors are all true, and something really is waiting in the dark. That's why this abandoned theme park is known to the SCP Foundation as SCP-823, a Euclid-class anomaly with a violent history. What's even more unnerving is that the researchers studying 823 have repeatedly implored the O5 Council to increase the park's classification to Ketier and allocate more resources for containment, only to be denied. But after you've heard about the horrors that unfolded there and the danger it poses, you'll probably take the researchers' side. The park is divided into two zones, the yellow zone and the red zone. There are to be at least 6 members of Foundation personnel present in the yellow zone at all times to ensure that no civilians wander in. Our 2 urban explorers earn themselves a death sentence not just by wandering into the yellow zone, but passing dangerously close to the red zone. This is the true epicenter of the park's dangerous, anomalous activity. It's a place so hazardous that anyone entering, whether they're a civilian or a member of Foundation staff, is to be executed at a distance by sniper fire without hesitation. Once upon a time, though nobody knows exactly when, there was a theme park that seemed no different to any other. Eager children and thrill-seeking teens arrived by the busload, ready to stuff their faces with cotton candy and corn dogs, and then reverse the process on a vast array of roller coasters. But even then, during these good times, there was something dark lurking behind the cheerful facade. Little by little, everyone, visitors and employees alike, started falling victim to strange and horrific accidents around the park. Of course, when it comes to theme parks, accidents come with the territory, but none like this. Here are just a handful of the horrific and mysterious deaths that occurred while the park was open. So strap in, because just like a roller coaster, this isn't for the faint of heart. A pair of young lovebirds decided they wanted to enjoy the romance of the Tunnel of Love. The two sat in a swan-shaped boat as they were ferried through darkened passageways. Anyone would assume that they were having a great time, but at some point, terrible shrieks of pain and fear began to echo through the ride. Attendants, confused and terrified, stopped the ride and found that the screaming persisted. Just some stupid teens playing a prank, they figured. and started the ride again. But when the swan-shaped boat finally exited the Tunnel of Love, the park employees were greeted to a horrifying sight. The two teens dead, their bodies somehow fused together at multiple points. Another unlucky customer met a gruesome fate inside the House of Mirrors. They entered, but while inside, they were stalked by a mysterious, carnivorous humanoid entity known as Subject 79. The customer was pursued and eventually caught by Subject 79 and brutally dismembered. Some parts of the body were fused to the House of Mirrors interior, while others, like the right arm, were never found. The customer actually survived their ordeal, and whether that's a happy ending is up to you. But it wasn't just the customers at the park who were in danger. A 23-year-old park employee working a summer job collapsed while entertaining children dressed as the park's cheerful mascot, Happy Hippo. It wasn't uncommon for people to get overheated and collapse in the heavy suits on hot days. But one thing was different here. He was screaming, crying, and trying desperately to remove his mask. People rushed to help, but nobody could get the suit off, and he was declared dead soon after. When he was eventually cut out of the suit, coroners found that the employee had choked to death. His mouth, trachea, and lungs were filled with a fibrous substance later determined to be identical to the stuffing of his costume. An intense roller coaster known as the Thriller Chiller was a magnet for horrific accidents, which became more violent and intense over time. The first accident seemed like a typical theme park tragedy. A safety harness failed, dropping a rider 15 feet during an inverted loop. They landed on the track below, breaking their neck and skull, causing instant death. While this was a tragedy, it wasn't exactly anomalous. But the next major accident on the ride was an entirely different story. This time, 15 people met with disaster while riding the Thriller Chiller roller coaster. Starting from the front and moving back one car at a time, each group of riders was decapitated by blunt force trauma. A new pair of decapitations appeared to happen at every turn and loop on the ride. Forensic scientists still have no idea how this could have possibly occurred. Despite all of these disasters, the park was only finally abandoned after a day known as Bloody Sunday, when the anomalous powers of the location reached a 20-year peak. It's believed that 231 people were killed during the carnage of that day, and another 7 were horribly maimed. The SCP Foundation contained the Carnival of Horrors not long after, but the mysterious deaths didn't even end there. Foundation Mobile Task Force Row 71, also known as the Origami Toads, were sent in to assess containment procedures and discover the source of all the anomalous deaths. They were unsuccessful though, and instead they merely added to the list in exceptionally horrifying ways. One agent was found dead, surrounded by empty grenades and bullet casings. It appeared he'd removed the explosive propellant from all of his ballistics and consumed it, dying in the process. Another was found with his jaw broken, having apparently pulled out and inhaled his own teeth, and dying of the resulting internal damage. The commander got the worst fate of all, so horrifying in fact, that we can't tell you the full details. All you need to know is that something was shoved into his brain that really didn't belong there. The Foundation considered having the entire park destroyed with a massive airstrike, courtesy of the Mobile Task Force News 7, aka Hammerdown. However, the O5 Council denied this request, on the basis that the park was too close to populated land. They'd have no plausible cover story for the bombing, and they don't even really know if blowing up the park would prevent anomalous activity from occurring. The Carnival of Horrors is here to stay, folks. The Foundation just hopes to keep it from getting new visitors. So then back to why the researchers want this place upgraded to Ketir. After all, these classifications aren't about how dangerous an anomaly is. They're about how difficult and complicated they are to contain. But here's the problem. According to the researchers, the red zone, where the dangerous anomalous activity is at its peak, isn't bound to one fixed position. It's changed position at least 3 times already, and even worse, it appears to be growing. Not seemingly so Euclid class now, is it? After all, you might not even need to visit the Carnival of Horrors to be in grave danger. If it keeps growing, then someday soon, the Carnival of Horrors may be visiting you.
Okay guys, so to wrap this video up, I really don't think this cursed episode of this show was real.
It's obviously just a really good scary fan animation, and the fact that the creators behind it didn't come out and claim ownership of it sooner, allowing it to be reposted and re-uploaded so many times, is really what got people thinking it was legit. That being said, it's still a good attempt at what a cursed lost episode would look like, so shout out to those animators, man. Anyway, I've been the GOAT Hellholder98. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel down below, and hey, if you know about any more lost media you want me to cover, leave it in the comments, I'll check it out. And be sure to follow my socials at Hellholder98. I go live most days and post updates about new videos on my story, so go check it out. Alright, until then, I'll see you somewhere down the line.
The moment his finger pushed the button to stop the camera recording, the practiced false smile dropped from Holden's face. It was hard not to feel down after he'd finished filming a new video, not thanks to any post-creativity slump, but the more depressing knowledge of just how much of an uphill battle this whole thing was. It felt like yesterday when Holden had first gotten into the creepier side of the internet. He never ventured into anything illicit or outright illegal, mind you, but there was a distinct corner of the web that had pulled him in when he was still at school and just starting to spend more time online. This part of the internet was filled with scary stories that were mostly fake or made up for likes, but that could have been real. There were unsettling animations, short clips that were hand-drawn to give people the creeps and keep them up at night. Not to mention a whole archive of public safety announcement videos, terrifying workplace and road safety warnings that used to be broadcast on TV and were as petrifying than the most acclaimed horror movies. Speaking of things that were broadcast to TV, that had gradually become Holden's specialty. One of his friends had sent him the link to a fictional account of someone who had supposedly uncovered an unaired episode of a Saturday morning kids cartoon, or so this person claimed anyway. They went on to describe bizarre imagery, so intense and terrifying that it was unbefitting of a show for children. Then the person who made the original post explained how they got into contact with the show's creators via email to ask them about this cursed episode. The showrunner responded stating that the episode the poster had allegedly seen didn't even exist. To Holden, it didn't matter if the story was real or not. That wasn't the point. What was far more important was that it felt real. To him, it was plausible, even possible, that there were pieces of media out there in the world that had never seen the light of day. Episodes of TV shows or entire movies that were so wild and out there that they could have been banned and buried long before the dawn of the internet, wherein there was a record of everything and nothing was ever really lost. The idea of uncovering those lost pieces of media became Holden's primary hobby. He'd come home from school, throw his backpack onto his bed, and then sit in front of his computer for hours without even changing out of the clothes he had been wearing all day in class. But all the time he spent trawling through forum threads, following and messaging collectors on social media, listening to theories and coming up with his own. Eventually, it began to encroach on other things. Much to his mom's disappointment, Holden's grades took a rapid decline, and it wasn't long before he was failing his classes bad enough to not make the cut to continue on at school. But as much as it upset his mother, Holden really didn't mind. He was already thinking way beyond high school, and he knew he didn't need grades to be able to do the one thing he wanted to do with his life. Holden set up his own channel, with the plan to start uploading videos under his new online alter ego, and before long, Hellholder98 was born. He centered his whole internet persona around lost media, discussing which popular rumors were true and which were fictionalized for likes and clicks. It started out with a few discussion videos, where he would simply sit in his bedroom, a camcorder opposite him as he spoke. But before long, Holden was adding more and more flair to his content, learning how to edit on his computer, adding clips or screenshots he could find of supposed lost TV episodes to give his videos some credibility, a very necessary quality when trying to determine if certain things were real or not. Each video he finished, he had another 2 topics to a list of ideas he kept, planning to just perpetually churn out content until he eventually had a huge hit that went viral. Although the one thing he didn't realize until it was perhaps too late was that social media success didn't happen overnight. In fact, it didn't happen over many nights either. No matter how often Holden promoted his channel on his social media profiles, or how many new videos he uploaded, he couldn't seem to get any to land well and get boosted by the algorithm. At least that's one of the things he attributed the problem to. He pointed the finger of blame at anything that he could. One day, it was that the algorithm was suppressing his channel and boosting others who had already got more subscribers. The next, it might be his slow internet connection had led to one of his videos going live at a time when the site had low traffic. The one possibility that Holden didn't stop to consider was that maybe his genre of content was too niche, but that the days of the internet's interest in lost media had already peaked back when he was still in high school. Nevertheless, he kept trying, making content day in and day out, working under the assumption that if he just made enough videos, then one day he was sure to blow up. That would be his big break, his ultimate win, a video that did well enough to garner thousands, if not millions, of views. But the more time he devoted to Hellholder98, the only number that seemed to be at all increasing was the number of videos he had posted, each one barely garnering view figures that were above a single digit. To make matters worse, getting help with growing his online brand was next to impossible. Every now and then he would post on forums asking for advice, or if anyone wanted to collaborate so he could gain some exposure from creators with bigger followings. Those posts were often met with a slew of apathetic, snide responses, or comments telling Holden to just, quote, make better content, as if that was solid, specific advice. On top of that, his mom had outright refused to support her son's chosen career path, citing his failure at school as the main reason. Speaking of, any friends Holden previously had at school had all moved away in the years since, going off to pursue college and other higher education. Some were even starting their new and exciting professions. The old saying said, "It's lonely at the top," but Holden was just as lonely down at the bottom, posting his content in total obscurity, as if he was just shouting into an empty void, with no one around to hear. The few people Holden did still consider his friends were all as chronically online as he was, most of them fellow lost media collectors. After interacting with them in the comment threads of various forums, the handful of like-minded guys were as close as Holden had to people actively supporting his channel. The collectors would usually give him pointers or topics to discuss in videos and contributing to the single-digit view count underneath his uploads. Although to him, it wasn't nearly enough. He didn't want just his friends to see his videos. He wanted an audience, a fan base of his own. It was late, the light of the computer monitor illuminating the dark of Holden's bedroom. Hunched over his desk, he was clicking and dragging clips into the timeline of a video project, trimming them down to make the whole thing better paced, snipping out bad takes where he stumbled over his words or misspoke. It was while editing that Holden noticed another screen lighting up on his desk, accompanied by a vibration, his phone. He reached for it, seeing a notification popped up on the lock screen. It was from Goth, one of the lost media collectors, and it read, "Dude, urgent, found something that you can make a video on." Holden sighed. It was late, and he was already focused on editing this current video tonight. If he got it finished, then he could go to sleep. "What do you know about the deathly videotape?" Goth asked in a second message, before Holden even had a chance to open it first. "The what?" he replied bluntly, before sending another text saying, "Can't this wait until the morning? I'm trying to edit." "If you don't act fast, it'll be gone forever," came the response only a second later, followed by a link. Lethargically, Holden tapped the hyperlink Goth had sent, his phone opening up its browser and displaying the web page. It was a buy and sell website, one of those places where people offloaded junk they didn't want anymore to strangers for a bit of extra cash. The page in question showed a few grainy photos taken on a phone of a small rectangular object in someone's hand. "What is that?" Holden asked. "It's a videotape, bonehead," Goth fired back. Although they'd never met in person, Holden always got the sense his friend was a little older than he was. Looking back on the seller's ad, it was for a second-hand Sony Color Collection 60 to 90-minute mini DV videotape, a type of cassette used in a lot of old handheld recording cameras. "So what?" Holden asked in another text. "Look, there have been rumors for ages about something called the deathly videotape," Goth replied in a series of rapid-fire messages. "It used to be all the rage on a lot of old lost media forums, the real nasty ones before they got shut down. Supposedly, there's a recording on this tape of some kind of live show, except when you put it in your VCR and press play, you see something horrible. Nobody even knows if it's real or just a legend." "How do you know this is the same tape?" Holden queried. By now, he had typed out the same link on his computer and was looking at the for sale page on the bigger screen while he texted back and forth with Goth. "Read the item description," he answered. Holden's eyes scanned down the page, finding a short message from the seller. "To anyone interested, I'm giving this old mini DV tape away. I don't know where I got it or why I watched it, but I wish I hadn't. It had ruined everything for me. It's impossible to enjoy anything else now that I've seen what's on it. Let me make this clear, I am not selling this tape, I'm giving it away free of charge. I hope that getting rid of it will help." "Sounds ominous,"
Holden texted. If you're so sure if this is the deathly videotape, then why don't you get it? Keep reading, Goth responded. Underneath the item description was another note that the seller had written. Please note, I am unable to leave my town at present, nor can I mail this tape to anyone even if you pay postage. Collection only. If you're interested, please contact me at the following address. Below was an address. It was in Holden's hometown, only a few streets away from where he and his mom lived. This could be it, dude. Came another slew of messages from Goth. You buy this tape and make a video recording, then you might finally go viral. But you better be quick before someone goes and picks it up thinking it's just an ordinary tape. Holden looks back at the address, double-checking where it was. At most, it'd take a quick walk there and back, he thought. And if this tape was as elusive as Goth said it was, then owning it would mean Holden would be the only one who could make a video featuring it. After messaging the seller the night before, Holden found himself rushing through his quiet neighborhood to the address. All night as he tried to sleep, he kept thinking of the video he was going to make, how it could finally put him on the map, and at long last, bring him the E-fame he'd been working towards. Rapping his knuckles against the front door, he was met by an older man who stood on the other side. He was walking with a crutch, with a few bruises and stitched-up cuts on his face. The second that Holden explained he was there for the tape, the man reached to an unseen shelf just inside the doorframe and thrust the rectangular cassette into his hands before shutting the door as quickly as he could without it hitting Holden square in the face. He stared at the tape in his hands, though through its transparent green plastic case, he could see a hand-scrawled note. I know you'll ignore me if I tell you not to watch this, it read. So if you do, then on your own head be it. Having spent the rest of the day looking up exactly what he'd need to play such an old, outmoded recording format and convert the footage to digital so he could include it in his video, Holden had retrieved his mom's old VHS player from the attic, wiping the thick layer of dust off of it. It took a while for him to get everything ready to go, not just finding the right adapters and cables to hook the VCR up to his TV, as well as linking that to his computer, plus angling his camera right, and making sure the ring light he'd bought for filming was putting enough focus on his face. After the substantial prep, Holden took a deep breath, summoning up the faux excitement and staged smile before he hit the record button on his camera. What's up, guys? It's Hellholder98 here. Now today I've got a real treat for you all. So my friend Goth, shout out to him, told me that a while ago there was talk about something called the Deathly Videotape. We found a mini DV tape that we think might be that very same tape, so we're gonna watch it and see if it's legit. Dropping his persona as his face turned away from the camera, Holden punched the play button on the VHS player, his eyes glued to the TV screen as the camera's lens was fixated on him. Okay, nothing so far, he observed, met with nothing but a blank, black screen. Suddenly, after 12 seconds of nothing, the playback started instantly, and Holden started relaying what he was seeing on the tape to the camera. There was no sound, either because the recording on the videotape was filmed that way or Holden hadn't properly figured out how to hook it up to the VHS. The video itself showed a recording of Sesame Street live, and for the most part just seemed pretty underwhelming. Characters were up on stage, their puppeteers managing to stay out of sight as they entertained their young audience. After 2.5 minutes, Holden was starting to feel like he'd gone to all this effort over what seemed to just be someone's old, unwanted home video. Just as he was considering turning off the camera and throwing the videotape in the trash, at almost the 3-minute mark, something weird started happening on the stage. The actor playing one of the bigger characters seemed to be having some trouble, instantly trying to pull off his cumbersome costume, much to the distress of the kids in the audience looking on in horror. But it wasn't just the illusion that had been broken. The actor was trying to get out of his costume because he was choking. He dropped to his knees on stage, clawing at his own throat before finally falling face down, totally still, asphyxiated, dead. Over the next almost 20 seconds, the same thing started happening to another 3 of the characters on stage, all of them violently choking while the children in the audience screamed and cried silently on the inaudible tape. Then, at 3.5 minutes, the video cut out. Holden was unsure how to react, at first a little creeped out, only to be somewhat bemused. He played it down for the camera, remarking that the video seemed tame compared to some of the more graphic fake content he'd seen. But the whole time, even after wrapping recording, sitting awake all night to edit his reaction video, blurring out the parts that would break the terms of service, he had no idea what he'd seen was actually real or not. Finishing the final edit just as the sun was coming up, Holden hit upload and crawled into bed while his video was uploaded. The buzz of a text message from Goth awoke him.
Dude, I told you this video was going to make it big. Without even replying, Holden booted up his computer and opened the page for his newly uploaded video. The view count was already in the thousands and climbing, comments pouring in underneath, mostly from people debating whether or not the contents of the tape had been faked. Holden punched the air in excitement. He'd finally done it. But as the video kept playing, he heard a retching sound coming from the computer's speakers. He turned to look back at his earlier self, filmed only the night before. Except what he was seeing play out on screen now wasn't what he remembered happening last night. It couldn't have, because the Holden in that video was choking. That wasn't possible. He was alive and watching his own video right now, but somehow the footage was shown him dying, his airway blocked, face turning red, then blue as tears streamed down his cheeks. In the video, Hellholder98 fell down, dead from asphyxiation, and watching it made Holden feel sick. To make matters worse, none of the comments under the video seemed to have witnessed the same ending. Holden even texts Goth to ask if the same thing had happened, but he described the ending exactly as Holden remembered filming it. But afterwards, it didn't stop happening. Everything he watched ended the same. Every clip online, every TV show, every movie. Holden couldn't even read a book without some characters, fictional or otherwise, keeling over and choking to death, just like the characters on the tape. He barely had time to acknowledge the hits his reaction to the deathly videotape were getting. He was too busy trying to figure out why he couldn't stop seeing people dying the exact same way, even himself when he watched back his old Hellholder98 videos. Reacting to the deathly videotape garnered a respectable 3 million views, but Hellholder98 never uploaded again afterwards. His channel went silent, remembered only as a one-hit wonder until the video and the entire channel were taken down. Holden was never reported missing. The Foundation made sure of that when they came by to collect SCP-583 and place the videotape into containment. An elderly woman watches from her living room window as heavy sheets of rain fall outside. She rocks back and forth in her chair nervously.
It's been raining for days. The road is washed out. I can't get into town. Oh, what am I to do? What am I to do?
She says out loud to herself. The rocking chair creaks under her weight, but not as much as it had 3 days ago, before she ran out of food.
I am so hungry,
the old lady moans. She glances at the door that leads to her basement.
Maybe I can find something to eat down there.
She stands up. Her 90-year-old bones creak as she slowly shuffles towards the basement door. The empty chair rocks back and forth from the old woman's momentum, as if someone is still sitting in it. She opens the door and looks into the pitch-black darkness. There are no windows down there. The only light is connected to a drawstring in the middle of the room. The old woman slowly makes her way down the uneven wooden steps. When she reaches the bottom, she reaches out her wrinkled hand, groping in the darkness for the drawstring. Her hand brushes something. It feels like sticky yarn. Then she feels the legs of a spider scurry up her arm. The old woman lets out a shriek as her hand locates the string and she pulls hard. The light flickers on. It creates a dim glow, but at least she can now see what's in the basement. The string swings back and forth, casting a snake-like shadow on the far wall. The old woman scans the floor for anything to eat. A leftover tuna can, some pickled vegetables, a rat. Anything will do at this point. There is nothing there. The old woman feels her strength has been almost completely drained. She doesn't know how she'll make it back up the stairs. In desperation, she looks around the basement one last time. Her eyes fall on an old rusty saw. She pauses for a moment.
I need to eat,
she whispers. The old woman slowly walks towards the saw. She picks it up and examines it.
God gave me 2 hands for a reason,
she says, her eyes locked on the rusty blade. She places one hand on the wooden workbench that sits against the wall and grips the saw tightly with the other. The old woman takes a deep breath and brings the saw down towards her hand. Where are we going? D94322 asks the SCP agent driving the car. House on Hadley Hill, the agent responds. Well, that doesn't sound creepy at all, D94322 says as he cranes his neck to get a glimpse of the top of the mountain through the SUV window. Why don't we just play the quiet game until we get there, the agent says as he focuses on the pothole-ridden back roads of Mount Zion, Georgia. D94322 holds on tightly to the handhold above him to keep his body from slamming into the door every time they go over a big bump. They continue on for a few more minutes when a rundown house comes into view. The agent pulls off the road and stops the SUV. "Here you go," he says, handing D94322 an earpiece. "What am I supposed to do with this?" D94322 asks. "Just stick it in your ear," the agent says with just a little contempt in his voice. "You don't have to be rude about it," D94322 replies as he grabs the earbud and sticks it in his ear. "Hello, testing, anybody out there?" "Hello, D94322. Can you hear me?" says a voice in his head. Yeah. You can just call me D94 for short. D94322 is kind of a mouthful." "Very well," the voice from the earbud agrees. "My name is Dr. Andrews. I will be walking you through this test with SCP-4173. "All right, Doc, shall we get this party started?" D94 says as he steps out of the SUV. He looks up at the house that sits atop Hadley Hill. The sky is dark, and clouds race over the mountain, as if they would rather be anywhere else but here. "Here we go." D94 starts walking up the slippery hill, being careful not to fall. He reaches the overgrown walkway leading up to the house and pauses. "Is there a problem?" Dr. Andrews asks. "No, just trying to psych myself up to go into this creepy house," responds D94. "What's inside anyways?" "That is not your concern at the moment. But if you do exactly as I tell you, you should be in and out in no time." "Whatever you say, Doc." D94 walks down the path, reaches his hand out, and grips the cool brass knob. He turns it and pushes the door open. The inside of the house smells like mothballs and decay. "All right, I'm in," he says. "Good. Head down the hallway and turn to your left. You'll see a door that leads to the basement. Let me know when you're there." D94 walks down the hallway. The old wooden floor groans under his feet. He reaches the basement door. It's slightly ajar. "Ugh, this place gives me the creeps." "Rightfully so," Dr. Andrews chimes in. "It is an old spooky house on top of an old spooky hill in the middle of nowhere. Obviously, it's going to be creepy. An old woman died here under mysterious circumstances around 20 years ago, but you don't really need to worry about that. No ghosts here, I think." "You think?" D94 shouts as he takes a step away from the basement door. "I'm just kidding. There's nothing but harmless old SCP-4173 in that house. And when has an SCP ever hurt anyone, right?" There is a long, uncomfortable pause. "Anyways, why don't you head on downstairs so we can get you out of there as soon as possible?" "Yeah, sure," D94 says as he begins his descent into the darkness. "I can't see anything. Is there a light?" "No, I think it burnt out years ago. But that's okay, I can guide you." "It's what I'm here for," says Dr. Andrews. "Walk towards the east wall, but watch your head. The ceiling is low in that corner. You'll see what you're looking for when you get there." D94 is silent for a moment. "East?" he asks. "Turn left," Dr. Andrews responds. "Oh, all right. Why didn't you say so, Doc?" D94 turns left and walks forward. After a few feet, there's a loud bang as he slams his head into the ceiling. "Son of a bitch!" "I told you to watch your head." "Yeah, thanks," says D94 as he rubs the bump forming beneath his hair. "This place is even spookier than the first floor. You know that, right?" "I promise there's nothing in that room right now that can hurt you," Dr. Andrews reassures D94. "Wait, what do you mean right now?" "Don't worry about it. Just let me know when you reach the wall, D94. After a few seconds, D94's eyes adjust to the darkness. He can just make out the damp concrete wall in front of him. It looks as if the wall is perspiring. "I'm here," he says. "Good. There's a little door, maybe 5 feet to your left. You see it?" asks Dr. Andrews. D94 turns. "Yeah, I see it. It's closed." The door itself is not very big, maybe a foot long and a half a foot wide. "Open it," says Dr. Andrew. D94 hesitates. What's in there?" "Nothing, just open it." Dr. Andrews repeats himself. "No way, man, you're lying, and I'm not opening anything until you tell me what's on the other side of that door." Dr. Andrews sighs. "We both know that you're going to do as I say, D94322. You have no other choice, unless you want to go back to that death row cell block where we found you." D94 shakes his head and rubs the bridge of his nose. Fine, he says. Dr. Andrews can hear the squeaking of hinges through the microphone on D94's earbud. "It's open, now what?" "Do you see anything?" No. There's some cobwebs and dirt, but other than that, it's just dark. D94 thinks for a moment. Why is this little door here? Is this some, pet door or something? You have to be, I don't know, pretty small to get in there. Agreed. Just hang tight and let me know when you hear something. We won't keep you there for long. Hear something? Like what? Asks D94. You'll know when you hear it, says Dr. Andrews. 5 minutes go by without a sound. Then 10, 15. The basement is damp and cold. D94 thinks he sees creatures scurrying around the floor, but he doesn't say anything because acknowledging them makes his situation more real and a lot more scary. After a half hour of waiting in silence, D94 screams, "What the heck was that?" What was what? Dr. Andrews is startled out of a daydream by the shouts of D94 in his ear. Something just moved past the door. I definitely saw it. What in God's name was that? Yells D94. Dr. Andrews tries to remain calm, but he can barely contain his excitement. The entity in the wall is why you're down there. What do you mean? You said there wasn't anything down here. I said there was nothing down there that could hurt you. If you follow my instructions, this will continue to be true. Can you hear anything? Asks Dr. Andrews. No, I can't hear it. But before D94 can finish his sentence, a voice speaks from behind the wall. He can't understand what the voice is saying at first, but as his heart begins to slow and the blood stops thumping in his ears, D94 can make out her words.
Oh, thank goodness. I wasn't sure you'd be able to find me. What took you so long? Says the voice of an old woman.
D94 takes a step back from the door.
There's someone on the other side of that wall?
He hisses into the microphone at Dr. Andrews. Tell it that the road is out, and you had to find another way up, says Dr. Andrews in D94's earpiece.
What? Why?
Just do it if you want to get out of there, D94. Dr. Andrews says a little impatiently. The road is out, so I had to find another way up, says D94 to the little open door in the wall.
Oh, yes, the rain washed it out. I was worried I wouldn't ever get to see another person again being stuck up here and all. Can you see me? Asks the voice.
No, I can't, says D94.
Doc, what is on the other side of that wall? Come over here a little closer. I can't see you properly either, says the voice.
It's fine, you can get closer, just don't touch the door. Dr. Andrews says, I really don't want to do that, says D94. Do it, and you will be that much closer to getting out. I hate you, whispers D94. He slowly approaches the little door and speaks into it. Hello?
Oh, there you are.
The voice pauses as if whoever is speaking is examining D94.
I'm sorry, I can't see like I used to. It's so dark in here and it's been so long. Reach through the door and let me feel your hand so I can tell you're really there.
What? D94 steps away from the door. No way am I putting my hand in there.
Come on now, don't be rude. I just want to feel that you're there. It's been so long. Just a touch.
The voice says a little harsher than before. Screw you, lady. I'm not getting my hands anywhere near this creepy hole in the wall, says D94. He turns around and starts walking away from the little door towards the staircase leading back to the main level of the house. Before he can put his foot on the first step, D94 hears Dr. Andrews' voice screaming in his ear. Stop moving! Look, you're going to have to do it. We haven't been able to recover anyone who refuses to do what she asks. I cannot guarantee your safety unless you put your hand through that door. Are you kidding me? Shouts D94. You're telling me that sweet, creepy old lady will somehow kill me if I don't do what she asks? We're not entirely sure what happens, but you need to put your hand through that door if you want to get out of there, says Dr. Andrews. D94 turns back toward the little door and slowly approaches it. This is my nightmare, he says more to himself than anyone else. He reaches out slowly and puts his fingers through the doorway. He immediately pulls them back and steps away from the door. I really don't want to do this, D94 whispers. He steps forward again and sticks his hand all the way through the doorway. For a moment, nothing happens. All right, I've got my hand in there. Now what?
Oh, I can see you now. You're right there. Thank you for coming. Oh, it's been so long since someone came. And with a gift as well? Oh, sweetling, you're so kind to me.
Gift? What gift? D94 asks nervously.
It's so dark and lonesome, and I've just been so hungry for such a long time. Thank you, sweetling. I'll take your gift from you. You are such a rude little brat. You don't really deserve it. You've had it for too long and you don't deserve it. It's mine now. Mine for my belly. Thank you.
What are you talking about, you psycho? D94 stutters. Suddenly, something grabs his hand and pulls him against the wall. He screams in agony as Dr. Andrews hears a wet, ripping sound coming through the microphone. It sounds as if some type of metal instrument is cutting through flesh.
Oh God! No! Help me! Help me!
D94 screams.
Please, please, please.
Dr. Andrews hears the sound of D94's body hitting the floor as he passes out. It's quiet for a moment.
Don't worry, you ungrateful child. Don't worry. I'll fill you up too. You can have mine. I'll give it to you, sweet boy. Good boy, fill you up,
says the old woman's voice from the other side of the wall. Dr. Andrews listens as the hinges of the little door squeak and it clicks shut. He picks up the phone next to him and dials it. Go in and get him. Bring him back to Site 94 for observation. And try to keep this one alive, please. He hangs up the phone and prepares the lab for D94322 to be brought in. D94 slowly comes out of his medically induced coma 2 days after the incident with SCP-4173. He's stable, but doesn't feel great, and he can't help but sense that something is different. D94 looks at where his hand should be. There's nothing there. That crazy old lady ate my hand! He starts screaming. A medical team rushes in as red lights begin to flash and sirens blare. They attempt to restrain D94. During the struggle, D94 catches a glimpse of himself in a mirror on the far side of the room. He stops fighting for a moment. There is a growth expanding from his head. What the heck is that? He yells, pointing to his reflection. D94 begins to struggle again, this time much more intensely. He begins scratching at the growth on the side of his head without much success. In the process, he pushes the growth further into his skull. It penetrates his brain. D94 blacks out. The medical team ties D94 to the bed and tries to get a reading on his vitals. The growth is putting too much pressure on his brain. They rush him to the ER, but D94322 dies before he reaches the operating table. Dr. Andrews stands over the body of the deceased Class D subject. Cut him open, he says to the doctors standing in the room. One of them pulls out a scalpel and makes an incision into the side of D94's head. What is that? One of the doctors says. The other bends over to get a better look. After a moment, he turns away and vomits into his face mask. Dr. Andrews picks up a pair of forceps off the table. He sticks them deep into the hole in the side of D94's head and clamps down hard. Dr. Andrews pulls out a decomposing hand. The fingers are still moving, as if trying to grab onto something. There is no explanation for how it got in there, but it is obvious that SCP-4173 played some sort of role in the phenomenon. Dr. Andrews goes back into his office to review previous case files on SCP-4173. Everyone who had put their hand into the small doorway has been pulled towards the wall and had their hand chopped off. The severed appendage never ends up being a clean cut, which leads Dr. Andrews to hypothesize the gruesome makeshift operation is done with some sort of tool with teeth. Once the hand of the victim is severed, SCP-4173 always thanks the person for their gift. She then informs them not to worry about their hand, as it will be replaced. But then something incredibly strange happens. Like with D94, a decaying hand will appear somewhere in the body, but it isn't always inside the head. In fact, depending on how polite the test subject is to the old woman behind the door, the closer to the wrist the decaying hand actually ends up. For the test subjects who are rude to the old lady, the decaying hand ends up in some pretty interesting places. She really hated D94322, chuckles Dr. Andrews to himself. Dr. Andrews continues flipping to the back of the file on SCP-4173. The SCP Foundation doesn't quite know how it happens, but people who refuse to offer their hand to SCP-4173 suffer a worse fate than those who surrender to the old lady. In every case where a subject tries to get away from the small door, some inexplicable force seems to grab them from behind and drag them through the tiny opening. In these cases, there is nothing left of the test subject. It is likely fatal as a human is much smaller than the opening itself, so the only way a body could fit through the doorway is if every bone is broken and every muscle compressed to a quarter of its actual size. I'm not sure which is worse. Dr. Andrews says aloud as he closes the file on SCP-4173. He glances at the picture paperclip to the front of the manila folder depicting the tiny doorway. He can't quite pinpoint why, but the fact that the door slowly closes after the old woman gets what she needs from her victims sends chills down his spine. The words of the old woman echo in his head. "Don't worry, I'll fill you up too. You can have mine. I'll give it to you. Sweet boy, good boy, fill you up."
Morality tends to get lost very quickly when you start working at the SCP Foundation. During the whirlwind of basic training, site orientation, and learning the difference between Euclid, Keter, and Thaumiel object classes, you'll have to make peace with the fact that, as a new member of Foundation staff, you'll probably end up having to turn a blind eye to doing some morally compromising things. Then again, it's such a normal everyday occurrence at the Foundation that almost everyone working for them is desensitized to whatever ethically dubious or downright violent tasks they have to partake in. And at the end of the day, everyone knows that it's all for the greater good, to keep anomalies securely in containment for the benefit and protection of humanity. But the one part of Foundation life that Simon Bennett just couldn't reason with was the very existence of D-Class personnel. Now, anyone with previous knowledge of the SCP Foundation's dubious practices will, of course, be aware of D-Class. But to Simon, who had just been recruited as a member of site security personnel, the whole concept was not only alien, but completely abhorrent. D-Class personnel, as he'd come to learn, were completely expendable. Their ranks were filled with convicted felons, almost all of them guilty of violent crimes. The Foundation seemed to have a habit of plucking inmates from the highest security prisons and penitentiaries in the world, covering their tracks by staging the deaths of these unwilling recruits into D-Class. From there, these criminals were essentially used as little more than human lab rats. And it was this part that really didn't sit well with Simon. The very idea left him torn. On the one hand, D-Class were arguably the worst of the worst. Most, if not all of them, were guilty of horrific and brutal crimes, some that could never be forgiven by anyone. But on the other, Simon struggled to rationalize taking these prisoners from their incarceration, only to subject them to anomalous creatures and entities. Most SCPs could do things to a D-Class that were almost as bad as what these convicts had done to their victims, and some could dole out far, far worse fates. Did their actions make their cruel fates justifiable? Did D-Class personnel deserve the amount of punishment for their crimes? Simon didn't know. It was a perplexing moral conundrum. Most days at the Foundation, those questions echoed around his head. He was probably better suited to a role in the Ethics Committee than rank-and-file security. He was uncertain if it was better to leave a violent murderer to serve their sentence in prison until their eventual execution, or abduct them and use them as a D-Class guinea pig. It wasn't long before his fellow security officers tried to dissuade Simon from questioning the Foundation's methods, reminding him how lucky he was to be selected to join them, and how an easy application of amnestics could take that all away, leaving him not only jobless, but his memory wiped as well. Ultimately, as weeks turned into months, then became years in the blink of an eye, Security Officer Bennett's moral compass was ground down. He started getting used to the idea of the Foundation's way of doing things, asking fewer and fewer questions to oppose how morally and ethically ambiguous a lot of their experiments and procedures were. Obedience to others slowly became apathy, and the Simon that had once been concerned with the ethics of D-Class experimentation soon began looking at them as expendable assets, just like the rest of the SCP Foundation did. He even started to resent a few of them that seemed to have gotten off easy. On a few occasions, a member of D-Class personnel got to interact with the friendly kind of anomaly. It didn't seem fair, Simon thought, that while he and the other security personnel had to put their lives on the line whenever a dangerous SCP breached containment, meanwhile a D-Class, who might have been a multiple murderer or domestic terrorist, got to sit in a testing chamber with a friendly entity, like SCP-999, the Tickle Monster. Keeping up to date with the special containment procedures for the various anomalous objects and beings held at the Foundation was an essential part of a security officer's job. Ongoing testing and new discoveries that were about an entity often led to them needing new, updated measures to keep them securely contained. But it was during a routine check of these procedures that Simon came across something strange. Well, maybe not so strange when you work at the SCP Foundation, but definitely a noticeable level of strangeness.
Reading through the containment procedures for one of the anomalies housed at the site, Simon found a list of instructions, fairly standard stuff for the Foundation. The strange part was that he was sure that he had never read this list before, but at the same time, it wasn't a new update recently added to an entry in the SCP archive. It was paradoxically brand new information, a detailed description of containment measures, yet also seemingly something that had been written and archived ages ago. Reading through the instructions, they described a process that was essential to keeping one of the site's anomalies secure. It had even been given its own name, the special containment procedures referring to the whole practice as a monthly termination. The more that Simon read, his eyes would widen further as he learned exactly what the steps of this process entailed. In his earlier days, he wouldn't have thought of this so-called monthly termination as excessive, a needlessly cruel act even by the standards of the SCP Foundation. But that was the old Simon, a man who hadn't yet become jaded by his work, before he had come to adopt the same apathy and disregard for life as his fellow Foundation personnel. Reaching the end of the passage describing monthly termination, Simon alerted the other security officers, making sure they read the procedure too. Some unknown feeling stirred deep within Simon, telling him this needed to be carried out, and it had to happen right now. Before long, members of staff had been told to read the entry on monthly termination, each one passing it on to their colleagues. Then, Simon and a large detachment of other guards began marching towards the cell blocks where D-Class personnel were imprisoned. Almost a third of the site's incarcerated inmates were rounded up. It couldn't have been any more than a few hundred. Simon wasn't sure. He couldn't see all of them from where he was standing, but mostly, he didn't care. All he could focus on was following the monthly termination procedure to the letter. Together, he and the security detachment escorted the collected D-Class personnel through the facility single file, all marching in efficient and perfectly synchronized motion. It was almost like a choreographed military display. If he hadn't been so preoccupied with thinking only of the procedure, Simon might have realized how strange all this was. All the personnel were moving at once in such flawless timing, even though this hadn't been planned in advance. And yet he and the other personnel had only just learned about monthly termination, and yet they were carrying it out as if they had done it 1,000 times before. The security officers continued ferrying the D-classes through the facility, eventually leading the convicted felons to the main entrance. The doors were opened without question. Nobody who had read the monthly termination instructions saw what was going on as anything out of the ordinary. A long, winding row of inmates in Foundation-issue orange jumpsuits were then guided out of the site's main doors, instructed by the security to keep walking even further. None of them knew how far they'd really walked. A lot of D-Class personnel complained and moaned, but the few that tried to leave the single-file line were quickly put back in place by the security department. Most of them were directly verbally aggressive, cursing and threatening the security officers, but they seemed compliant, walking the way they were told to. It was as if they had to obey, almost like their legs wouldn't let them resist. One begged to be let go, turning to Simon and pleading not to be taken wherever it was they were going. "I'm sorry," Simon replied plainly, with barely any emotion behind his words. It was a lie. He didn't feel sorry. In fact, he hadn't even been sure why he apologized at all. The reply had happened almost unnaturally, like something else was speaking through him. He wasn't even sure how far away they'd gotten from the facility. It might have felt like miles if he hadn't been thinking about it, but he wasn't. None of the officers were. They were following their instructions, totally unaware that they'd been walking for so long that they were starting to get blisters. They all somehow knew they had gotten far enough, beyond the reach and sight of the Foundation facility they started in. So far, in fact, that the surveillance systems wouldn't be able to see them. Still moving with the same complete synchronous timing, Simon and the other security officers herded the D-Class personnel towards a wooded clearing. They formed a ring around the inmates before pushing them down onto their knees. A few of them hung their heads, some even shedding a tear. They had already figured out what was about to happen. Those that hadn't quickly caught up when they saw the security officers covering or deactivating their head cameras, then reaching for their sidearms. When they returned to the facility, Simon and the other officers would all give the same story. They collectively led a third of the site's D-Class to an area out of surveillance range, and executed them all with their handguns. At least, that's how they all remembered the incident. But what they thought they'd done didn't quite match what had actually happened. Naturally, the Foundation higher-ups quickly got wind of what happened and of such a massive expenditure of their expendable D-Class resources. The incident forced the SCP Foundation to launch a full-blown investigation into the actions of Simon, the other security officers, and additional personnel on site. They quickly recognized the pattern of behavior. They had seen it before. They already knew not one of the guards had actually fired their weapons. In fact, none of them had been acting of their own free will. Simon and the others had no idea that the monthly termination procedure didn't exist in the Foundation's records and was actually the symptom of an SCP-2193 event. All those D-Class that had been rounded up and marched out into the middle of nowhere were still gone though. Not shot point blank like the officers thought, but the prisoners were still no longer alive either, although he'd never remember it. When Simon had been stood amongst his fellow officers, one of the D-Class had begun floating upwards. Lifted off the ground by some invisible force, the convicted felon drifted about 3 meters in the air without warning. The prisoner was then launched up, practically fired towards the sky like a rocket, traveling into the upper atmosphere at several times the speed of sound. One by one, the members of D-Class all began experiencing the same thing, floating off the ground only to be catapulted up into the stratosphere with such speed and force that they vanished from view in seconds. Meanwhile, all Simon and the other security officers did was stand by and watch, keeping their head cams covered or switched off. The last of the D-Class prisoners stood in the clearing, the one that had asked Simon to be set free. He was still asking, begging to be helped down as his feet were hoisted up against his will, practically screaming for someone, anyone, to do something. His eyes locked with Simon's for a split second before he too was sent hurtling into the sky. Moving that high and that fast isn't something a human being is at all likely to survive. Now rid of the D-Class that they had led to their deaths, all the gathered security personnel looked up. It was night. Starlight cast across an inky canvas of dark sky. But Simon was fixated on the moon. They all were. None of them could take their eyes off it as it slowly appeared to blink, like a watchful eye hanging in the space above them. Not one of them would remember what they had seen or what they had truly done. No member of D-Class was a saint, it's true. They were murderers, criminals, and dangerous individuals. Maybe some of them were so bad that they did deserve to be used as test subjects, to die at the hands of anomalous entities. But then again, does anyone really deserve to go out like that? Little is known about the point of origin of SCP-2193. While it affects the documents stored within the Foundation's database, it does not function like a computer virus or artificial intelligence. Instead, SCP-2193-1 is an anomalous piece of information, or an info hazard, as SCPs like this are known. It has been known to infect digital files, specifically the special containment procedures for various entities, objects, and creatures that the Foundation has recorded in its archives. Even their most talented computer engineers and anomalous researchers cannot determine how this info hazard is able to accomplish this. It seems to infect files at random, without any repeating pattern in its timing or the type of SCP files it appears in. Upon infection, a file now containing SCP-2193-1 will include references to a monthly termination of D-Class personnel, making it as an essential process for keeping an anomaly secure. Anyone that reads this suffers from what is known as a mimetic effect. Essentially, they will believe what they have read and believe that they have always been aware of this information. On top of that, a person infected by SCP-2193-1 will accept it as true that the monthly termination is a legitimate and accepted practice within the SCP Foundation. They can't be convinced that killing hundreds of D-Class personnel is anything less than justified. Now, you might be forgiven for thinking that uninfected personnel can easily explain to those who have been affected by SCP-2193-1 that the monthly termination isn't an official Foundation policy, but this info hazard has proven itself to be particularly infectious when spreading its mimetic influence. Any member of Foundation personnel not yet exposed to SCP-2193-1 can be easily convinced that the monthly termination is both morally acceptable and a Foundation-held procedure that is absolutely necessary for anomaly containment. If anyone that has read and therefore believes the monthly termination process, then they will display a lack of cognitive dissonance whenever someone attempts to present them with information that conflicts with SCP-2193-1. While no document within their internal database has a record of the monthly termination procedure, back in January of 1999, The Foundation was able to witness the process secondhand via one of its agents. During an SCP-2193 event, Agent Yusan's head camera was left uncovered, recording excerpts of the precise and perfectly choreographed execution of numerous D-Class personnel. Much like the event Simon was a part of, an unknown anomaly caused the Earth's moon to appear to blink. It is believed by some within the Foundation that this is the result of a form of eldritch entity, a being that demands a substantial human sacrifice every month. This being, as of yet, remains unidentified. Just as unclear is this anomaly's intentions, motives, or how it is able to affect, or perhaps use, the moon. Of course, the SCP Foundation has its own personnel stationed up there. However, during recorded instances of SCP-2193 events, their agents at Luna Area 32 have reported no unusual activity or abnormalities at the corresponding times. The running theory among some personnel is that the moon isn't this unidentified being's actual eye, but some kind of ocular device like a spyglass that allows it to observe the monthly termination. Whatever this being is, it apparently possesses an immense level of power. How exactly it is able to create SCP-2193-1 and infiltrate the Foundation's internal database with that info hazard is still unknown, as is the exact reason why it goes to such trouble, such incalculable lengths, seemingly just for the purpose of killing so many D-Class inmates. The immediate assumption, albeit admittedly a morbid and cynical one, held by most Foundation researchers studying SCP-2193, is that this entity needs this almost ritualistic monthly sacrifice in order to sustain itself. One idea suggests it could be a creature that opposes how the Foundation uses its D-Class personnel. Maybe it, just like Simon used to, questions the morality of convicts being used as expendable guinea pigs, and as such, it uses its eldritch levels of power to remove them from the Foundation's reach for good. Or perhaps despite its subterfuge, this being feeds on those who have wronged others, making D-Class personnel prime candidates. That would certainly explain why the monthly termination procedure causes security officers to only bring the Foundation's force of expendable convicts. And after all, there are benevolent SCPs out there, even friendly ones. So it stands to reason that this being could be trying to rid the world of people who are bad enough to be put into D-Class. But then again, this world is rarely so kind. SCP-2193-1 makes Foundation officers bring D-Classes out to where they can't be seen, causing them to cover their head cameras and believe a phony story about execution by sidearm, so nobody knows what really happens to them. It even hides the info hazard detailing the monthly termination procedures at random, moving it around to a new file whenever it's detected. Such great effort is taken by this entity to cover its tracks, which would suggest a far more nefarious goal. It is entirely possible that this being does all this simply to amuse itself, expending countless lives and Foundation resources purely for a sick, sadistic form of entertainment. With no way of knowing the entity's true intention, the SCP Foundation can only sit and vigilantly wait, an artificial intelligence surveying their database for the next instance of SCP-2193. Call them what you will, be it myths, urban legends, ghost stories, or just fool yarns. The fact is, we've all heard at least one. Traditionally, stories like that were just shared around a campfire, but nowadays they have ended up spreading far and wide across internet message boards and creepy threads. Everything ranging from unsolved missing persons cases actually being the result of alien abductions, to haunted videos carrying an unforgiving curse, or some missing unaired episode of popular TV shows that had somehow been unearthed by an online sleuth. We're always quick to share these ideas, these stories, but deep down a part of us knows that there's no truth to them. Urban myths are speculation that someone has turned into a tale of terror, for nothing more than to give some quick scares to whoever they tell it to. But then that person passes that tale on to someone else, and suddenly, the story had become a widespread legend with no discernible point of origin. Sure, they might still be fictional, but through sharing these stories, we as humans bring them to life. Not literally, of course, that would be outlandish. After all, when was the last time you heard of a fictional story becoming reality? Growing up with exposure and unfiltered access to the internet in the late 2000s, Paul Jacobs and his friends had been fascinated with, and admittedly pretty terrified by, the notorious legend
of the Slenderman. It began as whisperings in an online forum, a story that was intentionally designed to be a modern-day urban myth. And just like so many others before it, the myth spread. What had started as a forum post became unnerving photoshopped images of a tall, faceless figure in a suit lurking in the woods, next an indie video game, and even a real-world tragedy. Given how young he was at the time, still being in high school, Paul and a few others had bought into the Slenderman myth wholesale. He believed it to be real, this towering, expressionless boogeyman. The more he learned about this malevolent creature, every story, blog post, or creepy YouTube video made about Slenderman only added more and more to his legend and kept young Paul awake at night, afraid that every noise outside his bedroom window was the faceless horror. Of course, if you take away that belief, the possibility an urban legend might be true, then it simply loses its power. It's that potential, that maybe, towing the line between fantasy and reality, that can allow these stories to go on and incite fear forever. But that wasn't the case for the Slenderman story, and the craze for it quickly died down after it was debunked numerous times over, casting it permanently back into the realm of fiction. But the profound effect the legend had on Paul at a young age ended up informing his future. As he grew older, his past fear of certain stories became a keen interest in how these tales could influence people. Could any story have that same impact? Or only those that walked the line between fictional and maybe being true? Did these urban legends become more real to people because of their subject matter? Or did human beings give them that power to transcend the constraints of fiction just by believing in them? As Paul got older, he began to study the truth behind certain urban legends, attempting to trace them back to their origins. Some were often inspired by real events, but with specific details that had gradually been altered from the original story the more and more people passed it around. Ghost stories seemed to be the most changeable, but with some roots in the real world. A person might have died 100 years ago, and the story of them haunting their old home or final resting place would start to circulate. Then, shortly after, another similar story might emerge, and the two would overlap. Whoever was telling each story might have added or omitted certain details or combined elements of more than one tale, until what was left being passed around was neither the first story nor the second, but a hybrid of different versions from different storytellers. There was one legend that Paul felt drawn to more than others, and it was a rather obscure one to say the least. During his self-conducted research into stories of this nature, he learned about a tale that told of an ancient sect called the Davites. According to legends, some that dated so far back that they preceded almost all of recorded history, these Davites were a callous and cruel civilization. They had emerged from a book, so the story went, and sought only to wage war on other cultures and enslave their enemies. But Paul also uncovered one detail of the story that intrigued him more than any other. It referred to something known as the Eternal Text, and was regarded as some kind of deity or figure of worship by the Davites. The legend stated that this text had helped create the book that they had emerged from. Of course, this all sounded like highly fictitious nonsense to Paul Jacobs. He knew that things of such nature didn't exist in the real world, they were only part of stories. But he had noticed that this particular story seemed to have passed its way through the ages. Searching further, Paul had uncovered the works of an obscure author from the United States who had only a few works that were known about during the 1940s and 50s. Even then, most of his stories weren't widely published, only a few shorter pieces making it into a magazine that had long since stopped being printed. This writer had died in 1957, having never seen his career in fiction come to fruition. But despite his short-lived career and being considered a somewhat subpar author at the time, the writer's work had garnered its own little cult following online, mostly comprised of amateur authors. It was through them that Paul managed to obtain some scanned copies of the anonymous writer's stories, particularly some that he felt bore a striking similarity to the Davite legends of the Eternal Text. One story in particular, written in a style lifted directly from H.P. Lovecraft, was based on a supposed encounter the writer claimed to have had with something that closely resembled the Eternal Text. Paul also studied the writer's own personal journals that he had managed to recover scans of. The entries from it seemed to imply that the author came across what he called the written god, and that this compelled him to write a fictional version of those events. It was only after writing about this new encounter that what he had depicted in his story seemed to come true, exactly as he'd written them. This led to a recursive process of the writer creating these encounters only for them to occur, thus causing him to write about it and then make it happen. The entire prospect not only confused and bewildered Paul, but intrigued him further as well. Although he had no way of confirming what this writer had claimed was true, Paul believed that on a smaller scale, the author had achieved the same effect that occurs during the passing down of urban legends, but the difference here was that it had all been done through himself, via a singular person telling variations on the same story, allowing it to continue and perpetrate recursively. Of course, Paul didn't actually believe in this written god or eternal text. Those were all just part of the fiction, but he wanted to experiment further and see if he could achieve the same process for himself. Taking an empty notebook, Paul started to write the first things that came to mind, basing a short story off of the anonymous author's own tale. He intentionally changed a few key details, noting down things that weren't in the original. "The written god appeared behind me," he wrote, adding on a whim the line, "It had no face." The whole intention of Paul's experiment was to pass his new version of the story on to someone else, and then try to get them to write it from memory. He wanted to observe if their mind would change certain details subconsciously, or if they would misremember elements when they retold their new version. If enough people could spread the story around, each time altering or adding new parts to it, what effect could it have? As he finished his rewritten version of the author's tale, attaching it to an email to send to one of his fellow writers, Paul was blissfully unaware of just what he'd done. A heavy knocking rang out, somebody's fist pounding at the front door loud enough to wake him. Bleary-eyed, Paul checked the alarm clock next to his bed. It was the middle of the night. Stumbling out of bed, he staggered his way towards the repetitive noise, unsure who or what would be calling this late. Paul froze for a second, casting his mind back to the story he had written earlier. Surely not. It couldn't be right. It was just a story after all. But the author, he had described how the things he'd written had come true. There it was, that possibility that maybe, what if it was behind the door right now? Suddenly, something much heavier than a hand bashed against the wooden surface of the front door, causing it to fly open, the catch of the lock being ripped out of the wall by the force of the impact. A group of black-clad figures rushed in, one of them tackling Paul to the ground before he could even process what was happening. The weight of another person pinned him down and kept him from moving, despite his attempts at struggling free. Then the feeling of something sharp poked at the exposed skin of Paul's neck, a needle filled with, he wasn't sure. All he really knew right now was how dizzy he was. Unable to stop himself from slipping away, the sedative quickly put Paul back to sleep as the agents filed into his home. The floor he woke up on was freezing cold. Blinking his heavy eyelids until they opened again, Paul did his best to stand. His head was still spinning, making it hard to keep his feet still, and to make matters worse, the room around him was hardly lit. Only a few low fluorescents dimly illuminated the tiny space.
"Mr. Jacobs,"
a voice boomed over a crackly intercom, the pitch lowered to distort it further.
"we need you to answer a few questions for us."
"What?" Paul responded in confusion.
"Where did you first learn about SCP-582?
The voice questioned, barely giving Paul a moment to think.
About what? What's an SCP?
He asked back.
"You wrote a story earlier today, correct?"
Boomed the unseen speaker. Meekly, Paul nodded his head.
"We monitor online activity for any mentions of SCP-582, or anything using any of its known aliases."
You mean that written god eternal text thing?
Paul replied, catching on to what the voice had been referring to.
I read about it in some stories by this old author. He died ages ago. Most of his work is pretty niche. It's actually hard to track down.
"Enough!"
The voice interjected bluntly.
"When did you specify SCP-582 would manifest?"
Manifest?
He raised an eyebrow, confused again.
It was just a story. That's what I was doing. I was examining stories and how they change when they get passed on.
"Mr. Jacobs."
It sounded as though the voice had shifted. Still distorted, but now calmer, more collected. Somebody else was speaking.
"It is important you answer our questions. Your life could be very well in danger. Now, do you remember when you SCP-582 when it was going to appear.
What do you mean, in danger? Paul retorted in a panic. Who the heck even are you people?
Calm down, Mr. Jacobs.
He looked down to see his hands were trembling, suddenly aware of the sweat coating his forehead. Paul took a series of deep breaths, trying to collect himself. I don't remember, he sighed, his voice now shaking as much as the rest of him was.
What about a location?
The voice pressed him.
Can you tell us where it's going to appear?
I didn't write a location either, Paul answered. I just said it appeared. The words he had written earlier quickly came crashing back into his head, almost like an urgent warning. Behind me. As he spoke, Paul could sense someone standing near him. That same sensation you get when you know another person is in the room, even when you haven't looked directly at them yet. Paul tried to keep his head forward, only tilting it slightly to the side, seeing something dark looming just behind his shoulder. He couldn't rationalize any of what was happening. He was too scared to turn all the way around. Doing that would admitted all of this was real, and not just some horrific nightmare. Not just a story.
Oh yeah.
For the first time, the voice over the intercom sounded uneasy.
We think you need to turn around, Mr. Jacobs.
Telling himself he'd wake up any second, Paul rotated with his eyes screwed shut, snapping them open once he was facing nothing. A blank space lacking any expression, and all of the normal features was looming over him with an empty, eyeless stare. It had no face, just like in Paul's story. He opened his mouth to let out a scream, only for it to be interrupted by the crunching sounds of neck bones twisting the wrong way. As Paul's lifeless body dropped back down to the cold floor, SCP-582 vanished just as quickly as it had arrived. The thing about some anomalies is you have to be very careful about how you talk about them. Not just because they could be listening in and might hear you, but because what you say about them might just have a nasty habit of coming true. That is the case with SCP-582, otherwise known as its rather apt nickname, a bundle of stories. What's so fitting about that title is its accuracy. That's all SCP-582 really is, stories. But therein lies its true power. This entity has a way of propagating and perpetrating itself, continuously adapting and spreading like a mutating virus. Except it doesn't pass from person to person as an illness. There are no symptoms. It transmits via stories. SCP-582 is a subject to a process of passive reality manipulation. It doesn't necessarily directly change the world around it, but can itself be changed by certain factors. What this means is anything said or written about this entity, even if pulled out of thin air, a fictional account of its deeds, all becomes real. Let's say, for example, you told a story about SCP-582 sneaking up behind a Foundation researcher when his back was turned. Telling that story would cause those exact events to be carried out in the real world. When SCP-582 manifests, it will do so in accordance with any details given in a fictional account about it. The same time, the same place on Earth, it would appear in the exact form that the tale specified. If any of those details were omitted or purposely left vague, then the entity would still be able to manifest and would do so in a way that fits the rest of the narrative, appearing wherever and whenever it has an opportunity to. As far as the researchers at the SCP Foundation can tell, the actual abilities of SCP-582 are usually left vague when people write about it. One of the few consistencies is that the entity can disappear and reappear at will, to any place or time. Another is that no method of harming or even killing SCP-582 has ever worked, even if written down as fiction in order to be made fact. Any other details or abilities that someone assigns to the creature will, however, become a permanent addition to its growing myth, meaning it is able to perpetually increase its power the more people write about it. On the rare occasion multiple different writers' accounts of SCP-582 contradict each other, or don't fit into the entity's own canon, it can easily adapt to these contradictions. This usually results in conflicting information having no effect on the bundle of stories, or having so little impact that it is almost like they didn't happen at all. In short, if one author's story doesn't quite match up with another's, then the effect these additions have to SCP-582 and its ongoing story are lessened, so that they can all either logically occur or be negated completely. It is because of this adaptability, and that it has been described by multiple sources, that portrayals of SCP-582 tend to be generalized. This even extends down to its appearance. It's currently unknown what the entity's true form is, or if it even has one. However, the fact that it is usually depicted as a deity or god means that this bundle of stories has been known to manifest as one of several avatars. The most common of these appearances is that of a humanoid being, standing well over 6 feet tall. When manifesting as this particular form, SCP-582 is dressed in thickly layered robes, made from burlap or hessian, complete with a hood. However, no face is visible underneath the creature's hood, and when presenting as this avatar, it is often described as carrying sacks of unknown contents, sometimes even appearing to bleed heavily. There have been a number of other incarnations of SCP-582, including a 6-legged form that is made out of pure molten tar and will attack any nearby human beings on sight. This avatar would normally appear as being fused with the first. In other instances, it has appeared as a plant, capable of producing both light and enough radiation to kill anyone in its radius within a few hours of exposure. Other times it has been a vaguely human-shaped shadow, and even has one form that exists within more than 3 dimensions. Due to this form existing on higher dimensions, this made it impossible to properly perceive it with the naked eye, and resulted in the deaths of anyone who even looked partially at it. Who knows? Maybe at some point it has even been described as a tall, slender figure in a dark suit, with pale skin and a face with its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth all missing. Actually, it's probably best that nobody writes it down. We don't want it becoming real now, do we? The question is, how can you hope to contain or even fight something that can be anything, anywhere, and have any strength that someone claims it has? Well, just to be on the safe side, the Foundation uses its own fictional narrative to keep the entity contained. It is their hope that, by describing it as powerless, it will turn the creature's own reality-altering properties against it, and actually cause SCP-582 to lose its abilities. What thoughts, if any, that flow through that alien mind are not mine to know. It remains silent and still within its chamber, entrenched in the persistence of its own memory. It remains, but only as a shade of what it was, its power spent, or at least come to rest. So remember, SCP-582 possesses no actual consciousness or free will. Anything it has ever said or done is because someone wrote that it would. And yes, we're only saying that because we don't want to write that it's broken free from containment and is currently standing behind you. If we did that, it might just come true.
An organization with as many secrets as the SCP Foundation requires the ability to dispose of material that could prove harmful to the facade of normalcy that the O5 Council desperately wishes to uphold. And because most of the high-ranking researchers are a bit too smart and practical to simply flush classified documents and unwanted objects down the toilet, that means the Foundation has to get rid of evidence thorough enough to guarantee that absolutely no trace of what needs to be disposed of survives. For this purpose, several waste disposal plants are used as front companies for the Foundation and function internally as a foolproof way to liquidate hazardous material and comprising information. But not all secrets are so easily forgotten with the push of a button, and a rare few can prove too resilient to be burned away. This is the regrettable case of the anomalies contained within the site now designated SCP-2419, a place where the unfortunate consequence of amnestic experiments has led to the creation of hateful, immortal humanoids, fated to be sealed within the incinerators of the facility. These undead freaks are known as SCP-2419-A, and though they were made from human bodies, the consciousness that dwells within each instance is nothing short of pure evil. Every happy memory and associated positive emotion was extracted from the brains of SCP-2419-A corpses prior to their attempted disposal in the incinerators. This was done in order to increase the effectiveness of standard-issue Foundation amnestics. But the cost of this minor breakthrough was that these bodies, all of which were once D-Class personnel, had effectively been stripped of all human qualities, given the sorts of violent criminal backgrounds that earns an individual the designation of D-class personnel, these former humans were the last people that should have been deprived of the love and joy in their hearts. And when the first of these psychopathic laughing men crawled out of one of SCP-2419's incinerators, the Foundation learned all too well what an uninhibited criminal mind looked like, driven only by rage and fury that inspired their most gruesome acts of exploitation and violence in life. Their pain has made them too hateful to succumb to the flames. They are the archetypal sinners of a burning hell that the Foundation's best intentions pave the road to. And when they break loose, all that hell breaks loose with them. But no place of the damned leaves its gates unguarded. Dante's Inferno posits that the ancient Greek mythological figure Minos, serpentine father of the Minotaur and judge of wicked souls, guards the pit of hell with stern vigilance. The Greeks themselves favored the image of Cerberus, a three-headed hound that served its lord Hades as a watchdog. For the ancient Egyptians, there was Amuk, the devourer of the dead, who consumed the hearts of the unrighteous in the afterlife. While this sort of guardian beast is not officially on the Foundation's payroll, the concept turned out to be alive and well in the present day when SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, stood against the laughing men and gave them the fight of their tortured, unliving existence. It all began when the guards stationed at SCP-2419 began to hear banging from inside one of the incinerators. It seemed as though the SCP-2419-A instance on the other side was determined to breach containment, so Mobile Task Force Beta-7, the Maz Hatters, were called in to stand with all weapons at the ready. But this was exactly what the instance wanted. As soon as the armed force had fully assembled, the laughing man inside ripped the door from its hinges. It proceeded to use it as a cover and run full speed towards the Mobile Task Force, who opened fire immediately. SCP-2419-A were known to possess extremely fast regenerative abilities, so it would take a lot of punishment to slow this instance down. But this was no unthinking zombie, and the instance broke its charge the second it was in the midst of the Mobile Task Force agents to twirl the door around like a trained martial artist. This not only sent the incoming bullets ricocheting everywhere, causing many of the Beta-7 operatives to be hit by their own friendly fire, it also allowed the instance to bludgeon several agents with sides of the door. As the remaining Mobile Task Force members retreated to a less exposed vantage point, where they could employ heavy artillery, the instance used this moment of confusion to pitch the door backwards towards the incinerators in a boomerang trajectory. The force and spin of the door knocked two more incinerator doors off their hinges, and caused two other instances of SCP-2419-A to emerge. One, who was so thoroughly decomposed that it appeared to be more than a flaming skeleton, sprinted forth and threw handfuls of hot cinders at the Foundation agents. It used its still-burning body to ignite a few of the closest agents, laughing with sadistic glee as it did so. Seconds after the emergence of the two new instances, a grenade launcher was fired at the first escapee. The blast was enough to deal significant damage, but the instance was indifferent to its own pain. It pointed to the agent wielding the grenade launcher, and a moment later, the third instance was at the agent's throat, strangling him to death. It was starting to become clear to the Mobile Task Force that this was no random containment breach. It was a coordinated escape attempt by three ruthless criminal masterminds, who in their time contained at the site SCP-2419 had probably decided there was some truth to the old adage that misery loves company. And indeed, these three D-Class were some of the best of the best when it came to being the worst of the worst. D-1576, formerly Police Lieutenant Campbell Farage, a riot cop with a serious taste for carnage. Whenever the streets of the city precinct he presided over turned violent, Farage always made sure that the violence didn't die down too quickly. His nasty penchant for bludgeoning suspects and citizens alike with his riot shield did wonders for the escape plan he had coordinated with his fellow laughing men. He was eventually tried and sent to a supermax after picking a fight with several other officers in the line of duty. A fight that resulted in a pair of rookie officers who opposed his violent methods being hospitalized with permanent comas. The skeleton was D-4483, Damien Lambert, a prolific arsonist who terrorized 3 counties while avoiding detection under the guise of being a sovereign citizen. If there was ever a person who wanted just to watch the world burn, it was Damian Lambert. He was caught in the process of setting fire to an elementary school and was thankfully apprehended before any of the kerosene he had poured through the halls ignited. When the truth about his previous history of pyromania came out, Lambert faced death row until the Foundation chose to recruit him as D-Class. Then there was D-2316, Arnold Roper, who was better known as the Illinois Strangler, responsible for over 50 deaths in 2 decades before he was arrested and detained. While he mostly used his bare hands to do the deed, Roper was fond of using metal chains and heavy-duty choke collars, usually worn by animals, to perform his namesake act of violence. Roper wasn't just brutally strong, he was crafty too, and the trio of Laughing Men had him to thank for some of the finer points of the escape plan. The 3 now immortal D-Class also had one thing in common. Each of them had met the ends of their cruel and violent lives at the jaws and claws of SCP-682, and now that they had outmaneuvered and slaughtered Mobile Task Force Beta-7, their only collective goal was to get revenge on the monster that condemned them all to the fiery hell of the incinerator. The Laughing Men soon breached the limits of the SCP-2419 containment site and began making their way overland towards the facility where all of them had met their original fate. They knew they needed wheels to get there, so the instances made their way to the nearest gas station from the waste disposal plant they'd come from and made short work of the staff. Lambert stocked up on lighters, kerosene, and Duraflame, while Faraj took the emergency shotgun that the cashier hadn't had time to fire. In her defense, it would have been difficult to accomplish much of anything with Roper's hands clasped around her throat. Once the trio of undead psychopaths had stocked up on weapons, they waited for a suitable vehicle to pull into the lot, and before long, there was. A family SUV, with a happy family inside no less. Faraj ordered Lambert to keep his fire-starting tendencies in check, as a gas station explosion was the last thing they needed right now. The former riot cop made his way out to the car and used the shotgun to threaten the family out of the car. Family road trips can be stressful, but rarely does one expect to be carjacked by a gang of the undead. Faraj told the unlucky mortals that he wouldn't hurt them if they let himself and his 2 friends use their car. And true to his word, he didn't fire a single shot. The family were all added to Roper's list of victims instead. After that, the 3 men took to the wheel, and with only their hazy memories of pain and suffering to guide them, drove relentlessly towards the Foundation facility, where their enemy SCP-682 was contained. The 3 had made sure to leave no human alive at their original containment site, and would allow no witnesses who saw their anomalous corpse-like forms to survive. They couldn't afford to give the Foundation a heads up that the reckoning was on its way in a family motor vehicle. Meanwhile, at the Laughing Men's intended destination, SCP-682 was having another perfectly routine day of painfully soaking in a tank of corrosive acid. This was par for the course for the reptile, and it found itself as eager as anyone else stuck in a rut to get a break from the repetitive mundanity of containment. Little did the human-hating monster know, it would soon get its wish. A few hours later, the facility was shocked to find that several fires had been lit at the fringes of the testing units. These were no freak accidents, but rather the work of Damian Lambert. The arsonist still had memories of all the times he wished he could just burn his jailer's buildings to the ground, and had targeted the most vulnerable areas for combustion. The flames threatened the integrity of several areas of the facility, and multiple containment breaches were imminent if the blaze couldn't be kept under control. While any available agents with firefighting experience sought to minimize the damage, the researchers evacuated to safer parts of the building, bringing any sensitive documents and flammable items far away from the affected sections. This kind of pandemonium was exactly where Officer Faraj thrived, and he soon entered the fray, causing enough commotion that Roper was able to slip deeper into the facility completely undetected. This turned out to be the perfect role for the Strangler, as he hadn't eluded the police for 20 years of his life just by being lucky. Faraj and Lambert would both join up with him after they were finished having their fun. For now, his task was to locate the containment unit of SCP-682 and give the beast a taste of what the trio had in store. Along the way, he made sure to obtain some durable metal chains from a different containment unit. He likely released some kind of elder evil in the process, but Roper didn't care about the consequences. The bottom line was that he was always able to do his best work when he was armed. It wasn't long before he found the large chamber which housed his most hated foe, SCP-682. Roper laughed maniacally as he approached the creature floating in its acid tank.
Remember me, lizard?
The Strangler said, sporting a wide grin. The monster simply growled back at Roper, wishing to tear him apart. Roper chuckled again and wrapped the iron chains around the vat. With all the considerable strength of his immortal muscles, the Strangler pulled the chains taut and shattered 682's containment unit. The anomalous chains snared the creature's body, holding it in place.
How about now?
Roper taunted 682. He laughed, but the creature laughed back.
No,
Said the reptile.
I don't remember you, but you are disgusting.
The monster lunged towards a nearby wall and burst through, dragging Roper along with it by his chains still wrapped around the creature's body. 682 twisted and turned, flinging Roper against every wall and obstacle in sight. But to its surprise, the stranger was regenerating, and his grip on the chains was unyielding. Back down the hall, Faraj was still continuing his rampage when he ran into an unlikely adversary. Dr. Alto Clef stood between the Laughing Man and the other researchers, and as usual, the good doctor was packing heat. He told the other researchers to go on without him, while he contained the SCP-2419 instance on his own. A bold move, to be sure, but Dr. Clef had made the same mistake he was always making, by assuming that guns were the solution to this problem. Faraj laughed off the bullets and slammed into Dr. Clef with enough force to leave a crater in the wall behind him. He followed up with a merciless barrage of punches, beating the armed researchers senseless, and only relenting for a moment to steal a few of his prized firearms. With a blow that would have taken the life of any normal man, Faraj struck Dr. Clef once more and left him lying there a hair's length from death. Dr. Clef's anti-anomaly field may have protected him from reality warpers, but it did very little against being kicked repeatedly, very hard in the face. Elsewhere, Lambert had made his way into the facility, setting more fires as he went. The arsonist skeleton was a terrifying sight to all that beheld it, and when the guards realized that none of their weapons would have any effect, most of them started to run away from Lambert rather than towards him. All three Laughing Men would soon be upon 682, and then the fight of their afterlives could truly begin. Until that moment, Roper was buying his partners in hatred more time. The chains he had stolen were no ordinary metal, and with them he had managed to keep 682's jaws shut while he pounded away at its exposed ribs with his inhuman strength. Roper had killed more people than either of his former D-Class compatriots, but all that seemed to mean nothing in the face of this invincible reptile. The shame and powerlessness he had once felt as the creature had mauled him to death made his immortal heart beat with outrage. When he was alive, the Illinois stranger had always thought that his gift for murder made him better than the average person, a man among men. But this thing had made him feel weak in his last moments of humanity, and that sickening emotion of weakness was still sliding around in his soul with all of the other despair and malice. If his fate were to live forever as a dead man walking, then he would make damn sure that any humiliation he suffered would be paid back threefold. This soup of impotent fury bubbled within Roper as SCP-682's strength suddenly increased, shattering the weak link of the chains and sending the hapless strangler flying backwards. At that precise moment, Faraj leaped out of a nearby hallway and unleashed Dr. Clef's arsenal on the reptile. This sustained fire irritated the creature, and it turned its focus towards the unliving dirty cop. It readied a charge only to be suddenly held fast by Roper, who had grabbed its tail. Faraj fired until there was no more ammo, then pistol-whipped the creature in both of its eye sockets. SCP-682 thrashed and struggled, so the men began to circle the reptile and alternate delivering formidable body blows. They took far more damage than they could dish out with their bare hands, but the regeneration that their preternatural hatred granted them meant that both instances could theoretically keep this up all day. Roper grabbed a broken length of the anomalous chain, while Faraj picked up a metal table to use as a makeshift riot shield. The beatdown continued as 682's eyes regenerated, along with several new sensory organs to give it a full 360-degree view of the pitched brawl that was taking place. A fiery explosion blew open a nearby wall, and in walked Lambert, still skeletal and laughing as uproariously as ever. He threw a Molotov cocktail at 682's back, causing the creature to ignite immediately. The reptile roared in sudden agony. Faraj, Lambert, Roper regrouped at the creature's flank and pushed together until they forced it back through the hole where the arsonist had entered from. They were now all together in the inferno, the three laughing men who refused to die, and the indestructible monster that made them into what they were. Roper quickly knotted the chains and wrapped them around one of the creature's claws, securing the other end around his waist. Like a trained boxer, he bobbed and weaved, pummeling the beast with all he had. Any step back from SCP-682 was met with the immortal man shifting his entire body weight to pull the creature's leg out from under it. Faraj wedged his shield into the creature's open jaw, widening it to an uncomfortable degree and temporarily limiting 682's bite force. He took out the shotgun that he had stolen from the gas station and blasted it down the reptile's gullet. When that plan had run its course, he started clubbing 682 about its neck and head with the butt of the shotgun. Lambert simply continued to douse the arena with more flammable material, especially himself and the creature. He climbed onto 682's back with his burning bones and hammered away at its defenses with literal fists of fire. The arsonist was incapable of articulate speech due to the damage to his body prior to his death, but if he could speak, he would probably be celebrating the fact that he had become what he had always wanted to be. Damien Lambert was no mere pretender with a fetish for fire. He was fire itself, a brightly burning god of destruction that left no inch of the world unburnt and no molecule of oxygen unconsumed. His mother and father would be proud of him as they waited in hell for the son who would never arrive, the son who would make the planet they left behind into a true hell where he would reign supreme. That is, until SCP-682 stole that dream out from under him. With a flash of blue and green from deep within, 682 began to burn with a never-before-seen chemical reaction, an impossible event that could only be described as anti-fire. The turquoise anti-flames devoured the orange and yellow ones, leaving Lambert in a state of panic, which was soon shared by his fellow laughing men. The three former D-classes had gotten so used to the torments of the incinerator that the idea that anything could be more painful had never occurred to them. And yet, here it was, the anti-fire, which devoured all flames and directly inflicted unimaginable suffering to the trio of instances. Every particle of their still regenerating bodies felt as if it were ice cold and melting into nothingness at the same time. Numbed and broken all over again, the laughing men were consumed all over by the anti-flames and fell into a state of suspended animation. With the Foundation finally getting everything back under control 24 hours later, SCP-682 was contained in a new acidic chamber. There were some new ordinances from all present and surviving researchers about exposing it to fire, as the anti-flames it produced were considered too hazardous to ever exist within the facility again. As for the three laughing men who had escaped from SCP-2419, they were returned to their containment units inside of the incinerators and never exhibited signs of aggression or escape attempts ever again. A psychological profile of Faraj, Lambert, and Roper that all of them could still feel the sting of the burns left by 682's anti-fire to this day, and that not even exposure to natural heat and fire could ever reduce that pain.
Modern cognitive neuroscience tells us that our memories are about as reliable as a weatherman at your local news channel. When a couple is asked, "How did you first meet?" they are lured into romanticized reflection. They might recall locking eyes at a school dance. They might recall the night being just perfect, despite the truth being far from it. We don't remember the spilled punch, the stepped on toes, or the stuttering. We only remember the X's and O's. Our memory doesn't find the needle by sifting through the haystack, but rather by lighting a match and setting the barn ablaze, until all that remains is the small piece of silver shining through the smoke. In this way, our memories are our best friends. They know exactly when to lie to us, feeding us misinformation about the past to satisfy ourselves in the present. Because if humans were capable of writing and recalling accurate personal accounts of their history, our memories would be stiff, unmarketable literature. And when a book gets boring, we tend to tap out. Just the same, when our lives get monotonous, we tend to give up. So we have our faulty, biased brains to thank us for our perceived happiness and fulfillment. Our inaccurate memory systems consequently help us hide trauma, contrive purpose, and infuse unique importance into an otherwise banal existence. But let it be known, not all cerebral restructurings are gifts from psychology. Some are curses from SCPs. Which of these two possibilities is more existentially terrifying is up to you. SCP-5040 is a non-existent Japanese horror film entitled Tears of Blood, which spontaneously manifests in human memories. SCP-5040 is a master of persuasion. Those affected by SCP-5040 will remember going to see the film, even when their supposed attendance would contradict empirical evidence. It manipulates the mind into unwavering faith. While humans occasionally stumble upon the self-awareness to question their recollection, there are no documented instances of an individual doubting this specific memory. Somehow, beyond the Foundation's understanding, SCP-5040 manages to suspend the skepticism of its victims. They accept the memory as canon, as brute fact. Victims of SCP-5040 do not need a ticket stub to know they have been to the theater, and SCP-5040 afflictions can occur any place where movies are shown. It even transcends laws and navigates social norms. In cultures where its content would usually be prohibited by regulations and frowned upon by the public, it still inserts itself into the memory of its prey, and once that memory is planted, it's an event that can't be forgotten. Like the birth of your first child, like your favorite football team winning the Super Bowl, like the employee number you punch in and out of work every day for the rest of your life. It stamps itself into the forefront of the subject's brain, waving its arm, pleading to be recognized, begging for attention. Descriptions of the film are always similar in nature, as are the circumstances and events surrounding the viewing. However, reports of SCP-5040's story and characters are never fully consistent from one subject to the next, and the film's setting, subplots, character names, and much of the dialogue are different for each viewer. Whether this is SCP-5040's intent or inadequacy is unclear. Casting also varies and appears largely arbitrary. A broad variety of Japanese performers and entertainment personalities, both living and deceased, have been said to star in the film, even when the actor in question has no real-life associations with the horror genre. Imagine famous Japanese actor Pat Morita, better known as Mr. Miyagi from The Karate Kid, being the lead in a horror film. Despite the fact this would be a noticeably strange casting decision, SCP-5040 would still be taken seriously. Despite any and all deviations from expectations of the medium, SCP-5040 is seen as legitimate. Kinks in its design are overlooked by the viewer, similar to how our sleeping selves most often don't recognize we are dreaming, even when we encounter flying horses, friends with banana fingers, and leprechauns playing Pot Limit Omaha in Chris Hemsworth's basement. This may be because, despite all of its quirks, the film's core is sturdy. Its beginning, middle, and end are always in agreement. It doesn't stray from Robert McKee's universal structure of story. Not even the sick, twisted M. Night Shyamalan himself could have created a cinematic experience quite like this. After conducting more than 300 interviews, researchers have constructed a detailed synopsis of SCP-5040's most consistent story elements and the most common sequence of events associated with the viewer's memory of their screening attendance. There is no matinee with this movie. Screenings always begin at sunset. If there are obstacles standing in the way of the subject's attendance, SCP-5040 will see them removed. Dentist appointments, drinks with a friend, a long procrastinated date with the treadmill. All these commitments for that day and time will be pushed down the subject's list of priorities, making way for the movie. They will learn that their plans have been canceled or resolved one way or another. The dentist's office burned to the ground. Your friend is suddenly sober. The model of treadmills at your gym have been recalled. Somehow, some way, time is freed up. And when life is kind enough to offer respite from personal and social obligations, it is modern humans' instinct to sit down and veg out. At this moment, the subjects decide to see a movie at a nearby theater. Upon arrival, the theater looks to be an entity in its own right. Long lines of patrons are like limbs extending from its center box office. Bright, blocky letters forming the film's title run across the marquee like a cheap tattoo. It is truly madness. A frenzied crowd gathers at the box office, pushing and shoving, clawing at the glass partition for a ticket. The entire theater has been reserved for this special event, a one-time only screening of a rare, critically acclaimed film. Admission is entirely free. But is it actually free? Or has the cost just not declared itself? When the subject reaches the auditorium, they scan their eyes over the sea of people. Heads emerge from the backs of almost every seat. They can only find one empty space, and they have to shuffle like a crab to get past the mass of other viewers. In their seat, they notice that a large number of people throughout the audience are wearing disposable face masks. The woman sitting next to the subject's right wears one such mask, as does the woman on their left. And before you think, well, that isn't so weird, it's important to note that all of these accounts were taken years before certain recent events. Patrons continue to pack into the theater. Despite every chair being filled, more and more people enter. The aisles become overflow seating. Regulations of max occupancy are dismissed. In the darkness of the room, all that can be clearly seen are shapes. The rectangle that is the screen, the hundreds of circles that are the heads of the audience. But there is a shape that feels misplaced. What appears to be the letter P sticks up from the crowd, a thin line with a bulge protruding from the top. The specificity of its origin is difficult to define, but once the subject's eyes adjust to the dark, they notice it's an IV pole carrying a bag of unknown fluid. However, there is no clear indication of who it is connected to. Furthermore, they notice one of the masked audience members is wearing a hospital gown. There is little time to assess any of these strange visuals, because there are no trailers or advertisements before the film. As soon as the audience is settled into whatever space they might find temporarily habitable, the theater goes silent and the film begins. The film opens with the female protagonist going about mundane activities in her day-to-day life. A phone call interrupts her. It is an unknown party who tells her that a loved one has been hospitalized for one reason or another. The protagonist drops what she's doing to accept the call to action. On her way to the hospital, however, she is attacked by a male assailant and loses consciousness. The protagonist wakes up in a fog, unable to make sense of her surroundings, but the audience understands that wherever she is in deep trouble. She's in a desolate and unfamiliar building with her arms and legs bound. She is accompanied by a number of other female captives, some of whom still remain seemingly unconscious or possibly dead. The women briefly discuss their strategy to escape, but they are interrupted when the kidnapper appears. Descriptions of hairstyle, eye color, and wardrobe would fall short in showing us who this character really is. Instead, his swift and decisive actions do the talking. He sees one of the women crying and kills her without hesitation. The kidnapper reveals to the woman the code he intended to operate under. He would release the captives after 24 hours, but only under the condition that they do not cry. During the film, the kidnapper demonstrates various forms of physical and psychological torture on the group of women. Despite their best efforts, the captives are unable to hold back their tears, and one by one, they are murdered until only the protagonist remains. Frustrated by the protagonist's unremarkable resolve, the kidnapper takes more extreme measures, increasing the intensity of her torture. However, the protagonist is not one to be messed with. Despite being tormented, she seems in control of the situation. She doesn't succumb to the traditional dynamics of torture. Even while on the wrong end of the bat, she isn't afraid to swing. She fights back how she can. She mocks and insults her captor, and it's then she finds his weakness. Although a physically empowering villain, he is emotionally fragile. Her grit frustrates him, causing him to lose focus and become noticeably rattled. As the protagonist continues to weaken her kidnapper with words, the subject in the audience notices what seems to be a slight echo in the dialogue. They look up to see if something is wrong with the speakers. They even wonder if this is a stylistic decision made by the director. But then they notice where it is coming from.
They eventually realize that the two masked women sitting beside them are quietly repeating every line of dialogue as it occurs. Their lips moving causes their masks to shake softly. With each word, the air from their whispers blows the cloth away from their mouth, only for the mask to collapse back in when the syllable is completed. If the subject looks even closer, they will see that the lower half of the women's masks are saturated with saliva. Things don't get any more pleasant when the subject shifts their gaze down the women's body. Just near their waists, their hands are clasped together so tightly that their fingernails are digging into their skin. They tremble and fidget, as if having taken on the burden of the world's anxiety, and no medication can calm them down. Fingernails dig deeper into their skin, drawing blood and foreshadowing the film's finale. At the film's climax, the kidnapper approaches the protagonist with a double-edged razor blade and announces that even if she is freed, she will spend the rest of her life horribly disfigured. This leads to an argument between the two, the subtext of which alludes to themes such as nature of inner and outer beauty, the value of women in society, and the societal stigma against expressions of vulnerability. The argument on the surface, however, does not sound sophisticated or profound. There is no consolation for a fight having emotional depths. At the end of the day, the blows will always feel more physical than intellectual. Eventually, the kidnapper loses patience and grabs the protagonist by the shoulders and slams her to the floor. He reaches out his hands and grabs her by the face. The subject's attention is again pulled from the screen when they hear groaning from every direction. The wordless hums fill the theater with a sense of worry and uneasiness, so much so that the subject feels the room getting smaller as the air polluted with angst grows thicker. As the subject brings their eyes back to the film, they see the kidnapper gripping the protagonist's lower lip between his thumb and forefinger, squeezing tight as to pop her lip like a balloon. The kidnapper then takes the razor blade to the victim's lips. He pauses to mock the protagonist, and while he does this, blinded by pride and arrogance, she jolts into action, grabbing the razor right out of his hands with her teeth. She follows up her burglary with assault. Her neck stabs forward, and in a blur, she stabs the kidnapper's eyes out. It happens in an instant. The kidnapper has no time to react. Blood spills from his face. Screams pour out of his mouth. During this time, the protagonist maneuvers the razor into her fingers. She hacks away at her bindings, but they are stubborn and resist her sawing. The battle continues, and the kidnapper is able to tear off the victim's lips entirely. She looks like a monster now. As the kidnapper smiles and celebrates his wrongdoings, the protagonist finishes freeing herself and slits the kidnapper's throat with the razor. The protagonist locates the exit and scrambles towards it as the kidnapper bleeds to death on the cold, hard floor. The protagonist then speaks her final words. Due to her injuries, her voice is muffled and raspy. She bears down and calmly speaks. One last time, she mocks the kidnapper, telling him that he cried tears of blood and therefore had to die according to his own rules. During this climax, it is reported that the subjects experience a sense of dread unique to any other terror ever felt. Strangely, the feeling appeared not to correspond to the scene in the film at all. It is a feeling entirely separate from the viewing experience, as if for a moment, the subject is taken out of the moment in time and transported to a realm composed only of fear and anxiety. But just as quickly as they left, they returned. The Foundation sees it worth mentioning that this peculiar moment happens to occur during the film's most clearly recalled scene. While descriptions of violence vary from one viewer to the next, the climax is unshakable in its consistency. This is further evidence that SCP-5040 has a core foundation that remains intact. False memories are given validity by our peers. When we tell a story, the inaccuracies are often the best parts, the exaggerated drama, the rearranged sequence of events, the jokes you thought of in retrospect, but weaved into later accounts. While a storyteller knows when to lie, a good storyteller knows how to not get caught. SCP-5040 captivates its audience, but it seems to know how much it can get away with. By providing a consistent, objective truth, a climax that is reported the same across all accounts, SCP-5040 insists, even if only briefly, on being a credible film, not just a random sequence of 24 frames per second. Eyes back to the screen, the film abruptly cuts to an unspecified point in the future. Now wearing a face mask to hide her disfigured mouth, no different than the one seen worn in the theater, the protagonist walks down the street to her apartment, indifferent to the crowd of paparazzi that follows her. It is clear that this is now just a part of her life. The lights flash on her face. When she reaches her bedroom, the protagonist slowly pulls down her mask. Face free from cloth, she stares at herself in the mirror. It is silent. What she sees is less notable than what she doesn't. The lower portion of her face is gone. She focuses only on that. It's hard to know if she will ever see into her own eyes again. Her gaze might forever be fixed on what she can't get back. And through those eyes that long to see more, she sheds a single tear. Over the course of several minutes, her weeping gradually builds into frenzied sobs and shrieks. It can first be misinterpreted as bad acting, a case of doing too much. But as the crying carries onward, it's understood that the horror in her wallowing is all too real. The film cuts to black and the credits roll, but the sound of the protagonist's cries continue to play with no other audio until the credit reel ends, and even then, in silence. It's hard to say if she ever stopped crying. Audience members remain silent after the movie ends, exchanging only whispers as they exit the theater. Feet step over small red puddles and stains on the theater floor as if they are sticky puddles of soda. Those who remain past this point experience an escalating feeling of unwelcomeness until sitting and staying is more physically demanding than getting up and walking out. Some experiences will stay with you forever, even if they never actually happened. Alarms go off all around the facility. Things descended into chaos so quickly. Of course, the staff of the SCP Foundation are extremely familiar with the horrors of a containment breach by now. But this was something exceptional. Two anomalies had joined forces in an unexpected fashion, neutralizing some of the weaknesses that the two of them usually experienced. Needless to say, this was bad. More specifically, 74 staff members were dead already. Several different mobile task forces had already been dispatched to hunt down this terrifying new anomaly, but none of them knew where it was hiding in the depths of the site. Little did they know, this deadly new hybrid had already escaped the SCP Foundation and was already on its way towards a nearby population center. That's where the real fun would start. But before we get to all that carnage, let's rewind the clock a little and find out how this disaster started. Some things just go great together, like peanut butter and jelly, milk and cereal, or clicking subscribe when you're watching a video by SCP Explained. But for every match made in heaven, there's also a match made in hell. Like being covered in sugar water while you walk past a wasp nest, or doing tricks with your awesome Zippo lighter next to a gas pump, or most horrifying of them all, a combination of SCP-106 and SCP-035. Of course, the reputations of these two horrible creatures are well known and well feared enough on their own. SCP-106 is a humanoid abomination also known as the Old Man, capable of walking through walls and entering his own private pocket dimension, where he practices his predilection for pain to its full potential. And then there's SCP-035, also known as the Possessive Mask. This is one of the most powerful and dangerous psychic entities that the SCP Foundation has in its vast collection. Some of its more minor, unpleasant qualities are things like the fact that it constantly drips corrosive black slime, or the fact it immediately reduces you to a state of brain death when you're foolish enough to wear it. On the more severe end of its abilities is its power to crawl into the mind of anyone around it, slowly whispering horrors into their mind until they're completely under its control, or utterly broken. It likely has designs on world domination, or at the very least, to plunge the human race into an unimaginable pit of eternal suffering. The one saving grace is the fact that 035's corrosive slime slowly destroys the body of its hosts, limiting the purview of each one of its reigns of terror. But occasionally, there are wonderful, terrible exceptions to the rule. Speaking of terrible, our story began chronologically with SCP-106 showing one of its rare signs of activity. This, naturally, caused waves of panic to rock through the researchers and security staff of the site. They'd need to grab a D-Class, then plug in and warm up the femur breaker. They'd also need to mobilize groups of on-site guards with powerful flashlights to slow the gnarled old monster down. But by now, SCP-106 had gotten wise to the Foundation's techniques. He wouldn't make himself so easy to capture this time. He wanted to have the proper time to enjoy himself. SCP-106 got up and phased through the nearby wall. His cell was never easy to escape. They filled it with strange shapes and running water, just to confuse his wretched old mind. But once he was out, he was out. He avoided the hallways, instead just phasing from wall to wall, until he reached a different block of containment chambers. That's where the fateful meeting would take place. It wouldn't be the first time he'd wandered into other containment cells, his battle with SCP-682 perhaps being the most famous. But this time, something was different. The room he'd just faced into didn't contain some huge writhing monster or another humanoid beast. It contained instead a glass container on top of a podium, the walls coated in deadly telekill alloy to keep its prisoners' immense psychic power sealed in. But now that SCP-106 was in the room, standing mere feet away from the grinning white mask inside the glass container, there was nothing keeping the two of them from having an extremely fateful conversation. The first thing SCP-106 noticed was the black liquid leaking from the mask. Strange, it seemed to perfectly match his own secretions.
Hello there, good sir. It isn't often I have visitors in here, and even less so visitors who are as handsome as you,
the mask said, speaking directly into the old man's frail, fractured mind.
I don't believe we've ever been acquainted. Come a little closer and remove the glass box. I'll be able to hear you better that way. Come on. Don't be shy.
The old man felt something about the mask was distasteful. Even to a creature as despicable as SCP-106, something about the mask just seemed slimy, metaphorically as well as literally. And yet it found itself stepping forward towards the glass case, almost as though he was sleepwalking. How was the mask invading his mind like this? He'd always been one of the more mysterious creatures in the Foundation's containment, and yet SCP-035 had slipped into his mind like a warm bath. On some level, it frightened him.
Yes, that's wonderful. Come closer, dear boy, you're doing so well,
the mask said as the old man reached forward and began lifting off the glass case.
I think I'd look rather good on you, don't you agree? Let's cover up that nasty old face of yours. You'll look positively spiffing, old chap. Just do exactly as I say, and this is all going to go wonderfully.
The old man picked up the mask, somehow not even in control of his own body anymore. An almost electrical power seemed to pulse out of the mask and through the old man's rotting fingertips. The old man was a sadist, but he'd never before encountered this kind of utterly malicious intelligence. This was a mind geared to commit almost incalculable evil, and while the old man was wondering how exactly he felt about that, he was already lifting the mask up to his face and watching the universe go very, very dark. Outside, a small army of Foundation security operatives, armed with flashlights and assault rifles, were charging through the halls, trying to trace the movements of the old man for recapture. Back in the old man's cell, a confused serial arsonist was being shoved into the femur breaker by a group of nervous and impatient researchers. None of them knew they were dealing with an entirely different beast down here now. Eventually, the security team found the last rusty scorch mark on the wall of a containment cell belonging to SCP-035. Before they could even comprehend the terrifying implications of this horrible scenario, they charged into the cell in hopes of stopping it. But by the time they were in there, both the old man and the mask were already gone. Well, not entirely. Suddenly, the guards in the room felt an odd sense of calm wash over them. Not a true, authentic calm, but an artificially induced one, like the lulling of a cattle while a bolt gun descends towards their foreheads. The mask's psychic influence had pacified them, making them perfect prey for the rotten hands reaching out from the ground and pulling them down into oblivion. The guards outside heard the most horrific screaming. They circled the door, terrified, aiming everything they had at the entryway, but it wouldn't be enough. Soon enough, this new hybrid beast, SCP-106 wearing SCP-035, emerged and began its onslaught. It had the immense physical abilities of 106, bolstered by 035's diabolical intelligence and ability to cloud the minds of its victims, inhibiting their capacity to run away or fight back. But most frightening of all, Because SCP-106 was already adapted to resist the effect of its own corrosive mucus, it was also perfectly able to sustain the mask as a host without ever melting and falling apart. See what we mean about a match made in hell?
How do you like my new body, gentlemen?
The mask asked, its voice dripping with malicious glee.
It isn't much to look at, I know, but you're about to get very well acquainted with its collection of charming abilities.
And the mask stayed true to its word. It rampaged through the containment site, waltzing through walls like a gleeful schoolchild with the heart and mind of the devil himself, leaving a pile of melted, tortured corpses in its wake. Researchers, guards, janitorial staff, nobody was safe. And with every killing, the rest of the staff became increasingly afraid, only strengthening the psychic hold of the mask. It was having the best day it could remember in a long, long time. The site director and his team put out a mayday for all available mobile task force units to descend onto the area and help them deal with this deadly new threat. But by the time they were on their way, the mask and its new SCP-106 body had already had its fun with the Foundation. Even when they activated the femur breaker, nothing happened. The mask was far more interested in the pain it could cause outside, and far too intelligent to be lured back into imprisonment by such a simple trick. Instead, the hybrid made its way out of the nearby perimeter wall, finding its way to a heavily armored Foundation ground vehicle, and sliding in through the door like a ghost. The operative in the driver's seat was immediately terrified by the monster suddenly sitting next to it, but then the mask's psychic effects took over his mind. He became a calm, placid little servant, just like all those other mortal fools.
I feel like a change of scenery, old sport,
the mask said to him.
Take me out to the nearest city. It can be the one of your choosing. I feel like having a little night on the town. Oh, it's been far too long, you know.
The hypnotized driver nodded and punched the gas. The guards were too busy controlling the aftermath of the chaos within the site to even notice the creature they were chasing had already escaped. And if it reached a nearby city, then the chaos, cruelty, and madness it was liable to release would be the biggest mess the Foundation would need to clean up in quite some time, which was precisely what the malicious mask had in mind. Meanwhile, Dr. Robert Scranton woke up in a dark room. Well, he wasn't sure if it was a room, but it was definitely dark. He rose to his feet in this strange black void, surrounded on all sides by blackness. It wasn't the belly of SCP-3001, the dreaded red reality again. No, this was something new. And what's more, he had no idea how on earth he'd gotten here.
Dr. Scranton,
said a cruel, mocking voice behind him.
Turn around, old chap. It's been far too long since I've seen you in the flesh. Well, in a manner of speaking, at least.
Confused, Dr. Scranton turned and saw a vaguely familiar sight. SCP-035, the possessive mask, floating in the dark behind him. What on earth was happening here, he wondered.
Oh, you really don't remember, do you?
The mask said with a spiteful laugh, replying to a thought he'd never voiced aloud.
You're in your mind, Doctor. As it turns out, you're harder to erase than I thought. Perhaps you're buried so deep in the psyche of that monster. No matter, I'll get you eventually.
How strange, Dr. Scranton thought. This must be his mind playing tricks on him somehow. He raised a hand to scratch his head quizzically, and only then realized that his right hand was gone, simply vanished from the end of his wrist. The mask gave another sick laugh.
Oh, it's already started! I told you I'd get you, Scranton!
The mask cackled with glee.
I never normally get to delete a mind slowly. Oh, this will be amusing. Where's Anna?
Scranton asked, suddenly wondering about the safety of his beloved wife. He couldn't help but worry when this got another cruel laugh out of the mask.
Oh, don't you remember, Robert?
The mask said through giggles.
You killed her. You killed her with your toxic embrace. She died terrified of you.
And with that, all the awful memories came flooding back. Back in the real world, things weren't any less horrifying. When the vehicle had finally made its way to the nearby city, The masked old man had unceremoniously murdered its chauffeur and decided to go for a little exploration. It had been so long since it felt the sun on its pristine white porcelain. Such a beautiful day outside. It couldn't wait to kill some people around here. It began its rampage in a dark alley, snatching some homeless people and unfortunate passersby through the graffiti-stained stone walls. By the time it was done with them, there weren't even any bones left. But this would only be the start of the masked old man's horrific rampage through the city. Next, he invaded an office building and decided to unleash his grisly wrath on the people within. Some were pulled through the ground while chatting at the water cooler. Others were dragged through the walls as they went to refresh their coffee. Some were simply sitting at their desks, getting on with their daily work, when a dark silhouette appeared behind them. Some turned around, saw the creature, and screamed immediately. Others remained in ignorance and only screamed when an acidic, rotting hand curled around their shoulder. But every single one of them screamed eventually. By this point, the SCP Foundation had started sending all the mobile task forces in the area to the nearby city after receiving reports of unexplainable disappearances and murders. Panic was starting to spread, and that panic was only making the nightmarish psychic abilities of the mask even stronger. The challenge would be intercepting SCP-106 and removing the mask before it became too powerful for them to do anything about it. If they didn't, they could be looking at a loss of life on a massive scale, which was exactly what SCP-035 hoped to indulge in. A young barista was having a stressful day at a nearby boutique coffee shop. She retired to the staff bathroom to splash some water on her face and recenter herself. She sighed and looked up from the sink into the mirror to see if her makeup was running, and then screamed. A dark figure was standing right behind her. It looked like a rotting human corpse, dripping with black slime, and wearing a grinning white ancient Greek comedy mask.
I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
The masked old man said, amused. Soon after, the dark presence had spilled out into the coffee shop. The psychic powers of the mask caused its victims to be paralyzed with sheer terror, unable to escape its cruel hands. The death toll of the day had already risen to over 100, and the masked old man had no intention of stopping. That's when several police cruisers skidded to a halt in front of the coffee shop. Cops disembarked from their cars and pulled out their handguns. "Step out of the store with your hands up!" one of them yelled over a megaphone. "Any sudden moves and we'll blow you to Kingdom Come!" This made the masked old man laugh. Oh, how very adorable. Not long after, he was driving a police cruiser further into town, with a pile of dead cops left in the street behind him. This was shaping up to be such a wonderful day. He never wanted it to end. Back in the pitch dark of the mindscape, Dr. Robert Scranton was looking a little worse for wear. Both of his legs had disappeared, along with one of his eyes and much of the rest of his right arm. His remaining eye was weeping, remembering how his embrace as the old man had killed his beloved Anna. He'd lost his humanity and become the worst kind of monster, the kind who even hurts the people he loves most. SCP-035, floating in the darkness, was still just laughing at him.
Oh, you're pathetic, Scranton, it said. Look how little is left of you. You haven't even been human in decades. Why not give up what little is left? You're mine now. And soon, you're going to be nothing at all.
And Dr. Scranton kept crying because he feared the mask was right. Back in the city, the stolen police cruiser pulled up in front of a preschool, and the masked old man got out. This would be the perfect place for his next little slice of fun. Straightening himself out, he began walking to the school, knowing that with the extent of his psychic powers, nobody would be strong enough to run away. They'd all just have to sit there and suffer, just like Dr. Robert Scranton.
Goodbye, old man, the mask said to him. I'm tired of talking to you now.
Dr. Scranton was ready to give up and let himself disappear. But then, something occurred to him. Knowledge from his Foundation days.
I must be wearing you, Dr. Scranton said. I must be wearing you.
Scranton reached up to his face with his remaining hand grasping at something. Suddenly, the face of the floating mask twisted into an infuriated frown.
What do you think you're doing?
It said.
It's too late, Robert.
but Scranton wouldn't be deterred. He gripped something invisible over his face and began to tug, even though pulling on this invisible mask on his face was agonizing. The whole void around him began to shake and quiver, including the grimacing SCP-035. Scranton just kept pulling.
Stop that, you idiot!
It roared.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You're going to ruin everything, you!
But it was already too late. Dr. Scranton murmured,
I'm sorry, Anna,
and gave one last yank. That's when everything went white. Back in the city, it thankfully wasn't long until a group of mobile task force agents was able to locate the two anomalies. SCP-106 was sitting cross-legged on the grass outside of a preschool, where thankfully nobody had been hurt and was just staring off into space. In his trembling hands was another familiar sight, a frowning SCP-035.
It's hard to believe it's been a full 100 days since I began my journey. No, my mission into the beating heart of the SCP Foundation. I, Stathis Stern, risked detection, my safety, and even my own life for this cause. And I'm sure that makes you wonder why on earth I'd be foolhardy enough to put so much on the line. Well, my reason is the best. No, the only reason that matters. For the sake of art. I decided early on that recording my findings was essential, both for posterity and so that the art world may know just how dedicated I've been in my pursuit of true inspiration. It all started over 3 months ago. That was when I first managed to embed myself in the SCP Foundation. Naturally, I never would have jumped at the idea of having to fraternize with the likes of the Chaos Insurgency. Their methods are far too brutal, their organization seeped in violence that trivializes my own pursuit of a deeper meaning. But even I have to admit, the Insurgency's methodology can yield results. They arranged for a convenient accident to befall a lower-level researcher after they returned home from Site-19, the SCP Foundation's largest and most infamous facility, home to many of their equally infamous anomalies. Thanks to a falsified identity and phony transfer order from the Insurgency, I was able to slip into Site-19 undetected so that I could begin my search. The subterfuge was, at first, easy to maintain. I looked the part, obviously, a lab coat and a name badge, so versatile and yet completely unassuming. I was visible and still imperceptible to the rest of the Foundation's personnel. As far as they knew, I was just the latest transfer to Site-19. As I spent the day getting my bearings, not one of them could have possibly known my true intention. My goal was simple and twofold. First and foremost, I had long felt I deserved to be accepted as a member of the art collective known as AWCY, or Are We Cool Yet? Since the 19th century, they had been championing the creation and exhibition of anomalous artwork, truly pushing the boundaries of what can be considered artistic expression, despite the Foundation's attempts to censor AWCY's transcendent art. I had admired their mission statement from afar for a number of years and strived to achieve much the same in my own artwork. However, none of my previous pieces quite met the collective's anomalous pedigree. I know a way to change that, though. Blending in at Site-19 proved to be fairly simple. As long as you stride around with purpose, few will question what you're doing. With my head in a notebook or a look of conviction on my face, I could freely make my way around the facility. But why, you might wonder? What was the actual intention behind my undercover mission? Well, that answer lies in the second half of my goal: recognition. Not just notoriety and acceptance into the ranks of AWCY, but fame throughout the anomalous art world, and all the perks that could come with. Of course, the main hurdle to overcome was that I needed to create a piece of art that was anomalous in its nature. And so, rather than wait for inspiration and materials to fall into my lap, I chose to instead seek out what I needed. The anomalies on offer at Site-19 were abundant, and knowing where to start was tricky. I made the decision, while still getting accustomed to my new surroundings, that I would start wherever I felt the most drawn to. Before the end of my first week in Site-19, I felt the first pull of an anomaly, and uncovered it in the most unlikely of places. During my day, most of the SCP Foundation living quarters are empty, meaning I could sneak around there undetected. It was in the personal bathroom of one Foundation doctor that I found SCP-063.
To the untrained eye, the anomaly appears to be an ordinary toothbrush, save for the wording stenciled into the pale blue plastic, "The world's best toothbrush." Of course, examining it closer, I learned of its ability to cleave through inorganic matter, like a hot knife through butter. It was quite the shock, slicing the porcelain of the bathroom sink by accident. That would have led to my detection had I not left soon after. But I reflected on the toothbrush, or tothbrush, and what it could possibly represent. Perhaps an acknowledgement of rituals and their importance to human health, yet at the same time, being sharp enough to cut anything not organic, anything not human. Maybe SCP-063 was meant to symbolize the possible dangers of habitual behaviors. The next day I was able to bear witness to an anomalous piece I had only ever heard rumors of. For a time, I thought it to have been the reason for AWCY's founding. After all, its nickname was derived from a particular traditional art form, SCP-173, the sculpture, as those at the Foundation call it. I was able to insert myself into a group of 2 other personnel, a researcher and security officer. The former was entering the container housing SCP-173 to run tests, the latter protecting her. Naturally, I overheard them looking for a third and offered my assistance, even if all I had to do was watch the sculpture intently. I wasn't even allowed to blink without getting someone else to cover for me while I did. I adored it. The messy structure of concrete and rebar defied all notions of what many believed art should be. It wasn't beautiful or pristine. It dared to be ugly, and yet it demanded to be seen, to be looked at and perceived, or else it would break my neck and claim my life. It was everything I'd hoped, pure art personified. It was as I neared the end of my first week in Site-19 that I discovered my next anomalous art piece, hidden away in a storage locker. SCP-010, the Collars of Control. These were a collection of cast iron collars that, according to their file, could be used to control the actions and movements of a person wearing one, via a remote control. These collars fascinated me. They were, to my interpretation, tools to control, yet simultaneously a rejection of the very rules that control human beings. Someone wearing an SCP-010 collar could potentially have their entire bodily shape reconfigured by the person wielding the remote. That alone, the fact that these objects could be used to defy the physical laws that dictate the forms we exist in, was a meta-comment, rejecting the laws of society in order for free expression. Expression only achieved by art. It all made me appreciate AWCY's dedication to anomalous artworks, yet I was still determined to be welcomed into their collective. My first week hiding within Site-19 concluded with a visit to SCP-107. Held on a pedestal in an otherwise empty room was an empty, hollowed-out turtle shell. Now I, for one, don't respect archaeologists. Art historians are another matter, however. I would rather focus on translating the human experience into my art than waste mental energy on events or objects from hundreds and thousands of years ago. But this turtle shell might be the exception. Apparently, any liquid placed within the shell will be absorbed, only to rain down from the clouds above. There's something quite honest about SCP-107. Interpreted through the mind of an artist such as myself, it appears to be a reminder of the natural world's cyclical process. The liquid within it becomes rain, which falls and feeds the plants. The plant life in turn provides food and shelter for animals, humans too, and so on. On and on the circle of life repeats, as so embodied by the hollow shell of an ancient proud turtle. I began my second week of subterfuge with a scare, a close call that I may have been discovered. One of the Foundation's doctors had complained that his sink had been sliced in two, in spite of my best efforts to cover my tracks. It seemed that using his denture glue to repair the damage SCP-063 had done didn't quite have the effect I had intended. Nevertheless, the reaction by the Foundation seemed to imply that sort of thing happened all the time. An announcement was made reminding all researchers to not toy with the world's best toothbrush, despite how fun it was to slice things up with. Although they requested the culprit come forward, I decided to divert the Foundation's suspicions away from me, hinting to a security officer I had seen Dr. Alto Clef leaving the private bathroom, where I had accidentally broken the sink. They seemed to believe he had been capable of causing the damage. Almost being discovered meant I had to reassess my objective. Over the following few days, I tried to sink into life among the Foundation's researchers, playing the role of a helpful member of personnel,
so as not to attract any further suspicions, and so I was mostly concerned with the general day-to-day tending to anomalies. Most of them I encountered during this time were living creatures, which were of little interest to me. Although one by the designation of SCP-049, sporting the rather aesthetically striking appearance of a plague doctor, complete with dark robes and a beaked mask. At first I thought him to be quite an amicable, intelligent fellow, that is until I had a moment alone with him, to ask his opinions on art. The plague doctor claimed it was of little importance when compared to curing the pestilence. Naturally, I took that to be a personal insult, requesting to the research head that I be transferred away from an anomaly that was obviously not as intelligent as I first thought. 2.5 weeks had passed, and I had still remained undetected by the Foundation. However, I had been forced to reassess my mission. AWCY were hardly likely to accept me into their group if I had nothing to show for my efforts. I needed either some materials I could use to create an anomalous art piece, or preferably, something I could claim as my own. It wasn't as if the upper echelons of AWCY possessed their own detailed files on every anomaly at Site-19. They would have no idea if something I plucked from Containment was an existing SCP, or as Staff is Stern, original piece. So I set about finding something I could be my magnum opus, my breakthrough into the anomalous art community. My key to the fame, fortune, and artistic acclaim I so obviously deserved. You may call it plagiarism, using another anomaly as my own piece, but nobody technically owns the objects and entities at Site-19. Even the Foundation themselves are more so jailers and curators than creators. I, however, am a visionary. I just needed something to prove it. My search took me far and wide, all over the width and breadth of Site-19. By the time my first whole month had passed, I had begun to walk the corridors and pass by its containment chambers just like any other researcher, although not one who I had interacted with had any clue they were in the presence of a man who would reshape the anomalous art world. There was an SCP transferred from another facility that I witnessed during that time. According to the Foundation's files, SCP-066 had previously been a ball of braided yarn and ribbon, but had since become an amorphous ball of meat with functioning eyes. What struck me most about SCP-066 was the question it asked since transforming. Are you Eric? At first I thought, I'm not Eric, but the longer I pondered it, I began to wonder, allowing my perception to be challenged. That is what art does, after all. Perhaps much like in the Marshall Mathers sense that we are all Stan, all of us may well be Eric too. I can recall another incident encountering some SCP-131s, creatures known as the iPods, which one almost tripped me up. Their brightly colored teardrop-shaped bodies were certainly striking, a rather abstract modernist biomechanical design, but it was their eyes that I found myself ruminating on. SCP-131 instances had a single, unblinking eye, giving a constant gaze without faltering. I likened it much to the uncritical, unthinking eyes of certain audiences, who in the past had stared at my artwork and had nothing interesting to say about it. In other events, my attempts to avoid detection may have proven a little detrimental. Dr. Clef cornered me, a little perturbed that I had implicated him in the sink-slicing incident. He at one point seemed to imply a desire to inflict far worse damage with a ukulele of all things, although I'm sure he was just joking. At least I hope so. The whole interaction reminded me of the urgency of my mission. I still needed my anomalous masterpiece, and would need to have an escape plan in place once I found it. During my next stint of time hidden among the ranks of the Foundation, I tried to broaden my own interpretation of what AWCY would consider to be art. Nothing in their admittedly vaguely defined rules stated my anomalous art piece couldn't be created from a more modern medium. Never mind paintings that can depict a person's death or a sculpture that moves whenever unobserved. What about something like photography? I thought to myself. However, it was around this time that my hopes for such a piece were seemingly answered, in the form of SCP-105, or Iris Thompson, as she introduced herself. Iris had a rather unique relationship with the art of photography. She possessed an ability to alter images taken on a specific Polaroid Express camera from 1982. In the hands of SCP-105, the photographs would come to life, like slices of real-time frozen one moment, then moving the second she held them.
She could even alter these images, reaching into the Polaroid to move or retrieve objects. It instilled an idea in me. Perhaps taking a Polaroid of my chosen anomalous art would be enough. That is, until I realized the photographs were only interactable to Iris, and breaking her out of containment was a waste of my skills as an artist. Partway into my 3rd month hiding out in Site-19, part of me began to wonder if the Foundation's security forces were as formidable as I had been led to believe. It seemed I barely even needed to hide my mission to join AWCY, or that I had spent so much time in their facility undetected. It was on my 68th day that I decided to reflect on some of the potential anomalous pieces I had encountered so far. Frustratingly so, I was still yet to discover any that would wipe the smug grins off of the AWCY members, only to replace them with looks of awe. Something in Site-19 would guarantee my spot among the anomalous art collective. I was certain of it. I just had to find it. A potential candidate presented itself, one that might have even allowed me to get back at AWCY for denying my entry for so long. I was shown SCP-3037, a miniature model that depicted the city of Dubrovnik in Croatia. I was watching it and pondering the meaning behind the sculpture, thinking about why it was made to specifically look like Dubrovnik of all places. Maybe, I pondered, it was meant to be a commentary or condemnation of urbanization, given the city's walls, keeping its residents contained, confined, much like how we as humans have become trapped by our urban settings, finding comfort in being confined there. However, it was while I was examining SCP-3037 that I apparently suffered something of an incident. From the moment I touched it, I spoke in only Serbo-Croatian, believing myself to actually be the city of Dubrovnik. I awoke a short while later and was informed by another researcher that I had been administered with an extremely high dose of amnestics to negate the effects of SCP-3037. Although later that night I recalled having a dream about some delicious black risotto with squid ink sauce. The research heads ordered security officers to gather everyone in the mess hall. The Foundation was seemingly aware that they had an imposter, a charlatan in their midst, pretending to be a member of personnel. I made sure my facial expression did not betray that I was the one they sought. Not one of these Philistines could appreciate my goal of infiltrating Site-19. Not one had the slightest clue how revolutionary my actions would be for the art world. However, although staying vigilant, I became increasingly aware time might not be on my side much longer. After overhearing a conversation about something known as SCP-035, I began conducting my own secretive research into what it was. I discovered information on the so-called possessive mask within the Foundation's archives. Immediately, my heart skipped a beat. The porcelain mask that shifted from an exaggerated comedic grin to a wide frown, it would have made for a perfect art piece to present to AWCY. Much to my annoyance, SCP-035 wasn't housed at Site-19, however. Over the next few days, I petitioned to have the possessive mask transferred to the facility so that I could claim it. My greatest anomalous art piece stayed out of reach, though. I was informed by senior research staff that the mask posed a potential danger. Anyone nearby was compelled to wear it, and would thus be taken over by its influence. Additionally, questions started to be raised as to why I was requesting this transfer in the first place. I was starting to grow concerned that my cover had been blown. By now it very much seemed that my time was running out. And although it shames me to admit it, to say I handled that notion with grace and professionality, well, that would be a lie. Suddenly, I found it. The perfect anomalous art piece. While rummaging around the Foundation's files, I located one about something known as SCP-1379. As I read more, I realized it would secure my spot within AWCY and forever grant me the recognition I deserved. Even better, it was a painting. Such a classical art medium, they'd never be able to refuse me. As I looked at it directly for the first time, I knew I had found my masterpiece. SCP-1379 depicted a clown and two children on the canvas, but the subject of the painting would hardly matter to AWCY. They only cared that the artwork was anomalous. And SCP-1379 certainly was. This painting would allow me to exact revenge on the AWCY members who'd failed to recognize my artistic genius for so long. Anyone that made a critical remark on SCP-1379, which those AWCY snobs were bound to do when they saw it, would first experience intense pain. After 20 minutes of sharp, severe agony, the sensations would subside. But that would only be the start of it. Everyone at the AWCY that dared to criticize my magnum opus, my SCP-1379, would rapidly lose their ability to imagine. Any of their creativity that allowed them to laud their artistic superiority over me would cease to exist. None of them would ever make anomalous art again, and they'd surely be forced to finally accept that I am, in fact, the greatest artist of all time. From the moment I saw it, I began to plan my escape with SCP-1379 in tow. 100 days have passed since I arrived here, and when I leave it will be with SCP-1379 and this journal. I've not only chronicled how I infiltrated the SCP Foundation, but also cataloged more about anomalous art than anyone at AWCY ever has. Once I've lifted that painting from its containment locker, my old friends at the Insurgency have arranged for me to be extracted from Site-19. With SCP-1379, finally, I'll achieve my dream of... This journal, belonging to one Stathis Stearns, has been seized by the SCP Foundation. Stearns was discovered to have infiltrated Site-19 after only a handful of days. However, given that he posed little threat and never left the facility, security officers were instructed to monitor him closely until he attempted to escape. Aware of intelligence reports regarding various SCPs noted within his journal, the Foundation deemed Stathis Stearns a security risk after 100 days. Subject was arrested attempting to escape and is to be administered amnestics. His journal will remain at Site-19 until further notice.
Ask anyone that has been through it, and they'll all tell you the same. That moving home is maybe one of the most stressful things that a normal person can ever experience. It's a logistical nightmare right from the start. The moment you talk to a realtor about being interested in selling your current house and buying another, everything goes downhill from there. After that moment, an avalanche of things comes hurtling towards you. Finding a place you like, making an offer, letting people look around your house, waiting for them to make a counteroffer, exchanging contracts, and that's before you even have thought about packing. And as Milo had learned, doing all of that on your own only makes the stress of moving feel all the more potent. But he had finally made it. After a constant back and forth with his realtor, the time had come for him to pack up all of his worldly possessions and relocate to a brand new place to call home. He had felt it was long overdue for him to get a change of scenery, and luckily, just the right place had come onto the market to answer that call. It was a pretty big house, bigger than Milo's previous home, but considerably cheaper. In fact, he thought it had been significantly undervalued. The house had an almost Victorian-era feel to it, all beautifully carved and varnished woodwork and creaky old floorboards, but in more of an elegant, refined sort of way, rather than a creepier one. That's not to say Milo's new place wasn't without its more unsettling elements. Aside from being big, spacious, and easy to imagine as being haunted, the creepiest thing about the house, aside from its frighteningly low price, was the story of what happened to the previous owners. Obviously, you know that legally we have to disclose whether or not anyone died on this property, the realtor had explained, wearing a forced grin as she showed Milo around the house. Hearing that sentence, he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Someone died here? He asked in disbelief. No, of course not, sir. The realtor instantly walked back her statement, less in an effort to ease her client's nerves, but more to ensure that she still closed the deal and earned her commission bonus. Then why the hell would you start a sentence like that? Milo asked. We just have to give full disclosure, but I assure you, the previous residents didn't die on the grounds of this house. She gave that fake smile again. It was pretty ineffectual at reassuring him. So, what happened to the last owner? Well, it's a bit of a mystery, to be honest. A local legend, if you like. But hey, that gives the place more flavor, hearing some spooky history, right? Think of what a conversation starter that will be. The realtor ended her sentence with a forced, snorting laugh, but reined it back in when she realized Milo wasn't laughing with her. As far as I know, there used to be an older couple living here, the Shaws. They were apparently very quiet, reclusive, kept to themselves a lot. I'm sure you know the type. Milo couldn't help but notice she shot him a look as she said that part, as if she was silently passing judgment on the fact he was planning on moving in alone. But they used to spend a lot of time tending the garden out front, so their neighbors would see them pretty frequently, which meant they were all okay and no one had any bad mishaps in the house. You know how old folks can be, such a worry when they get to that age. Yeah, totally, Milo interjected, aware the realtor was stalling. He repeated, "So, what actually happened to them?"
Well, that's the thing, she shrugged. Nobody knows the full story. One day, the neighbors across the street noticed they hadn't seen Mr. and Mrs. Shaw for quite a while, so naturally they came on over here to see if they were in, and the last thing they wanted was to assume everything was hunky-dory here. I mean, hey, better safe than sorry, right? But once they got inside, they couldn't find either of them. Mr. and Mrs. Shaw were just gone, vanished without a trace. Most people on the street thought they had just sold the place, kept it quiet and moved away, retired to somewhere nice and exotic.
"Oh, well, that sounds nice, I suppose," Milo replied, relieved to hear that there hadn't been any brutal unsolved murders in the house, and that it most likely wasn't haunted.
That's just what the neighbors think anyway, the realtor continued. Of course, they hadn't sold the house, they'd just left it. When my firm came in to repossess the place, it had all their belongings in it. Some might even still be laying around here. Anyway, did you want to have a look at that contract?
Well, strictly speaking, Milo was the only human living in his new house. He was never fully alone. He had arrived with his two closest friends, a pair of pets he had adopted while living in his old house. One was a hamster by the name of Donut, named after his round little body, and the golden brown shade of his fur had reminded Milo of the glazed sugary baked treat. The other was Pixel, a bearded dragon with a pattern on his scales that resembled some kind of mosaic art. The first order of business, Milo had decided, was before even unpacking, he needed to make sure his scaly and furry friends each had a suitable place to stay and that he got them fed. Little did he realize, there was something else living in the house with them. Something that was far bigger and was getting much hungrier than either of his pets would. Looking around the house, Milo stumbled across a few boxes that he hadn't brought with him. Like the realtor had said, the Shaws still had some of their possessions left lying around the place. Most of it was useless to Milo. Old man's clothes or a set of knitting needles and rolls of colorful thread. It was those particular clues that seemed to imply Mrs. Shaw had a lot of free time on her hands and maybe took up knitting as a hobby during retirement. Of course, the bigger clue was the huge handmade blanket that Milo found draped over some of the remaining boxes in the attic. He wasn't exactly well versed in knitwear, but he could appreciate the craft behind this soft blanket. It clearly had a lot of time and effort put into making it, painstakingly knitting each and every individual thread, looping it around a pair of steel needles, and eventually, after hours of wearing out shaking, bony fingers, produce something that actually looked quite nice. Even though the idea of sitting and knitting a blanket might have been one of the most boring uses of time Milo could imagine, he still had to admit he was surprised that the Shaws had left this particular piece of bedding behind. It seemed like it would be pretty comfy to sleep under, and might help keep a person warm at night now that the colder seasons were approaching. What's more was that the blanket was clean, almost like it had been freshly washed. There was no old person smell on it, no dirt or discoloration, not a stain, and it hadn't even accumulated any dust in its fibers. In fact, he noticed that there was hardly any dust at all up in the attic, despite the house being empty for so long. He assumed the realtors had hired someone as a caretaker while they found a buyer for the place, and they had kept the place clean. After all, what other conclusion could they have possibly drawn? It's not as if something had eaten all the dust. That would be absurd. He'd have a sort through of the Shaw's leftovers later, maybe sell some of it off at a local yard sale or give it to a thrift store. But that blanket might come in handy when it started snowing, so Milo had half a mind to keep it. Now, part of what makes moving home such a stressful life experience isn't just all the logistical and administrative parts of the process. It's only made worse by the fact that it takes forever to move into a new house fully. That's the part everyone always forgets about. The months after a move, when you're forced to live amongst towers of cardboard boxes, all your worldly possessions buried deep within them, and you can never remember which crate anything is in when you urgently need it. So realizing it would take him much longer to unpack all of his things, Milo set about making sure he had everything that Donut and Pixel would need already to hand. The latter of his two pets, the bearded dragon, usually spent most of his days in a spacious glass tank. Milo didn't love the idea of keeping either of his two best buds so confined, but Pixel never went very far anyway, content to lay under a heat lamp almost perfectly still for most of the day. Donut, on the other hand, was much more of a free spirit. The tiny brown hamster physically could not stay still. and most days seemed to be filled with more energy than Milo was. As a result, he let the little guy roll about inside a little plastic ball all day long, until his little hamster feet gave out. And now Donut had much more space to zip around inside his ball, so while he entertained himself, Milo could focus on what needed fixing, cleaning, and generally improving around the house. It didn't take him long to realize, however, that the realtors had pulled a bit of a fast one on him. Despite the absolute steal of a price that Milo had been offered, it quickly became clear that the unknown fate of the previous residents wasn't the only detail about the house that had been conveniently kept hidden. The place was in dire need of repair, with a lot of the old woodwork rapidly rotting away. If left unchecked, parts of the house could collapse and come apart at the seams. To make matters worse, the boiler was an ancient iron monstrosity that was barely able to produce warm water, which would quickly become an even bigger problem when the weather started to get colder. Then, to top off the trifecta of unforeseen issues and teething problems with his new place, Milo couldn't sleep. It was to be expected. After all, the house was old, worn out, and had definitely seen better days. There were bound to be a few noises, the odd creak coming from upstairs when Milo and his two pets were all downstairs, the tapping of branches against windows blowing in the wind outside. But for some reason, every audible disturbance that emanated from some hidden corner of the building only seemed to get 1,000 times louder when the sun went down. At nighttime, every squeaky floorboard or random noise of the house settling was nearly deafening, enough to pull Milo right out of what little restless sleep he was getting. The worst part about it was, though he couldn't help it, it made him feel unwelcome, as if Mr. and Mrs. Shaw were angered that he had moved in. In the dark, it was hard not to picture every sound as one or both of the old couple creeping through the corridors, coming to reclaim their home and remove Milo from the premises. One night, the noises started invading what little sleep Milo did manage to get, spilling into his dream and causing them to devolve into unsettling nightmares. There was an old photograph in a frame that he had come across in the personal effects left behind by the Shaws, showing the pair of them staring disapprovingly out of the image at him. Now, thanks to the creaking wooden structure of the house and the sounds it made at night, Milo was seeing the old couple in every bad dream he had. Both their faces were locked in those same still, frozen expressions of contempt as they tried to exorcise him like an interloper on their property. That was the final nail in the coffin that made Milo realize he needed to look at other options. Surely there had to be some way to induce a deep enough sleep so that the sounds the house was making weren't keeping him up or incepting nightmares anymore. He called the local doctor, arranging a consultation for later that day. As he hung up the phone, something nudged against his foot. It was Donut, having rolled through the maze of cardboard boxes still filling the house. Milo took one look at the little brown furred hamster, then the crates that still littered the place. Grabbing the leftover items that the Shaws had forgotten to take with them before they vanished, Milo moved those boxes out into the shed. He knew he was probably reaching, that it was hardly likely to make even the slightest difference to his sleeping, but maybe keeping their stuff away from him would keep the old couple out of his head. The only thing he kept in the house was the blanket. There was no use letting it go to waste, especially knowing that the boiler was on the blink and it would be cold soon. He rolled it up and left it on his bed, leaving his more mobile pet in the same room before heading out to see the doctor. When Milo got back, a bottle of prescription sleeping pills in his pocket, he couldn't help but notice his room seemed different. The blanket looked like it had fallen off the bed and onto the floor for one. But more worryingly, Donut's plastic travel ball had been split open, laying in pieces on the ground, with its furry little occupant nowhere to be seen. Over the next few hours, Milo searched every corner of the house, calling out to his hamster, trying to lure it back with more morsels of food. But Donut didn't seem to be anywhere. He wasn't even underneath the knitted blanket. Still, there was no sign. As worry set in, Milo hurriedly checked Pixel's cage to see if he was gone too, but the lizard was relaxing, as lethargic as ever, completely unfazed by what was going on. It certainly seemed that when it rained, it really poured in this new house. Just as he was searching for his missing hamster, Milo heard a new, horrible sound echo through the corridors. This one wasn't so much a scary noise, even if it did make him jump, but it was more the inconvenience that came with it. Finally, giving out after God knows how many years it had been installed for, the house's boiler burst. spending the afternoon into the evening failing to track down one of his missing pets and stopping the huge iron cast boiler from flooding the basement wasn't exactly what Milo had in mind for fun activities to do when he got home. Going to bed frustrated made it as hard to sleep as all the nightly cacophony of creaking floorboards and branches raking against the windows. He tapped out 2 of the pills the doctor had prescribed him, knocking them back with a sharp motion of his head and a swig of cold water before laying back in bed. As night had fallen, the temperature also had plummeted too, and not having a boiler to heat his room meant that Milo couldn't stop himself from shivering in the cold, his breath forming clouds in front of his face. He reached for the knitted blanket and threw it over himself, curling up underneath it to try and provide an extra layer of warmth to protect himself from the gnawing cold. The pills did as they were meant to, helping Milo to quickly sleep into a much deeper sleep than he had experienced in a while. Although it didn't seem to help the nightmares, Mr. and Mrs. Shaw came back again. This time they had Milo's arms and legs tied up. With their matching disapproving faces, the elderly couple threw something over their helpless victim and tried to smother him to death. For a dream, it felt so intense, so real. Milo could feel a heavy weight on top of his body as he slept. In fact, it felt like it was all around him, engulfing and crushing the life out of him from all sides. But it was the feeling of something wet against his arm, the sensation of liquid against his skin, and the numbness where his hand should be were what finally pulled him out of the dream and into the nightmare. Through the dark and his cloudy vision, Milo could see a wide, gaping maw filled with teeth. The feeling of being crushed was still surrounding him, and despite kicking his legs and trying to free himself from confinement, it didn't stop squeezing him tighter. His panic was already making it harder to catch his breath, but now he could barely fill his lungs enough to scream for help. Not that anyone was around to hear him, but it was the side of his arm that chilled Milo's blood. It wasn't there anymore. Part of it, just above the elbow, was just gone. His hand, fingers, every internal bone and muscle had been reduced to a bloody mess, a slurry of red melting and coming apart. It was runny, little more than a liquid resembling the consistency of sand when it's underwater and becomes sludge. Most of his flesh was liquefied, going further up his arm, and as the blanket pulled its prey into its mouth, until Milo was no more, not a trace of him left, just like the previous owners. Little did Milo, or the Shaws and Donut before him, know, but he'd been the victim of a creature that was part of a rather unique species. While they will often vary in size, shape, pattern, and other aspects of their appearance, SCP-799 always seemed to be ordinary items of knitted bedwear, at least at first. They retain heat like a normal blanket would, and are soft to the touch, and for the most part, don't seem directly harmful. And usually, they aren't. SCP-799s are incapable of much movement, instead laying still a lot of time, not unlike a certain bearded dragon that just lost its owner. They also don't seem to require much in the way of food, extracting what little nutrition they do need by drawing in household dust. A lot of the organic matter in dust is comprised of dead and discarded human hair and skin cells, so this makes sense. This feeding is all done through filtered mouths in the fibers. However, this changes if an SCP-799 blanket is forced to go on a long time without food. While they possess this biological trait themselves, SCP-799 don't seem to regard cold-blooded animals to be the source of food. In fact, they don't even seem to be able to detect other creatures with cold blood, such as reptiles. Instead, SCP-799 will metamorphose into a more predatory form in order to consume any warm-blooded mammal or human being it encounters, transforming its feeding orifices and digestive tract into a singular mouth lined with several rows of sharp, pointed teeth. From there, it will wrap up the largest warm-blooded animal it can find, whether that be a hamster or a grown man, and will tear off parts of its prey, reducing them to little more than a thin slurry as it digests their body mass to feed itself. So if you move into a new house and come across an old knitted blanket, maybe consider throwing it out, if you want to live. Now go and check out SCP-3032, and Then It Was an Angry Spider, for more warnings about everyday objects that can seem harmless at first, but will quickly turn deadly when you least expect it. And after that, if you're in the market for a piece of anomalous furniture that's still soft and cozy like the blanket, but nowhere near as dangerous, then SCP-3832 Surprise Pillow Fight might be just what you need.